Super Pro Sportsman, you will be racing for Wally's today. All right, Warren Evans back in the house, dragracer.tv. The live stream is up and running, and they can capture that through the YouTube channels that way. All right. So, again, I always say if your family members can't be here, they can really be here from afar through dragracer.tv. And we appreciate Warren Evans. He has got a busy schedule, and he was able to be a part of this race down here, the SPORTSnational Open. We appreciate it because I guarantee you one thing, I've caught myself trying to catch up on what's going on in the world, and I'll tune in to Drag Racer TV. I don't get much work done at home, but that's okay. Winter time, we can do that in the winter.
We can rest when we are finally in the big sleep, but as of now, hey, it's racing season.
Yep.
And I don't know about you guys, but once again, didn't get very much sleep at the hotel last night. I guess because I'm just excited about the action here today here at the SPORTSnational Open.
Well, it is exciting business here. It's almost like you're performing on stage as a rock band, and the show is over with, and it just takes a while to come down from the excitement that goes on here at the drag strip. That's my experience.
Oh, yeah. Monday and Tuesday, I probably won't be doing anything other than sleeping. It won't be on social media, even though my grass needs to be cut. It needed to be cut before I left to come up here. But I said, you know what? I'm going to come have some fun, hang out with my friends up in Bowling Green, and go to the SPORTSnational Open. So once again, the first call has gone out for Super Street. You should be in lanes 5 and 6. The eligible by Greg Carta, car number 3926, should be in lane 4. And Stock Eliminator, you're on standby. Nice field of combo cars here this weekend. 52 cars made the call in Stock Eliminator yesterday. As we've got the sheet in front of us, Gary Summers look as if he is pacing the field, qualified at minus 133. And just going down the list real quick, I believe that there are 9 cars in the 1 second club. So again, 52 cars. Looks as if they made the trek down the quarter mile yesterday in Stock Eliminator. Super Street, you're up first. You should be in the lane. Stock Eliminator, get ready to get them buttoned up. We'll be calling you up here in just a bit. You are on standby.
All right, racers, before we get started, and fans, if you're able, please rise. Please remove your hats. RFC Chaplain Hugh Goodall will bring the invocation to us this morning. And again, please remain standing, and we'll have the playing of our national anthem. Hugh?
As always, Ron, I just thank you. Lord, we just give thanks for this day, and Lord, you blessed us with beautiful weather today. And Lord, we've kind of hit on this a few times this weekend. We're thankful, Lord, for the Memorial Day weekend and what it really means, Lord. We're thankful for all those men and women who fought and gave their lives for our freedom just to be here today in race cars, Lord. We're thankful for that today. We give thanks for all those who continue to do so, our first responders, our medical people who keep us healthy and safe. And Lord, as we get ready to race cars today, I look at this event and give thanks for our NHRA D3 crew, Brock and his team here at Beech Bend Raceway, all the sponsors that have made this day happen. Bless their businesses. Bless the racing today, Lord, and just watch over all our drivers. Lord, again, we give thanks for your goodness. We think of these families that have lost loved ones. We mentioned many of them yesterday. Lord, would you be with them and comfort them this day? Lord, as we get ready to race cars, ride with each and every one of our drivers this day and give us a safe day throughout this facility. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, and the most famous words in motorsports: drivers, start your engines. Good morning, everybody. From the announce deck, Warren Evans, Ron Ruggles, and myself, Glenn Williford, will be bringing you all the fun over the public address system here in Beech Bend today. Hey, Ron, I tell you what, you and I had a whole lot of fun kind of tag teaming on the combo event last night. What do you say we do the same thing here today, especially in stock and super stock?
I'll tell you what, I had a great time. You can't go wrong going to a drag race and just watching, and the stars are in the cars, so we're going to crown some winners. Here we go.
There you go. We're going to have a whole lot of fun. First up, round number 1, Super Street on deck right now. Brandon Cincinnati out of Clarksville, the runner of the 63 Chevy 2 times. They're looking for a 1090. Taking on Ryan Locke out of Indianapolis, a 24-year-old accountant. You need somebody to run your books for you. There you go. He's on the Jeg side.
I'll tell you what, they've had the polish and rags out early this morning, and these cars are really shining and with the sun bright down on top of them. We got some Wallies to send home somewhere. Let's get started. 1090, Super Street till we run out of Super Street. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Stock Eliminator, stand by. All right, 2 green lights are starting us out on the right side of the Christmas tree. Our winner goes my way. Ryan Locke took the stripe second, takes the win, 1093. Brandon Cincinnati took the stripe first by 500s, breaks out by 300s.
Now we'll bring up Todd Cincinnati over on the Budweiser side. His 80 Malibu, he's got 408 cubic inches of Chevrolet power.
Jim Kreitzer's Super Street Beretta, he's got it pointed towards the southwest, trying to turn on a wind light. Jim Unum, the crew chief down there for Jim.
Taylor Cincinnati, and behind the 80 Malibu wagon. I wonder if in 1980 the Chevrolet thought that a Malibu wagon was ever going to be running 10.9 seconds in a quarter mile.
Well, it probably started its life out hauling the kids on vacation or to school, and yeah, you're right.
That's what an SUV looked like back in the day.
Yes. All right, they're doing it right with the tree down there. Boy, look at Todd way out front. Jim turning on the horsepower down there. Can he get it done? Double breakout win for Jim Kreitzer. He goes 2 hun under. Todd goes 3 hun under. That was tight down there on the double breakout.
That'll bring up Matt Riley, the runner out of Springfield, at 69 Camaro. 421 cubic inches of Chevrolet power on the Budweiser side.
Well, the upholstery shop owner is Brownsville, Kentucky, Terry, and it's over. Terry just threw 3 Cheerios on his time slip taking off. He's your winner.
Can't get better than that in round number 1. Third pair up, trip zip on the side for your winner, Terry Torrance.
Terry kind of just eased it across the stripe, 1097 down there.
Attention in the pits. First call, Stock Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, we need you. The eligible by Tommy Mattingly, car number 3203, will pull you out over to the side. side in lane 4. Stock Eliminator, we need you to lanes 5 and 6.
All right, just please don't match up to where you're running heads up with your partner. Random pairings, first round. I got Mark Smith, the former Super Street Division III champion. He'll take the Mustang down the right lane.
On my side, on the Budweiser side of the track, Jeremy Shell out of Lawrenceburg, the Chevy S10 2000 model, 385 cubic inches of bow tie power.
So Mark Smith, the attorney, is he going to negotiate a win down here at the finish line? We'll see. Mark don't want a timeout. How about that?
Look at that, identical reaction times. Jeremy Shell out front running.
Mark Smith's got that big power down there. Can he get it done?
Coming off the throttle stop, he's your winner on your side, 1089.5, double breakout. The attorney negotiated the win successfully that round.
Right. Go ahead.
Jason Satterley, runner out of Lawrenceburg, 1999 Firebird Formula, 302 cubic inches of Pontiac power.
All right, Nicole Vandewalker in the 73 Duster. Now we got an attorney out there.
I wonder if they're related. Maybe not related, but related by business. Looks like it a little bit.
6th thou separating them at the start. Winner Nicole Vandewalker, right lane, took the stripe first by 9 thou. 1095 to 1097. I think there was some pacing going on down there.
Dylan Childress, the 74 Vega, 468 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet power, going to negotiate the Budweiser side.
The accountant out of Terre Haute, Allison Prose, runner-up last weekend at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park at the Division III opener. Runner-up is trying to get out of first round.
Allison, she's been on a little bit of a roll lately. On the deck side. Stock Eliminator, second call. Stock Eliminator, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Stock Eliminator, second call. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Stockers, come on down.
Well, I'll tell you what, Allison won that at the start, had about a 400ths advantage at the start, and takes the win down at the top end.
Marshall Glass out of Hopkinsville, he's got the 70 Chevy Nova headed down the Budweiser side.
Ronnie Maggard, 70 Chevelle, ready to go. Not ready to go home to Lebanon, Tennessee yet.
1970, a nice year right here on the starting line. Two muscle cars from that era.
It looks like Marshall was off the stops first. Ronnie Maggard bringing it, coming. Got it. 1090 with a 4 for Maggard. 048 on the tree, had 3 thou up front. Marshall actually took the stripe first by 19 thou.
Ronnie right on time, moving on into round number 2. Jim Unum, the runner out of Ohio with his 1990 Chevy Beretta, big block power, trying to negotiate the Budweiser side.
That's Matt and Kara Forbes' race car just down the street in Horse Cave, Kentucky.
Once again, Stock Eliminator, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Stock Eliminator, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. 52 cars made the call yesterday. In qualifying, Stock Eliminator, random pairing again for round number 1.
Matt Forbes had the only green light in that pair, and it was a good one. 004, 1091 out the back door, and Jim Unum uncharacteristically red lit and ran 1091 as well.
Well, once again, Stock Eliminator, we need you. I think we're seeing the eligible buy in round number 1, Tommy Mattingly.
Again, Stock Eliminator, just please do not line up random pairing first round so that we have a heads-up race. We do not want that. So make sure your dancing partner don't have the same letter designations that you do on your glass.
No heads-up run first round. Once again, no heads-up runs in the first round of Stock Eliminator.
Hey, we need to put a standby call out for Super Comp. Super Comp, get them ready.
Super Comp, that's pretty much the long, skinny ones that we saw a whole lot of yesterday in Top Dragster and in Super Quick.
Ryan Hart, when we call Super Comp, you'll have the eligible buy. Car 2483, Ryan Hart. When we call you in Super Comp, you'll have the eligible buy. We'll place you in lane 4 when you come up here.
That's Flying Ryan. He's out of the Memphis area. He's one of those guys that I know from racing down there in Memphis, and so he and his family are up here. So once again, we are in Super Street right now. They're trying to run 10.90 seconds. Laurel Morris out of Rogersville, Alabama, came up to have some fun in her Pontiac Trans Am.
Well, here's our potential buy, Greg Carter. So this will be at the end of our Super Street class. He's got the first gen Camaro out of Franklin, Kentucky. Wonder if that's a Shafferoff engine, that SHAF abbreviation 540.
Man, that's a name that haven't heard for a while, but
Right.
a very prominent name
Yep.
in engine building for a long, long time.
Looks like Greg's got them wheelie bars tied up high. He's going to let the front end come up, but the throttle stop will probably manage that, not let it get too crazy. Good race. Greg squirts out there, and Laurel Morris with that big Pontiac is making hay down here on the left side.
Chasing.
Oh, Greg Carter goes across the stripe second, takes the win, 10.93. He was 200ths bet for the better up front. Laurel Morris, stripe first by 200, breaks out by the same. All right.
Stock Eliminator's coming around the bend. If you're not there, once again, make sure in first round you're not running someone in the same class. Be sure that you are not running someone in the same class first round of Stock Eliminator.
What a beautiful day. You got to look hard to see clouds in the sky. Here's what we got currently. We're 69 degrees, 80% humidity, uncorrected barometer 29.52, southeast wind at 6 miles an hour, kind of a gentle breeze. Water grains 88.4, density altitude 1,781 feet. That'll get us started today, and you know, Glenn and Warren, that'll change. Supposed to be a little warmer today.
There we go. Certainly a Chamber of Commerce day today right here in Bowling Green. Friday started when our test and tune, we were kind of fighting the raindrops, and then the clouds kind of gave way, and we had a break in that. We're able to get in some test and tune running on Friday. A full day yesterday that wrapped up with our super quick series. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. What a fantastic show that was last night. And then, of course, Johnny Rakes. All right, coming right at you, Stock Eliminator. 52 cars made the call yesterday. And this ought to be a whole lot of fun. Darren Morris, iStock Automatic. Remember they qualified on the index yesterday. They're running on the dial-in today. His 66 Chevelle, he's looking for an 1187 on the Budweiser side.
Oh, the gorgeous 91 Formula out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Tom Reese, he's running Q-Stock Automatic. Boy, they got them rims polished up, shining like diamonds today.
Tell you what, we got to have our sunglasses on today.
Okay, just like Super Street, we start out with 2 green lights right here in Stock Eliminator. Tell you what, Tom is way down there. Can Darren get there? Double breakout win. Tom Reese breaks out by 5 thou, and 500s break out for Darren Morris, and that's that show.
Jeff Smith, a hospital director, so if anybody's having an issue, I wonder if we should go chase him down. This H-Stock Automatic 83 Camaro looking for 1151 on the Budweiser side.
Well, a new town I'm not familiar with, Rhineville, Kentucky, H-Stock Automatic, 1055 in the bank. He wants to withdraw all that money from the finish line. Boy, it's tight down there. Hey, you got a winner.
Jeff Smith, 1156 on 1151, took the stripe first. Osborne with a bad reaction time, started with a 1, and that spells his day done for the day. Gary Summers, Qualified number 1 at minus 133, U stock. Ford 302 looking for 1330 with his little small block stick car on the Bud side.
Boy, this could be a final. Doug Duell, C-Stock Automatic 1027. There they go. Somebody's in, like you said, in big trouble. Doug Duell takes it easily. 1044 taking the stripe first off the 1027. You know who didn't get the light.
That's right, Gary Summers. Reaction time started with a 2. Jimmy Gower out of Litchfield is 66 Chevelle. Whole lot of race car and a little bit of engine. 283 powers his O-Stock 66 Chevelle, looking for a 1230 headed down the Budweiser side.
The F-Stock car, Dave Walter, will be shifting gears down the right side, 1080 dial. 66 Nova. The car show's been outstanding, and we're just getting started, gang. Oh, and Dave Walter's going to kick himself when he sees his opponent with a reaction time starting with a 1, and Dave's got the 007 red to work with.
He goes red. Gower goes 1238 with a 4 on a 1230. He was 152 on the tree. He'll have to tighten that up for the next round.
That's the break of the morning so far.
Mike Robinson is 78 Corvette I-Stock Automatic, dialed under at 1183 on the Budweiser side.
Another Nova out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Lester Rogers, G-Stock Automatic, 1119. He'll chase the vet. This is Corvette hometown, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Gotta go.
78 model for Robinson, qualified number 50 in the program at minus 41 under.
Wife went over there to see the tour at the vet plant. Red light start, Lester Rogers, you're the winner.
Mike Robinson, he'll be moving on into round number 2. Let's see if he runs it out the back door. He's got an 1183 dialed on the window, 1187, 110 miles an hour, moving on into round number 2. That'll bring up Randy Eakins out of Sykeston, Missouri, our favorite occupation. He is retired. His factory stock G, 2010 Drag Pack Challenger, $1031.
Little town north of Nashville, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Mike Wellfell, the machinist. He'll be busy in that car. The F-Stock stick car, 1107, leaves first. What about? Whoa, where are you going, Mike? Mike was taking the scenic route. That could hurt him. And it did not. Mike Wellfell goes 1109, taking the strike first. And Randy Eakins gave it up. 1 in front of the RT's. Not going to help you.
Couldn't run the number. That'll bring up Jerry Bennett out of Hickory. E-Stock Automatic. His 70 CUDA, 70 Plymouth Duster rather. 340 cubic inches of Plymouth power. $1053 on the window.
Here's a Rob Dollarville, the 66 Chevelle, in-stock automatic, 1222. He'll fire away out of the right lane. Deck.com. We're going to wait on this one. Can the Duster get there?
3,000ths of a second, separating them at the reaction time. Win light to your side.
Yep, Jegs.com lane 1 hun over the dial, taking the stripe by 4 hun. Your driver went 200ths over, no good.
That'll bring up Jeff Alessio out of Hendersonville. That's around the Nashville area. He's our local drug dealer for you. 350 cubic inches of power in his 77 Chevy Nova.
I got a car salesman.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Could not make the call. Looks like Alessio could not make the call.
That's an unusual color for the Mustang, but I like it. Different is not always bad. Car salesman. 1192, and he was kind of fighting the car going down track.
Yeah, made a move toward the center line there, probably about 1,000 feet, but he got it steered in. George Warren out of Greenbrier, another local runner, 390 cubic inches of Ford power, 1093 on the dial for his E-Stock Automatic Fairlane.
Jim Watson, V-Stock Automatic, 1481 dial, the Rock Crusher. Zip code, and George Warren is hoping that that Ford is tuned up.
He's chasing. Wind light says, got him. 1094.9 on 1093. Jim Watson could not run the number. He was 700 over. Warren moving on into round number next. Jim Kurzenberger out of Soddy Daisy, Tennessee, in his factory Superstock C. Scott Lamar looks as if he's supposed to be there. Kurzenberger throws up a trip zip, bag of donuts on the tree. He is prepared for this round of stock eliminated. He's looking for 971, runs 992, clicked it off a little bit early on the top end. Josh Weissman out of E-Town, Kentucky, G-Stock Automatic 91 Corvette. He's looking for an 1104 on the Budweiser side.
Aircraft Mechanic. Hey, there we go. That's different. 69 Camaro, the D-Stock stick car, Brian Rogers.
If you've ever seen that car close up on the inside, that's the one with the black vinyl seats and crushed velour inlay.
Good race. They're watching each other's front bumper already. 1,000-foot finish line will gobble them up. Winner Brian Rogers crosses the stripe second. Josh took the stripe by 4 hun, breaks out by 2 hun. Great start. Rogers 1186 off the 1083 or 1086, 300s over. Rogers winner.
Next up, 10 Weishappel, the runner out of Indiana, 283 cubic inches of 66 Bel Air. That's a whole lot of hot rod and a little bitty mouse motor in it. 1315 the dial. He's going to be rowing gears down the Budweiser side.
You get all the cool cars on the left side there, the Bud lane. Jegs.com represented by Rob Holmes as J-Stock Automatic. The 77 Formula, 400 cubic inch. He's a sheet metal worker, so he can fix his own dents in his passenger car. 1145 for Rob Holmes.
Weishappel, he's going to wind it up to about 75,000 RPM. Dump the clutch going down the Budweiser side. A little bitty small mouse motor and about a 10,000-pound race car. That's about 10 pounds of fun and about a 5-pound box. Attention in the pits, attention in pits. Super Comp, first call. Super Comp, your first call. Ryan Hart, you've got the eligible buy. Car number 2483 in lane 4. We're going to pull you out of lane 5 and 6. Super Comp, you should be in lane 5 and 6. Ryan Hart, we're going to pull you out and put you in lane 4.
That big Firebird making hay down there. He's catching the wagon. Wagon's in trouble. The hood dropped early on in that run. Hope Rob's got a rear view mirror and easing it across. He does. 1172, 1145. Holmes gets it done. Tim had some power with that Bel Air wagon.
Yeah, something not going the right way. The car just kind of went silent or dropped, like you said, just before half track. So he finally gets it across the finish line. Once again, Super Comp, your first call to lanes 5 and 6. Ryan Hart, you've got the eligible buy. We're going to pull you into lane 4. Ryan Hart, the runner out of Memphis, you will be in lane 4 for the eligible buy. Car number 2483, Ryan Hart. That's one of my racers out of Memphis. Tommy Turner out of Tompkinsville, the 85 Mustang. He's got 302 cubic inches of Ford power. He's going to be rowing those gears on the Budweiser side.
On the Jegs.com lane, Julie Bierman, Firebird. We'll let him roast the tires. So Bierman out of Xenia, Ohio, running the D-Stock Automatic 1061 dial, and the Jag Super Quick will be headed up to Xenia later on in the year for a double-header race.
Tell you what, how much fun was that last night?
I'm telling you, they put on a show, didn't they?
That was a whole lot of fun. I believe that the field that we were just checking earlier was separated by just about 1/10 of a second from number 1 to number 32, separated by 1/10 of a second.
I'm going to drop in here. Super Stock, standby only. Super Stock, standby call only. Super Stock, standby call only.
Little bitty
time.
302 stick car going to be rolling here down the
Race is on. Super Comp, need you to 5 and 6. Super Comp to 5 and 6. Come on. Bierman, can they get it done? Yes, they do. 1065 off the 1061. Got 3 hun up front, took the stripe first by 100. That was the margin of victory for Julie.
I'll bring up Daryl Keene, the runner out of Bowling Green. He's semi-retired. The Beech front wheel stock, 2,000 Grand Am. He's going to dial in a 1399.
How did we get through the snow without front wheel drive? Mark Poole's going to wait. 5 dial with the F-Stock Automatic. The CUDA is on the move. Boy, he's got the lasso out. Can he get it done down at the top end? Mark Poole, winner. As the performance fell off, it looks like a little bit for Daryl Keene, but the 2 in front of the number on the reaction time spelled Daryl's doom. Mark Poole took the win. 1095 off the 1085.
Once again, we need Super Comp to lanes
5 and 6.
5 and 6. Super Comp, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Ryan Hart, you have the eligible bye. We're going to put you in lane 4. Car number 2483, Flying Ryan Hart. You've got the eligible bye in round number 1.
Well, the A-Stick car out of Central City, Kentucky, first-gen Camaro, Shane Smith, 1027 is the plan.
Say hi to Marissa Hammond, the runner out of Louisville, her H-Stock automatic 83 Camaro. She's going to get the head start looking for an 1136 on the Budweiser side.
Shane Smith, the stunt man. Let's see if he pulls a stunt down the finish line.
Lists his occupation as Brad Pitt stunt double. How much fun would that be?
Warren's like, okay. Hey, the Camaro's going to win. Whoa, look at Shane Smith checking out the foam block as he went by. He didn't hit it, but he was looking at it.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Marissa. 11:42 at 107. Shane Smith, the car fell off.
Looking at Shane Smith, just kind of watching him down there at the deep end. He's over close to the wall, like maybe he had some mechanical issues. Maybe he's afraid that maybe I would think he would stop if he thought he was leaking something. But
yeah, hopefully everything's okay.
Yep.
So don't forget, drivers, if something's not right with a race car, if you're trying to head down the racetrack, try to pull out of the groove if you can. So if you're leaking something or what have you, that way we don't get it right in the middle of the lane.
And again, we appreciate that. I got Caleb McFarland over here on the right side, the A-Stick stalker. Formula Firebird, 1002's the dial, Jegs Lane.
Anthony Hughes is my runner on the Budweiser side. K-Stock automatic, looking for an 1169 with his 66 Chevy shoebox.
Oh, nice wheels up on for McFarland as he's got the power down to them rear tires. Here he comes, coming. You're winning.
Win light, my guy Hughes, 1170 on 1169. Took the stripe first, got there first. McFarland was late on the tree, letting the clutch out.
He was dead on the number with a deuce, but I'll tell you what, the reaction time 200's deficit cost him.
Spelled his doom.
I got Donnie Vaught's E-Stick car, the aggregate relocator, first gen Camaro, right side, 1075.
My runner's George Cox out of Memphis, A-Stock automatic. I think that's one of Amy Falk's former car. He's looking for 1023 on the Budweiser side.
All right, again, Super Top. 5 and 6. Red light start, George Cox, Donnie Vaught gets a free run down the dig.com lane. The wind light's already shining. How about it? 1080 off the 1075. Donnie goes to round 2.
George could not wait long enough. My runner's Jamie Summers, the in-stick automatic entry. He's a farmer right out of Franklin from right down the road. 1217 the dial on the Budweiser side.
Another 68 Camaro, the auto consultant out of the Manchester, Ohio area. Meet Brett McFarland. The A-Stick car, 1011. Stock class, they've been rolling down the highway, putting on a show.
A couple of stick cars going to be rowing those gears as they're headed down the quarter mile.
Whoa! I'll tell you what, Brett McFarland unloaded the power. That car went sideways. We see the tracks up here. That's going to make the race a little longer for Brett. But he's got the W, 1023 off the 1011. That long journey probably made the time slip look like that. Summers took the stripe first by 600, breaks out by 500ths, and Brett will take it the next round journey.
Jamie Summers is going to kick himself, so when he gets his time slip, he should have been looking in the rearview mirror because McFarland fell off on the elapsed time.
Yeah, took the long journey. We see the marks up here and couldn't find the brake pedal.
Once again, we've called Super Comp the lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Super Comp the lanes 5 and 6. Flying Ryan Hart, you have got the eligible bye. We're going to pull you out and put you in lane number 4.
All right, again, Super Stock, stand by. Super Stock, stand by. The same game goes for Super Stock. Please do not line up to create a heads-up race first round. Okay. All right, again, a little break in the action as we'll be getting into our bracket classes here a little later on. Our bracket classes will actually have a time trial, and it looks like our bracket classes will get one time trial, and Super Pro, Sportsman, Juniors, and Pro ET will be following in that order after we run Super Gas round 1. So again, Super Pro, Sportsman, Junior Dragsters, Pro ET, you'll get one time trial, and then you will go into eliminations. And from what I understand, Super Pro, Pro, and Sportsman, you will also be running for a Wally. Junior Dragsters, your Wally competition will be in August for your Wally chances. Just want to make that clear.
All right, listen up. Attention to pits for all the bracket racers, Super Pro, Sportsmen, all of you guys. The tech shed is open. Be sure to take your car by the tech shed. Make sure it goes through tech. Take your tech card. Be sure to sign it on the bottom, Ron, and drop it at the bottom in the bucket at the bottom of the tower.
That'll save you a trip from us calling you back up later on. And also, please make sure on your tech card that you put the number on your tech card that you're actually running on your race car.
Really important.
We do have a problem. You know, sometimes the tracks will assign a number, but if you have an official number on your race car, just scratch out that assigned number and put your official number on your tech card that's actually on your race car.
Yeah, if we call out the wrong driver and the wrong car and what have you, they yell at the announcers.
Right. Carolyn's just right next door.
She's going to be banging on this window all day long, I bet.
So if you haven't turned your tech cards in, please do so as soon as you can so Carolyn has an opportunity to get those put in before you hit the racetrack. Let's go racing.
All right, looks like everything's clean and green on the top end. My guy's on the Budweiser side, that's Tyler Bohannon. Tell you what, he's one of the busier guys race car owner, driver, promoter, and about to get married. He's got 1053 written on the window of his Chevy Corvette.
This could be a final, but it's first round. T.C. Morris just off that win last weekend at Lucas Oil Raceway, Indianapolis Raceway Park. E-Stock Automatic and the Mosier car, Tyler Bohannon. Are you kidding me? A round 1 matchup like this? And like the champions that they are, they don't give up much on the starting line. You got the win.
Winner, Tyler Bohannon dinner, 1053 on 1053. 9 on the dial, throws up a 9-pack on the dial in, moving on into round number 2.
Man.
Jeff Sharp out of Louisville, 67 Chevelle Malibu. iStock Automatics got 1152, looking for it on the Budweiser side.
Well, Hickory, Kentucky is where Larry Hill sleeps through the week, as he's got an A-Stock Automatic with a 1049 dial, and he's going to light up the jegs.com scoreboard if Jeff Sharp lets him.
Off and running, somebody's in trouble, but here comes Larry Kudo with that 446 pack to go. He's chasing, got it.
Larry Hill gets it done with room to spare. Got to the stripe first by 2 thou, and I'm going to tell you, he ran a 1058 off the 1049, and I'm going to leave that right there. You can figure out who didn't get the light.
Ricky Stevens in his 66 Chevy Nova, the J-Stock Automatic, 283 cubic inches of small block power, looking for 1159 on the Budweiser side.
How about my 79 Malibu wagon? We'll put Bob Robbins in the wheel. M-Stock Well, 12:26, cutting it fine down there as Bob Robbins takes the win off the 12:21. He was 008 up front, took the stripe by 7, Hun, and Ricky just was not in that race.
Ricky Stevens missed the tree bad there. Amanda Maggard out of Lebanon, her 84 Olds Cutlass, 305 cubic inches of power. She's got K-Stock automatic on the window, looking for an 1165 on the Budweiser side.
J-Stock automatic, the pretty 71 blue Cutlass, double L, Larry Lewis at the wheel, 1198 dial. He's in the jegs lane. All right, Amanda rocking it in, still waiting. There we go. Whoa! Mercy, good thing Larry had a steering wheel in that car. He gave up the run very quickly.
Went right for the center line over on the jeg side. Amanda Maggart, she had a rear view mirror. She goes 1199. Tapped on the brakes on the finish line. Moving on into round number 2. Lewis, his day is done as he almost went straight for the center line.
All right, Super Comp. Hopefully you are in the lanes back there. I see a big long line of you. The Super Comp parade will be coming out here in a bit. Super Comp, hopefully you're in the lanes. And again, Ryan Hart, car 2483, you're my eligible buy.
My drivers on the Budweiser side, Mike McDonald and his 69 Chevy Nova, F-Stock automatic, 1125 the dial.
I got the K-Stocker with a stick. That's the engine builder out of Somerset, Kentucky. And that is Mike Taylor with an 1171 dial. Super Stock, standby only. Super Stock, standby call only. Our eligible buy in Super Stock when we call you will be Matt Morris, car 3147. Is trying to get it, but I don't know if he's going to run out of room down there.
He's chasing, nope, went like jeg side.
Mike Taylor took the stripe first by 5 thou, runs 1177. He backed in for the win down there.
Tell you what, I'm picking a Camaro to win this one. Kenny Bomar, the runner out of Memphis, 73-year-old speed shop owner, calls the car the Great Pumpkin. Dialed an 1016 double A stock automatic on the Budweiser side.
Well, we got the red lights flashing on the tree, and now we're back at it, ready to go with Donnie Beeler. Dialing 11 flat with his F-Stock. Got the door open, waiting for curb service, I guess. He'll dial 11 flat in his 67 Camaro.
Tell you what, I'm picking the Camaro to win this one. You going to take that bet?
I'll tell you what, looking at the two cars, I love the taillights better on the 69 and the 67.
Here comes that big block, chasing down the small block. Bomar, he's chasing. Got him. 1018 on 1016. He was 20 on the tree. Donnie Beeler missed a number up front, missed a number on the big end too. Bomar's day, and he is moving on.
This is sweet. We got a wagon to finish this up, looks like.
Tommy Mattingly out of Louisville, a 65 Chevelle wagon, 327 cubic inches of small block power. His L-Stock automatic entry, dialed an 1171. He's going to make a solo pass down the Budweiser side. Once again, I believe Super Stock, you are on standby. Super Stock, you're on standby. Super Comp is in the lanes. Ryan Hart, we've got him pulled out for the eligible buy. How about Tommy Mattingly? Look at that. He's 16 on the tree in round number 1 of Stock Eliminator, showing, hey, I came to play today and I came to win. He's going to tighten him out. He's 16 on the tree, missed the dive by 1/1000th of a second at 110 miles an hour. And that will do it for round number 1 of Stock Eliminator, partner.
Wow, I'm telling you, we're rolling down the highway. Hey, Super Stock, you're on standby, and our eligible buy will be our runner-up, as you brought to my attention in the Super Stock combo last night. Matt Morris, you'll have the potential buy in Super Stock.
How much fun was that watching the final between Matt Morris and Johnny Rakes? Heads up for all the marbles in the Clay Jones race last night.
Warren Evans said You can't get any better than that. Heads up for a final. All right, dragracer.tv. Tell your friends, tell your family. It is available on YouTube. Warren Evans bringing us the great camera angles. How about that 4-link dragster, Scott Lamar, on the right side?
Nathan Prose is on the left side, the runner out of Terre Haute. 17-year-old Collision Center manager. He's got 632 cubic inches of power in his 2015 American chassis.
Well, Scott Lamar, he came up here to cool off from Hawthorne, Florida with his Mullis chassis dragster. And, well, the favorite engines of this class is big and bigger.
That's absolutely right. And in one of our favorite occupations here up on the announce deck, Scott Lamar says he is retired as well. Maybe
Well,
one of these days the three of us can get there.
well, I'm somewhat there, but yeah. I'm very fortunate that I was able to semi-retire and still stay active. But I've got a big honeydew list. And Scott Lamar, let's go with the button 025 RED. You got the winner.
Nathan Prose is clean and green. Look at that.
Bert, look at
He's
that.
clean and green. 007 on the dial. Nathan Prose says he's ready for action here today. That'll bring up Chris Sullivan, the 2009 Racecraft over in the Budweiser side.
Tyler Sizemore, check out the housing on the very end.
You can see that almost all the way down at the very far end of the racetrack, the rear end housing painted color in that cool kind of blue looking. And one of the things that we love about Super Comp, Super Quick, and Top Dragster or what have you, the difference in the chassis manufacturers. You'll see a chassis, one manufacturer, for example, these are two Racecraft cars, and some of the suspensions are different. For example, on the M&Ms and some of the others, they'll have the rear shock absorbers on the outside of the rear end housing. Danny Nelson prefers to put it on the inside of the frame rails.
Yeah. Some very intelligent chassis builders out there, as Tyler Sizemore. Tyler squirts out Sullivan with that big horsepower, and he gets it done.
891.4, 174. Tyler Sizemore's day is done when he broke out on the top end.
Tyler had the light, but he got down there too quick, breaks out.
My guy's Terry Kamler over in the Budweiser side, the runner out of Illinois.
And Bob Prose had a great year last year, and as Warren Evans alluded to, was in the hunt for the Super Comp Championship right down to the end of the year. Ended up number 3 in the world. And I'm telling you, with a class as competitive as this is, you can finish in the top 10. You've had a great year.
Kathy Kamler, she's the crew chief for Terry out there. Attention in the pit, super stock. Attention in the pit, super stock. This is your first call. Super stock to lanes 5 and 6. Super stock to lanes 5 and 6. Matt Moore, you have got the eligible buy. Once again, Matt Moore, you got the eligible buy. You go to lounge rate, lane number 4.
Bob Prose is on that red-eye flight southbound, road 19 RED ball.
Dead set for today. He's 002 on the tree. Terry Kamler moving on to round number next. Devin Eisenhower, the 25-year-old engineer, another one of our favorite occupations, is going to be making the tour down the Budweiser side.
Todd Cincinnati out of Clarksville, Tennessee. That is a beautiful area with a lot of development going on. That's a Danny Nelson race car. One of the smaller block engines of the class, but that doesn't matter. A small block with a lot of heart.
Almost 200 cubic inches of power. Almost 200 cubic inches of power in the larger engine for Devin Eisenhower in the Budweiser side.
Well, Todd Cincinnati's got a tough customer. Devin, fresh off that Super Comp win last weekend at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. The land of the winners, Division III, getting started with their season.
Eisenhower number 4 in the world last year in Super Comp.
Number 4. Not going to say a word. They've got racing radios they can communicate. We'll leave the reaction times to the end. Cincinnati gets to the stripe first by 100, breaks out by 4 thou. The win goes your way.
Devin Eisenhower perfect on the dial in, 8.90000. Moving on into round number 2, the number 4 driver in the world last year, double tough customer. Derek Denny out of Ashland City. He's got the Mullis chassis over in the Budweiser side.
Hey, if you need a Super Comp or a Super Pro car, go see Dutch Stamper. He's walking back there from Jen Liggett's dragster. Got a cool looking piece, and if you want a dragster to buy, go see Dutch Stamper.
So we're talking about the different chassis configurations. You can see on the Mullis dragster and the Budweiser side, they also have the shock absorbers on the outside of the rear end housing.
Yep. They are way out front.
Here comes Derek Denny off the stop. He's going to be chasing down top end. Got her 906 at 149. Jen could not run the number. She goes 916. Her day is done. Denny is moving on into round number 2.
They're still sorting that car out.
Nick Eisenhower, number 5 in the world last year, the runner out of the Indianapolis area. He's got the 2015 on the Budweiser side. 2015 American chassis on the Budweiser side.
So in Super Comp, Warren Evans, we've had number 3 in the world. We had number 4. This is number 5 in the world in Super Comp. Nick Breesaw over there on the right side. Well, he's got a tough customer, the young Nick Eisenhower. And Nick Breesaw, Madison, Alabama. He's not ready to go back south yet, but he's got to cut down a good racer over there in the Bud lane.
Eisenhower from up in your neck of the woods, my friend. He's up around from the Indianapolis area.
Absolutely. Brownsburg is basically almost connected to Lucas Oil Raceway as the development has exploded around that area. Red light start for Nick. He knew he had to be up on the wheel.
Eisenhower 60 on the reaction time. Ran it out the back door a little too fast, but that doesn't matter because Breesaw fouled out first. Eisenhower moving on into round number 2. My guy Scott Wright on the Budweiser side, the 2000 Worthy chassis, again with the suspension shock absorbers on the outside of the rear end housing.
2 monostrut dragsters on the line. This is Allison Prose, the youngster, the versatile driver who was runner-up Super Street last weekend at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. And all right, you can hit that when I'm getting
ready.
There
we go. Scott Wright took home the victory in the Super Quick race last night, the JEG Super Quick Series. Fantastic show they put on last night. Hey, Super Stock, we need you to lanes 5 and 6.
Scott Wright's got that Oakley power over there in the left-hand lane. Right, and does. Gets to the stripe first by 18 thou. Had about 2.5 hundredths up front advantage. Runs 892 to Scott Wright's quicker 891, but Allison Prose winner.
Tells you how tough the competition was. Last night's Super Quick winner out in round number 1 of Super Comp today.
That's what I love about the sport. It is so unpredictable.
Butch Crowley, the runner out of Evansville, 632 cubic inches of power, his weapon of choice over in the Budweiser side.
And top fuel driver, Sean Langdon. He's won a lot of championships at various forums. He's in the jegs.com lane. Junior dragster champ, top double champ, top fuel champ. I'm going to watch the numbers for Sean Langdon. Okay, Sean runs 903, takes the win. How does that possible? Well, Crowley had a .478 reaction time.
That spells doom just about any day of the week right there. Mark Sizemore, the runner out of Indiana, the 52-year-old mechanic, he likes the Race Tech chassis over in the Budweiser side.
Brian Casson went deep into eliminations yesterday out of Evansville, Indiana, and Debbie Crick is the crew for the Brian Casson race team.
Once again, Super Stock, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Stock, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Matt Morris, you'll pull out of the lanes in the lane number 4 for the eligible buy. Super Stock, we need you. Come on down, drivers.
So differences in the cars. The hood scoop for Brian sits up than the other two. Mark is on the red side of the tree, and Brian will go to round number 2. Brian goes 8875. I'm going to say he was holding a few And he's your winner, Brian Casson.
Mark Sizemore couldn't wait for the button to let go of the button. 12th out, and his day is done. Chris Mullins, the runner out of Illinois. Here we go. An electrical lineman. He likes the Chromeworks chassis for his weapon of choice.
Yeah, and I know Warren wants us to play the song The Wichita Lineman every time that Chris Mullins comes up. Dave Forbes, he'll back it up. He'll line it up out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. Horse Cave, not too far from here. And Chevrolet is going to provide the horsepower. Harley Mullins and Chris on the left side, they just got an engine put back together. It was damaged a few races ago, had to wait for parts, and they are just debuting that car again on the circuit this weekend.
All right, Super Stock, if you're not in the lanes, you are just about late. Super Stock, if you are not in the lanes, you're just about late. We've called you several times. Come on, Super Stock.
And 006. Forbes, a great 007 light, free run down the right side, 8866 winner, Forbes.
Throws up a James Bond over there. All right, here comes my guy, Ryan Hart, the runner out of Memphis. Some local racers that we have there whenever we were having the races at Memphis Motorsports Park, formerly also known as Memphis International Raceway. He's a local competitor there.
Super Gas, you are on standby. Super Gas, you're on standby. My eligible buy is car B216, Nick Breesall. Super Gas, stand by. How about an 891 off the Super Comp index there for the accountant? Another accountant. Boy, they're going to catch the electricians and the retired people, and yeah.
And the engineers and what have you.
Yeah.
Warren says he needs about 2 accountants immediately. Would I lie, Warren Evans?
What's the old cliche? If you want to be a millionaire racing, you got to start out with $5 million.
That's right. Well, looks like our lanes are filling up with super stock. How much fun was that last night? The Clay Jones Memorial Race heads-up run in the final to win it all between Johnny Rakes and Matt Morris. They put on a heck of a show in the money run.
They absolutely did, and I think Warren Evans was he was probably the happiest person in the tower up here, that heads up in the final. It can't get any better than that, Warren. Warren Evans, he's over here keeping everything. Yep, he's having his healthy breakfast, his dot pretzels, and I heard they're kind of addictive. I think that's his secret for staying awake on them long trips across the country, them dot pretzels.
Warren's going to slide on into my spot and help call Super Stock. Take it away, Warren.
Thank you, Glenn. I told you my secret yesterday.
Yes, I remember.
Cocaine, lots of it.
Oh, mercy.
That is a joke, people. I do not need an intervention. We're all good.
All right.
Super Stock, round 1 coming up. Qualifying ended up with Logan Bellinger, your number 1 qualifier yesterday, and James Hill, number 2. We had 7 cars in the 1 second zone yesterday after 2 rounds of qualifying. This morning, random pair and no heads up, so I hope you guys are gauging yourselves accordingly over there. We do not want to see any heads up here in round number 1. Random pairing, and we will put you on the ladder beginning with round number 2. 45 cars headed down the quarter mile yesterday. I think a couple of them have gone home since we saw them last. But for those remaining, should be a great 6 rounds of competition. So for those of you that have already run this morning, our Super Street, Stock, probably don't have Super Comp up yet, but it's coming. Super Street and Stock ladders are posted at the tech trailer, so you'll know who will run whom in round number 2. Stop by the tech trailer so you can be ready to go. Bob Morris starts out first over here on the Budweiser side of the track. Factory GTJ 98 Mustang. Nick Morris campaigned that car for a long time and did as well as runner-up in the country with it a couple years ago. He's got a 10 flat on the window. Right side Ronnie Douglas. Wheels down, away he goes. Morris on the chase, a lot of ground to make up. In a lot of trouble, and Ronnie Dutton shows him that he was in trouble. He's crossed the stripe by a 1/10.5 and still wins on the double breakout. Ronnie Dutton, your winner. Gary Summers comes up now with the 1-of-1 convertible Cobra Jet. 429 Ford Machine Factory Super Stock E. Franklin, Kentucky. He has rolled in and double bulbed. Bryce France. Bryce will now take his time to light the beams. Bryce dial 983. Bryce off the road. Here comes that convertible Mustang. Straightening it out, trying to catch him. Side by side at the finish line. Breaks out by 5. Gary Summers 5 under 905. Got there first by a 1/10 of a second. Broke out by 5. Bryce France wins on the breakout. Frankie Morris comes up next alongside Mike Stokes. Morris left, Stokes right. Morris, Super F Automatic 69 Camaro 396, the SS 396. 1003 is his number. Mike Stokes will be on the chase with an 875 on the Cavaliers. Hear that high winded, small block, singing down there, trying to catch the big block Camaro. Can't get it done. He breaks out trying to get there. 872 at 149. He took 6 and broke out by 3 of them. Frankie Morris, your winner, 10-10 at 129 to move on to round 2. Stephen Bellinger, Elizabeth, Indiana, left side, the 67 Camaro. Super Stock H, 3-pedal car on the left. Alongside Austin Alvey. Austin already having a great year, and we're only in May. First 2 races he showed up at, had a passenger going home with him, Mr. Wally. Now, right side out. Takes him out of the beans and heads for the other end. He's looking at 957. Bellinger at 973. Top end, a double breakout win. Goes to Austin Alvey. He was dialed 57. He goes 56.9. 1 thou breakout. Bellinger took more. Broke out by more. We'll find his trailer. Larry Wilson comes up next alongside Mr. Pest Control. Jeremy Duncan, right side. Larry Wilson's GTM 64 Chevy 2, 283 power. 1032 is performance prediction, right side. Jeremy Duncan will spot him 2 bulbs on the tree, a 1 second head start. 932 the dial in, right side. Super B automatic there they go. As it turns out, Duncan's got more than a second to work with. Duncan in control, Duncan for the win. 940 at 127. He was better on the reaction timer by 900ths of a second. Larry Wilson won over 1033 at 126, but gave up too much at the starting line. Here's Jimmy Bridges coming up now. 66 Corvette. 911, the number on the Super Stock B. Big block 427 Corvette. Todd France alongside, number 6 in the division last year. driving Irvin and Gina Johns' Indiana Johns Cavalier. GGG automatic. He gets to go first. Here comes Jimmy. Yanking the gears, trying to get there. Top end says win light on the right side. Todd France, your winner. 9:47 at 1:29. Takes the win. Jimmy Bridges, 9:22, over a tenth off the pace. Jamie Summers, the Super Stang left side, will roll up now left side, Budweiser lane. Franklin, Kentucky, Super Stock in, one of the Super Stang race cars out of the Gary Summers camp. Mitch Autry, right side, the 88 Beretta, Super Gas. Super Gas will put you in lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Nick Breesaw is the eligible buy. Mitch Autry trying to make up a lot of ground and gets it done, gets it on the breakout. Summers was way down there, took over a tenth of the stripe, broke out by 2, 10.92, 2 under on the 10.94. Autry was dead in the water, but runs dead on the safe side and wins via the breakout. Chuck Bohannon and Jim Schechter. How about this matchup? Bohannon left, 67 Corvette. Super C automatic. We've been admiring that car. See green light. Bohannon goes red. Schechter goes on to the next round. The Georgia transplant, 9:51 at 1:39 for the win. Jim Schechter moves on to round number 2. Chuck Bohannon red light start at a 9:39 at 1:41. Once again, Super Gas. Super Gas, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas, 3 and 4. The Super Comp ladder has now been posted at the tech trailer. Stop by over there, take a look. Amy Falk, former world champion, left side, Collierville, Tennessee. The 99 Firebird Super F automatic, 346 cubic inches of Indian power under the hood. 9:49 up on the scoreboard. Alongside Kenny Schindler for Arch Used Parts. We ain't got it, you don't need it. Hendersonville, Tennessee. 68 up and down, away they go. Well, no reaction time Hall of Fame here. But when lights count, and Amy Falk gets one. 9:51 at 1:39. She was better on the tree by 0.02 of a second, which if you look at the time ticket, that ain't saying much. Kenny Schindler out of here in round 1. Jeremy Mudd and George Warren. Listen to Jeremy Mudd when he winds up the rubber band on that Grand Am, the Super C Modified 93 Grand Am, 324 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. George Warren, Thunderbolt. And the red car is out of here via the red light. George Warren on the red light start. His day is done. Jeremy Mudd, 862 at 155 with a free look there. And he'll have it tuned up for round number 2. Once again, Super Gas. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas, bring them on down. Super Gas to the lanes. Chuck Bellinger waits at the ready line right now alongside Avery Duncan. Virtually a heads-up ditto dial as they are dialed 10 flat for Bellinger, 10:02 for Avery Duncan. We'll see them in just a minute. Going to put a little resin out there. Just like the stuff you put on a baseball at a baseball game.
That ditto dial reminds me of Nick Agresta calling the races.
Yes, our old buddy Nick. I often go back and think of all the opportunities you and I both had to sit next to him, call a drag race, and learn from one of the best in the bracket racing business.
And I'll tell you what, his personality, spot on. He is a fine gentleman.
He is a fine gentleman, his whole family. And, you know, it's always inspiring when you talk to Nick, no matter what the circumstance. Because at the end of the conversation, no matter what, last thing he's going to say to you is, do a wheelie. And that has all sorts of positive context. And old Nickaroo, it'll be good to see him again at the bracket finals this September. He is one of the constants every year as a part of that. And old Nickaroo, you're listening in. Hopefully you are. Miss you a lot.
Absolutely, and worked at VP for a lot of years and a fine representative for VP.
You know, even though he's retired from VP, he still has an office there.
That don't surprise me a bit.
Yeah, they're kind of built the place around him out there, and it's always good to hear about Nick. And I know Nick is he's been getting some time out, and he and Linda have been going down to Florida and spending their winters down there, which is a wonderful thing. And but once again, it'll be good to see him at a racetrack sometime soon, I hope.
Well, I know Nick's been through a lot here recently, and to be able to have the opportunity to spend some winters, he has worked hard all of his life, and you know him very well.
Yeah, I had the privilege of being his partner at Coles County Dragway. We meshed very well together. I knew him before that as somebody that worked at the racetrack, family raced at the racetrack, and then got to know him, and just so happy I've ever had the opportunity to do that.
Well, I'm going to say this. We all can understand this. He has a heart as big as Texas.
That is right. Chuck Bellinger rolls into the water box right now, left side. The 96 Firebird Super Stock J Automatic 350 small block Chevrolet. 10 flat up on the scoreboard. Will give up just a touch of a head start. You won't even be able to see it to Avery Duncan's 10.02. Avery Super Stock D Automatic 69 Nova. 396. 69 Nova, to be exact. Super gas to the lane. How about that launch? That's an e-ticket ride right there for Avery as Avery points it towards the sky. Now the business end of the racetrack, and it's Avery for the win. And how about that for Chuck Bellinger? Chuck dialed 10 flat. He goes 10 flat 0, dead on 0, and he's out of here. He's got the L on his time ticket as he gave up 2/10 at the starting line, which sucketh. Mike Morris, Howard Bishop coming up next. Mike left side, New Haven, Kentucky. GTB alongside the Super B Automatic Chevy 2 of Howard Bishop. Reaction time 101 says, don't do that. 1081 and 113 for Mike Morris gets the win. Howard Bishop went 1 under 1089 on the chase and never got there. Number 2 in the world last year, Mr. Ricky Decker over on the left-hand side. Almost collected another world championship. Charlestown, Indiana. The 94 Camaro GTI Automatic 992. That's what he ran in qualifying. Camaro Costello alongside. The Copo out of Evansville. Trying to go 840. That's what Camaro ran. It is Camaro. Well, the old B00 take 00. Ricky Decker had the B00 figured out. Took a 10th and a half and still got the win. 009 on the tree, 993 at 130. Camaro Costello probably just wad that time ticket up, throw it away. David Manning and Ryan Haig coming up now. Manning, Bowling Green, Kentucky. The stick-equipped Beretta, 350 small block. 933 on the scoreboard. Gets to leave second. Leaving first, it's Ryan Haig, right side. U.S. Nationals champion from Seymour, Indiana, the 67 Camaro. Ryan and Ashley's car over here on the right. Ryan's got it dialed to 964. Might be holding a couple. We'll see. Final call, Super Gas. Final call, Super Gas. Super Pro, you're on standby. Super Pro, you're on standby. Haig trying to defend his championship from a year ago. Haig paces him across the finish line for the win, 970 at 124. He was better on the tree by a tenth and a half. David Manning missed it and then tried to get there. Still went under, 932 on the 933. And in the parlance of Ryan Gleghorn, no good. Don Kennedy and Rusty Hall coming up now. Kennedy, your number 4 qualifier, went a second under in qualifying for Haggerty Insurance. Kennedy out of Portland, Tennessee, 428 powered Pontiac Sunfire GTE automatic. Says he loves Beech Bend. Let's see if it shows him some love back as he's got Rusty Hall in the other lane. Canby, Indiana. Hall dialed at 10-10. He gets to go first. Don Kennedy. He trying to track him down with a 906. Rusty lights the top bulb. Don gets in there. If everything's working for Don's car, it'll just ease off the starting line. Nice, smooth wheels up launch. I like that. The good part was it launched well. The bad part was it launched late. And you see the result down there. Rusty Hall for the win. 10-17 at 115. Hall better by 7. Hun on the reaction timer. Kennedy a little bit late. Needed another shot of caffeine. 908 on the 906 at 144. And he'll get to love this track as a spectator for the rest of the day. Mickey Wheatley comes up now. How about the Oldsmobile Calais out of Camden, Tennessee? As Glenn properly points out, probably an F.J. Smith car. That was the body choice for him when they were bodies in white. FJ put together a lot of those race cars. GTF. 3-pedal combination on the left. Right side, Nick Morris, factory GTH. Everything about that car is set up just right. Wheelbase is right. Chassis is right. Driver too itchy. Turns it red. Nick Morris for the win. Morris will light the bulb down there, 950 at 132. Mickey Wheatley, red light started at 950 on the 51 dial at 139. We are just about to finish up with Super Stock, Super Gas. You should all be in the lanes. Your final call already given. Here's Tony Alvey and Donnie Fuller coming up now. Alvey's little pickup truck alongside Fuller's little pickup truck. Sonoma on the left, Dakota on the right. One of the trucks going home, that's Donnie Fuller. By his own foot. 014 red. Tony Alvey for the win. 10-17-7 at 127. Alvey goes on. He's dead on 7. Fuller, red light start and a 10:57. Here's Johnny Rakes, your winner last night in the Clay Jones Memorial Combo, left side. Here's Logan Bellinger on the right, your number 1 qualifier with that 117 underpass from yesterday. Rakes, 953. Bellinger, 989. Bellinger gets to go first in the bird. Rakes Grand Am. Well, he's got some work to do. As Bellinger's out front, here comes Rakes. Trying to catch him at the top end. Not going to happen. He's not going to double up this weekend as Bellinger gets the double breakout win. 988.2 on the 989. Breaks out by 8 thou. Rakes breaks out by 19 thousandths. He won on a double breakout last night and he loses. Well, I guess it was actually a heads-up run. Duh. loses on the double breakout this time around. Courtney Russell left. The Oldsmobile Achieva, that same body style as the Calais we saw earlier. Same wheelbase, same configuration, GTL automatic. And Tyler Bohannon, former top 10 runner in the world, has staged up for $1 million in his career. He's trying to get out. Identical on the reaction timer. 31-31, top end, a little wompity womp. And it's going to go to Courtney Russell as Russell won over 10:31.0 at 125. Tyler 5 thou under 9:47.5 on the 9:48. And with that, Super Stock round 1 is in the books. Super Pro, you can get them rolling to the staging lanes behind the tower. Super Pro to the staging lanes behind the tower for round number 1. Oh, I'm sorry. That is incorrect. I'm incorrect. Let me back up. Scratch that. Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro, your time run to lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5. Sorry about that, Brock. Super Pro 4 and 5. Super Gas coming up. Ron Ruggles is eyeballing that microphone. He likes to talk about 990. And here you go.
Well, this is mid-pack of our .90 classes. This is Super Gas. They'll throw a 990 down here on the board, and we'll Balance and Kenny Thread are the first pair up. If we got 2 green lights, one's green or the other one, Kenny, I think, gave up on the run. Oh my God, Lawrence bails him out. Kenny Threat was .178 on the tree, and it looks like he gave up on the race down there. And Lawrence breaks out 9.815, and Kenny Threat, you're back in. Matt Tankersley up next, the GTO out of Prospect, Tennessee. He's in the right lane. And he looks to the left. They're in the Bud lane. Mike Duke in the Roadster. He's out of Tennessee racers. Battling it out. Both sides. Who's going to take the W down here this time? Matt Tankersley takes the stripe by 12 thou. 006 up front. 993 out the back door. Michael actually tighter on the dial, but he lost that race at the start. Reaction time will get you started on buying some real estate down here at the finish line. It is important as Devin Eisenhower steps in to run Brian Shockley. Eisenhower on the right side. The 67 Camaro Roy looks on, the crew chief. Brian Shockley, a runner-up last weekend at the Lucas Oil Race, Division 3 race up there in Indianapolis, out of Spring Hill, Tennessee. He's ready. Devin's working. Brian Shockley squirts out there. Devin with that big block coming. Got it. Eisenhower goes 2 for 2. One first round of Super Comp, now Super Gas. 993 taking the stripe first by 14,000. Devin had 200s up front. Shockley follows across second with a 992, but Devin Eisenhower taking the win. Jeff Jensen, he's got the open top car on the right. The 63 Corvette. Heather is the crew chief. And again, Clarksville, Tennessee is Jeff's hometown. On the left, Tommy Cook, his Roadster out of Columbia, Kentucky. Transmission technician comes in handy for Tommy Cook. That's what he does through the week. Jeff Brandt is the crew chief for Tommy Cook. He looks on. All right, Super Pro needs you to lane 4 and 5. Wow, I'll tell you what, Tommy Cook is all over the place. Jeff Jensen straight as a string down there, and I think Tommy's going to break out, and he does. It just looked like it up here from the tower, and I'm not going to embarrass him what he ran down there, but Jeff Jensen's your winner. Jeff actually was behind on that chasing, and he eased it on down with a 10:09. Steve Whitlow does the drift back here with the Mustang as he exited the burnout box. He backs it up. I see him turning the steering wheel a little bit. Now he's pulling forward. Gina and Shelby is the crew for Steve Whitlow over there in the jegs.com lane. Steve Domain, he's a federal contractor, got that low rider, that 67 Nova over there in the Budweiser lane. That is so cool. Looks like somebody just put that in a crusher and mashed the top of it down a little bit, and it's like, let's don't ruin this car. Steve Dominguez taking the win, 992 off the 990. Steve Whitlow in the right lane took the stripe first by 200, breaks out by the same. And Steve Dominguez, thank you very much, Warren Evans, for the correct pronunciation on that. Gets the win. Tim Gillespie, a former U.S. National finalist, that's last year. Edmund Richardson took him down in the Super Gas final. He's in the left lane. Keith Huckstep got that cool Firebird out of the Show Me State, and he'll be the competition. All right, Gillespie sits in the left lane. Is he going to park it for the win? No. Wow, look at that one. Gillespie had 6 Hun up front, takes the stripe by 7 Hun, breaks out by 5 thou. Keith runs 900, and he's doing the victory dance out of the right lane. I'm telling you, Warren, you can't tell on the reaction time. We got to run it to the quarter mile. That's where the winners are determined. How about Wayne Kelly? Mount Vernon, Indiana in the Beretta right side. Rob Goodrich, he's got the Stang over there in the Budweiser lane. This is what I love about drag racing. It's so unpredictable. Interest in the sport. I'll tell you what, Mustang is way out front. Wayne Kelly's trying to wake up at 582 cubic inch. Double breakout win, goes to the right lane. Actually, Goodrich took the stripe first by 17 thou. He breaks out by 9 thou. Wayne Kelly breaks out by 1 thou. So for the casual observer out there, both cars run under out the least is determined the winner, as long as the green lights are on both sides at the start. Want to welcome our fans out there to Beech Bend Raceway Park. I see you out there in the stands. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. As Edmund Richardson, he won the Bowling Green Division III race. A week later, went up to the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis, won it. He's in the right lane. Bob Prost, oh boy, this is a barn burner. We're clean, we're green. We got us a drag race right here. Hang on, side by side. Edmund out front by a smidgen down there. Win light. Edmund Richardson, 993. Bob ran better, 991. Richardson drives around for the win, takes the stripe by 17 thou, and gets it done. That was a great drag race. Here comes James Costello. He's in the green Firebird out of Carlinville, Illinois. And Larry Rodell, the roadster, he's a trainer out of Evansville, Indiana. That's Larry and Terry Rodell's roadster. Costello squirts out there. Larry, throttle stop action. Open the car, Rodell trucking for the win. Rodell drives around for the win, takes the stripe first by 6 Hun, runs dead 7. Costello gave up 3 Hun up front and did not run the 990 as tight as Rodell did. Here comes Double D. He's got the door open, trying to get some of that smoke out of the cockpit in the Chevy 2, right lane. And Bo Butner, that is Bo Butner, Pro Stock driver, or is also known as Bob Utner. I think we got us a race. Down to the 8th mile, 1,000 foot, 5 thou separating them up front. Butner, winner, left lane, 992 beats a 997. Double D allowed Butner to slide through the speed trap by 400. Butner went across first for the win. Here comes Ashley Cole, the youngster out of Avon, Indiana. Runs Super Pro in the bracket classes up there at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. To the right, Jerry Duke, the Beretta out of Nashville, Tennessee, Music City. All right, Super Pro. Super Pro needs you to 4 and 5. Super Pro to 4 and 5 for your one and only time trial. Well, identical reaction time, 009 times 2. Win light. Ashley Cole took the stripe first by 300, runs 995 to Jerry Duke's 998. So I'm wondering if Jerry maybe cut Ashley loose down there, thought that she would break out. Did not happen. Winner, Ashley Cole. Bob Locke, Raymond Gatewood. Raymond in the Malibu, right side. And Bob Locke in the Corvette, another accountant, trying to count the numbers in the box, set it up for the win. Gatewood as he unleashes the Malibu. Bob Locke coming hard. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Bob Locke drives around for the win. Got to the stripe first by 200, running 991, 3 thou behind up front. And locked in the win. Here comes 2 more. Yes, my GTO Go car out of Prospect, Tennessee. Debbie and Joe Tankersley's Pontiac. Big block under the hood, Bud Lane. 63 Corvette, Rob Stigl. Got the top down. He's trying to work on his suntan. The fluids engineer out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Red light start, Rob. GTO gets a free run at it. Rob's going to get the power down. Winner, Tankersley, 990 with an 8, short race. He was clean and green. Rob was not. He runs 991. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Would love to have seen green lights on both sides. Skeeter Wayne. Skeeter's got that classic roadster, and Skeeter's been doing this forever. We'll call him the Don Gartlets of Super Gas Racing out of gas in his way. Skeeter squirts out there. The Grand Am coming hard. Brian Casson straight down the groove right behind 995 Casson winner. Skeeter Wayne breaks out by 300, taking the stripe by 600. Brian Casson goes to round 2. Ladders for stock eliminator, Super Street, Super Comp are posted on the trailer. You want to take a gander at that. And our potential buy is now a real buy, as Nick Breesaw out of Madison, Alabama, 63 Corvette. He's going to journey down the jegs.com lane. Super Pro, hope. Time trial. We're going to put a standby call out for Sportsman. Standby call for Sportsman as well. Nick goes 8:31, and that may be low ET of round, no, not quite. I saw one a little quicker than that. And that will conclude round 1 Super Gas. We're waiting for Super Pro. We're going to step back here for just a bit. One of these two, I think, well, I'll continue on if you guys are good with that. All right, hopefully you got all your tech cards turned in, our bracket classes. We're going to wing this the best we can. I know we're going to have some, well, there's some names there. Now this is their time trial run, and a few of them were here yesterday doing the same thing, and the object that they're going to put a dial on their cars, obviously, and they just need some more data. That's what we all need, is more data to try to set a dial when we see them for round 1. Jeff Gregory, Franklin, Kentucky, and in the right lane, Alan Norwoods. That's an 81 Malibu. I didn't ask Brock if this was a points race for them, but they work their way towards being on the team, and they will compete against the track in Division 3 bracket finals up at Lucas Oil Raceway, I believe, in the middle of September. So a lot at stake. Steve Conley, and Tommy Lewis step in next. So Steve Conley looks like he is a trucker, 68 years young, out of Petersburg, Indiana, and his first-gen Camaro sitting on the Bud lane, and Tommy Lewis in the Jegs.com lane. So again, sportsman, standby call. Sportsman, standby call for your one and only time. On the backside, you can really see where the most positive and current and popular track is down the racetrack. Looking at the groove as I miss them pair. Adam Klein. Adam's a regular here, and Jason Haley. Adam's in the left lane in his wagon. Track champion last year, Adam Klein over there in the left lane. 671 for Klein, 661 for Jason Haley. How about that? Both of them right at 100 miles an hour. All right, Brooklyn Schindler out of Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, with a Racecraft chassis dragster, and Thomas Kleppen. Thomas is a regular here as well with his red Camaro. Thomas last year, he competes in the sportsman class as well, and he picked up, let's see, last year he was in about 3 finals in sportsman here at the track. A 1 win and 2 runner-up in sportsman for Kleppen. Brooklyn Schindler in the dragster. Trying to get that Brooklyn with a quick ride, 530 in the dragster, 129 miles an hour. Kleppen 787 at 85 miles an hour. There's your long burnout. That's Blake Gentry, and this is Tony Gardner sitting over here in the SS Nova. So Blake Gentry was in a Super Pro final last year here at a bracket race late in the year and ended up in the runner-up spot. So the White Bluff, Tennessee racer, and Tony Gardner with the door card. Let's see what Tony's been doing lately. Drag wagon. 620 to 109 miles an hour for the green Nova, Tony Gardner. Bill Strader out of Manitou, Kentucky, 69 Nova, and on the right side, Jonathan Horton will step in. Looks like the Super Gas ladder is now posted on the D3 trailer. He's got the wheels launched. It's popular. 14,109. Horton runs 561 at 121 miles an hour. Another dragster. The monostrut dragster, that's Terry Gambler. Terry's doing double duty here this weekend, running basically Super Comp and also in the Super Pro class. I thought we'd see that a little bit today. Sometimes you got to have the help to make that happen, because you can kind of get busy if you go deep into eliminations. Terry, a runner-up at Super Pro at Worldwide Technology there in April. And what was cool at the Midwest Nationals last year, Campbell car and ended up winning Super Pro in it. That was kind of cool. And Dale Keena runs 748, 94 miles an hour, 462, 149 miles an hour. So you know the Vime 4s, don't you, Warren? Yep. Yep. Yep, Midwest Junior Super Series. Here comes a Delaney Gentry's White Bluff, Tennessee entry. The dragster on the left. Donnie Atkins, the carpenter with the Nova, the white Nova. entry 492 in the dragster, 140 miles an hour, 605 with a deuce, 112 for the Carpenter in the Nova, Donnie Atkins. Got a lot of Super Pro cars kind of lined up. Looks like Allison Prost is going to run with the Super Pro bunch here. Allison runs Super Pro. Nathan, yeah. Nathan's going to run. Those two run at Lucas Oil Raceway when they're not busy out on the bigger circuit. They'll run our Super Pro class at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. There's Elizabeth Taylor in the dragster. So Elizabeth Taylor runs at Edgewater Sports Park typically and has run the junior class. Very successful racer in Edgewater in the junior class. Stepping it up into the dragster in Super Pro. Chris Sons in the 97 Dakota truck. That is a nice looking truck over there out of Hendersonville. Chris, he run at Music City. Eighth mile, and there's their distance, 499 at 137 for Taylor's dragster. Chris Sons, the truck, 706, 95 miles an hour. Nathan Pros, if you've seen that car out there on the racetrack earlier in the weekend, you're not seeing things or imagining things. He's jumping in to run with Super Pro. And Chris Bowling, he is another tough racer over here on the left side, and I think he runs somewhat regular down here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Nathan, 151 miles an hour, 626 for Chris Bowling at 109 miles an hour. All right, again, sportsmen stand by, And here comes Wendell Klein in the door car over here on the right side, and we got a mystery car over here on the left side. Hey, make sure if you haven't turned your tech cards in, bracket racers, please do so if you would. We'd sure appreciate that. Wendell Klein, a SPORTSnational Open winner in Super Pro. It's been a few years ago. Let's call it 2000. How about a 008 to 009? Klein had a 008 bulb, 702.96 in the Malibu, 567, 119. A little quicker ride down the left side. Kenny Kitchens, 81 Camaro, and Randy Carter. Kenny Kitchens rolling up on the Budweiser lane. He's already won a pro class bracket race win here April 3rd. I think they were just barely getting started. Kenny Kitchens already owns a pro class win. He's in the Bud lane. Randy Carter out of Lafayette, Tennessee. He's got the gorgeous Nova. He'll step into the beams. Randy Carter has been in some Super Pro finals here. He's won a couple, runner up with another one. Randy Carter, 632, 105 in the Nova. Kenny Kitchens, 691, 97 miles an hour as he lit up the Budweiser scoreboard. And here comes Trans Baker, Franklin, Kentucky, left side. The bright yellow Mustang out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Meet Paul Farmer. Trans Baker, a regular here. He's also been in some Super Pro finals and looks like he won King of the Track here. It's been a few years ago as he will operate his race car down the left side of the racetrack. Nice stock class as well. Trans Baker got that car down pat, 605, 112, and Paul Farmer's yellow Mustang, 648 at 103 miles an hour. Allison Pros, the versatile driver is going to be in the right lane, 69 Camaro. Mike Bowling out of Springfield, Kentucky. You know, Springfield could be in Illinois, Kentucky, Ohio. About a 008 vote for Mike Bowling. Allison Pros, 583, 118 down the right side. Bowling 710 at 94 miles an hour on the Budweiser lane. Here comes Ashley Kaplan. That is a gorgeous Camaro. It's got the door open back here in the box. Tom Flowers, he'll drift up. I think he is another regular here in their bracket program. So already this year, Tom's been in a pro final, ended up runner-up. That was early on. Down here in Bowling Green, it gets started racing real early in the racing season due to the nice weather. And they've got an early start. They've been battling the showers too, like a lot of the tracks in the Midwest. But Flowers has already been in a final this year. Ashley Kapler, I think, is one of the younger racers in the dragster. The dragster, 508 Kapler, 135 miles an hour, 646, 105 for Tom Flowers out of Bowling Green. I think we've seen this Mustang in some of the other classes here on the left side. I should know who that is, but maybe I can search for it. Anyway, it's Mustang versus dragster, a couple that may not have turned their tech card in yet. So please, bracket racers, take that time. Turn in those tech cards. All right, sportsmen, hang with us. We got you on a standby call. Super Pro, which I really expected this, guys, is loaded. It is loaded. This is the beauty of coming to a race like this. You can enter 1, 2, 3 classes with one particular car. Up the Bud scoreboard in just a bit. 672, 99 miles an hour. And this problem set in. Looks like the driver is out, and he's going to be involved in the hustling, muscling that car out of the way. Austin Boone out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. I think some of the Richardson boys were from that town. 72 Dart will be in the left lane. Is that a Dart swinger? Am I looking at that right, guys? The green machine. I know Austin, he runs at Beech Bend. He runs at Music City. And Austin last year won a pro class win. Music City, he runs Sportsman and Pro both over there, so he's a pretty versatile driver as well. All right, 72 Dart over there on the left side. Brian Dennis, he'll sneak in. That is a Nova looking at the tail lights. Wow, yeah, definitely can join the Superstock Club. Austin Boone got that down pat. Wheels up, showing off the oil pan. 641, 104 for Boone. Brian Dennis, 615, 110 miles an hour. He had a pretty close seat to that one. Josh Decker There you go. Josh is like, okay, I'm going to have some fun in Super Pro today. Why wouldn't you? You're here. Josh is the JEGS employee. That's what my current database says. And Josh loves to practice. Mile Valley. He races down here at Beech. 17 up front, 624 out the back door, 109 miles an hour, 661 for Taylor Pofall out of Goodlandsville, Tennessee, 101 miles an hour. Here we go. We're having a backing up race here, it looked like, between Justin Wright and Darren Keener. Now, if you've heard Keener's name earlier this weekend, you're not hearing things. Darren is a regular on the JEG Super Quick Series, and last year in St. Louis, they had a 32-car JEG Super Quick race. Boy, he was on the bum spot. That was a day he probably sweated, and the temperature was probably 50 degrees. But when you're on the bump and you're watching and waiting and hoping you get to play, nice straight run from the backside, Darren Keener. 458, 152. Justin Wright trimming the tree, 007, 480 as he exited the speed trap. 142, 10 mile an hour slower, running for Scott's Hot Rod Shop, Oakley Motorsports. Hey, here comes the cool-o-meter. That's a 33 Willys. What do you think of that, Warren and Glenn? Loving it. Boonville, Indiana is Joseph Hodges, 85 Cutlass. He's going to back it up and re-fire the tires. That is so cool. Len Enlow. Is this the Hot Rod reunion or what? 3 weeks. Warren Evans says 3 weeks. Are you going to be here, Warren, for that? You heard it. Let me let Warren tell you about that.
So the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion coming up here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Happy to have them here. It is a tremendous car show and drag race and a huge fundraiser for the NHRA Motorsports Museum. And we're happy to be a part of it once again with DragRacer.tv. And we'll be running on DragRacer.tv for all 3 days. Culminating with the Tackle Fest on Saturday night.
I got to go to my very first one a couple years ago, and I had a great time. Typically, I'm working, but we had a rain out. My wife said, here's your time. So I came down, had a ball, Warren Evans. And I'll tell you what, Glenn, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's a treat.
Got to come last year for the very first time. Typically had been involved on Father's Day weekend and other endeavors and what have you. Came down last year for the very first time. Had a blast. It is a must-see event if you love the history of drag racing.
And what's pretty cool is they have a swap meet too, and I got to, kind of gander around. It was like a walk through a museum, some of the parts and pieces. Derek Adams over here in the Dragon Wagon. It's hard to know everybody around this great country of drag racing. Derek Adams. It's like 543, 104 as we bring up. Oh, how about the cool-o-meter's going to get some activity with Dylan Starks, his 79 vet. Isn't that a sweet ride? He swung the door open so you can see the inside of the door. Joe Haynes with the Danny Nelson dragster out of Hartford, Kentucky, will run alongside the sweet-looking Corvette. That's Dylan Starks' Corvette. I have not seen that car before, but oh, is it a sweet one. Let's see if it runs as fast as it looks. He was the track champion in high school at Music City Raceway. Look at that. Whoa! Mercy. Hang on. Warren Evans, I bet you got the crowd out there on DragRacer.tv. Yeah, that is something new that Warren has brought on. He's got the replay system built in, and that had to be a wild ride. What do you think of that, Glenn?
Tell you what, better check himself when he gets down there to the far end of the racetrack, because he was sky high, headed for the sky, and the car actually went right up on the rear bumper before it came down back to earth.
Patrick Deckard was showing off. Well, we're going to check our racetrack, because when you slam a car hard like that, Dylan Starks, when you slam the front end down that hard, you got oil pans down there that could get damaged.
Want to make sure that there's nothing on the racetrack whenever a car comes down like that. There's not any fluid. Main thing is that Dylan Starks looks like he's okay. He was able to make the turn off at the far end of the racetrack. So hopefully the car is okay. Looks like the racetrack is okay. Should be back to action in just a second.
Well, the Corvette, we see it streaking back to its pit area, so everything looks well. But I'll tell you what, they put on the
Dylan Starks was high flying on his pass right down the racetrack a second ago.
Rusty Fox, 560, 123. You want to jump back in, or
Tell you
okay?
what, be glad to do it. Patrick Deckard out of White House with 007 on the tree. He went right down the Budweiser side. Darren Douglas out of Greenfield, Indiana. Tim Brandon out of Madisonville. Douglas in the 2003 Racecraft chassis. That's the long, skinny thing on the Budweiser side. Brandon in the Chevy S-Dime.
And Darren Douglas over there, we had the Jeg Super Quick doubleheader at our racetrack. He was our #1 qualifier on the Saturday portion, 450 with a 1 in the Jeg Super Quick series.
Talking about the Super Quick series, we saw a fantastic show last night. Scott Wright, the winner, and went out in round #1 of Super Comp here today. That's exactly how tough it is right here this weekend at the Sports National Open. Darren Douglas and Tim Brandon. Brandon out of Madisonville.
Champion, the Jeg Super Quick back in 2001. Tim Brandon traded the dragster for a truck today.
Goes 650 at 103 down the Jag side. Douglas goes 453 at 151 miles an hour. That'll bring up Barry Ellis and Lucas Buckley. Barry Ellis out of Springfield, Tennessee, in the 67 Chevy Camaro. Tell you what, that car kind of reminds me of Wyatt Wagner's. Wagner Custom Cars, beautiful super stocker. Car kind of reminds me a little bit, but Ellis has a wing on the back of it. Wagner doesn't have one.
Well, Lucas Buckley making the long haul down here from Ohio. He typically runs at Mile and Dragway, and he runs pro class, but it looks like to me maybe he's got a different ride and is jumping into with the electronics class.
Decide to come on down and race here this weekend at the Sports National Open. Away they go. First across the stride, Buckley goes 5:13 and 134. Ellis second across the stripe, 6:17, 110 miles an hour. That'll bring up Terry Lindsay and Joey Spinks. Spinks in the 1987 Chevy S10 calls Bowling Green home. So does Terry Lindsay in the 67 Chevy Camaro. Fantastic contingent of Super Pro drivers here today. We were just talking that it looks as if some of them raced at another track last night and said, hey, we're going to come have some fun at the Sports National Open today on Sunday. Try to win us a Wally.
And another thing, too, we noticed we've got some drivers. This is what we were talking about. You can take one car. You can run 2 or 3 or 4 different classes with one car. and like Allison Pros has 2 different styles of cars.
Joey Spinks and Terry Lindsay. Better reaction time. Dialed in on the tree so far goes 590, 116 miles an hour. Spinks 739 at 95. So once again, this is a one-time trial for the sportsman categories for Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman, and Juniors. That's right. It'll take me a second. I'll get it all squared away in a second. Sorry.
But here's one of them drivers, Megan Strasweg, jumping into Super Pro, runs other classes.
24-year-old out of Louisville in a 2015 American chassis. That's on the JEG side. Chad Qualls. You're noticing a lot more pickup trucks beginning to become really prevalent in bracket racing. The theory is they want to be sitting as close to the finish line when they come up on it as
possible. A few years ago in the junior dragster class. Yes, it has.
So Megan is certainly working her way up. 448 at 154. Chad Qualls goes 630 at 107. Kelsey Adair, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, Kelsey Adair and Mike Whitworth. Whitworth has been here this weekend, his 66 Chevy shoebox on the Budweiser side. Kelsey Adair, 23-year-old teacher. That's got to be the fastest teacher, guys. What do you think in Tell City, Indiana?
Well, I'll tell you what, Whitworth's been in the final here at the SPORTSnational Open. It's been a few years ago, and Super Pro was the runner-up. So he'd like to take that one step further today.
Love to pick up the Wally here, right here today, the SPORTSnational Open.
He usually runs at Ohio Valley there in West Point, Kentucky, not far from Louisville, Kentucky.
How would you guys love to have had a race car driver for a teacher when you were in school?
Oh, nice. Yep.
I would have been sleeping in class. I did a lot of that, guys. Kelsey goes 532 129. Whitworth got it dialed in, 564 at 120 miles an hour. Once again, this is the one and only time trial for the sportsman classes today. Joe Davis and Josh Woods. Joe Davis out of Mount Juliet, that's in the Nashville area, in his 98 Chevy S10. Josh Woods in 1990 Chevy Beretta. Love me a Chevy Beretta. Had one when my son was born. That's when I learned how to. This is honest to goodness truth. Warren looking at me like I'm lying. My son looked at me, and he didn't say it, but he was about 9 months old. He gave me that look of saying, "Hey, I'm strapped into this car, and you're not even wearing a seatbelt."
Look at that truck pulling the wheels. That's going off the road.
Josh Woods is 12 on the tree, and right across the stripe of 580 at 119. Joe Davis 567 at 121. Tiffany Busenbark out of Terre Haute. She's driving the long skinny dragster. That's a Danny Nelson racecraft on the Budweiser side. Jimbo Fields used to race a whole lot of the combo meets here. Stepping over into Super Pro. That's in the 68 Corvette. That's in the Roadster on the JEG side.
Jimbo has turned on a lot of wind lights down here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Tiffany Busenbark, a winner at the Indy Summer Nationals. We had an 8th-mile bracket race up there at Lucas Oil Raceway IRP, and Tiffany was in the winner's circle up there.
Tiffany knows how to park it in the winner's circle. Jimbo Fields can certainly do the same thing. Look at that, Jimbo 003. The car goes 648. I think that car can run a little bit faster than that.
Well, look at the light, boy.
Busenbark goes 452 at 153.
Jimbo's 003 on the tree, and that's typical of Jimbo. He don't turn on wind lights for being late.
And if you like coming to the nostalgia races and to the Fall Classic coming up in the fall, this is one of the competitors that you're going to see. Jack Small, his 65 Corvette. That's a clutch car. It's got 3 pedals on the floorboards on the Budweiser side.
You know, actually, when the NDRL race came to Lucas Oil Raceway last year, he won the modified production class, best appearing car at the Division III ET Finals last year.
So much fun watching those nostalgia modified cars. I'll wind them up, let them loose. They're going to dump the clutch at about 75,000 RPMs, the way it seems like, and just 10 tons of fun in a 5-pound box.
That is just a sweet Corvette. And that's another one. If they want to park at my drive, I'll take it out on Saturday night.
Small headed right down the Budweiser side, 560, 124 miles an hour, 633 and 107 on the Jet side. It's Crowley. Crowley came down from Evansville to have some fun in this 2000 undercover. Benny Grayson, he likes the 66 Nova as a weapon of choice.
Nice looking Nova.
Staging lanes are still full of Super Pro drivers. We'll try to have a start count over. Crowley goes 19 on the tree. Grayson let it go to 5 out too early. But again, this is just practice right now. Crowley 461 at 150. The 650 at 104 for Benny Grayson.
I think they got them lined up clear to Indianapolis Raceway Park from here.
Carl Marug and Logan Jameson. Carl Marug calls Franklin home in his 79 Malibu on the Jag side. 2016 Racecraft chassis, the weapon of choice for Logan Jameson.
Logan Jameson, another one of them Jag Super Quick competitors, was on the bum spot last year at our race. Love to watch them slicks grow tall down there, don't you?
Logan's got it dialed in on the starting line. 006 on the tree, goes 452. That would have certainly made it in the Super Quick show last night. At 153, Carl Marug goes 638.
It's kind of cool. Those slicks have about 5 or 6 pounds of air in them. And as they accelerate down track, I never get tired of watching them big fat tires down here grow to them tall, skinny profiles down across the stripe.
Robert May came up from Kinsey, Alabama to run with us this weekend. He's in the tall and skinny dragster over on the Budweiser side. Driver's not on file that we've got. We'll try to check and see if we've got him on the Jag side. Once again, if you haven't turned your tech card in, be sure to get your tech card in to the bottom of the tower. Drop it right over in the bucket.
Was a runner-up at Division II race in Gainesville, the Baby Gators.
476 at 145 to 543 at 126. Ricky Sneed out of Cross Plains, the 99 Chevy S10.
It's kind of interesting. You know, Ricky has run the pro class and they'll run Super Pro. I guess they just remove the box in it. They can jump back and forth if they like. We'll see how many of these are going to run pro class later on.
That's right. You can jump right in it. You can't have the box in it, and that's the primary difference or what have you. So you can run a couple of different categories of the sportsman classes, like some of the folks were doing last night. They didn't qualify for the Jag Super Quick Series. They just kind of jumped on over the top track.
Horse, Supercom. All right, 2 dragsters. There's Jay.
Jay Oakley on the Budweiser side, going to square up this pair with Jonathan Wagner. Wagner, 24 years old, out of Chandler, Indiana. One of the cool things we love, and we talked about it a few times this weekend, guys, is the ability to start at a very, very young age. And you see a lot of that in junior dragsters, and a perfect way to work your way up in through the ranks, up in drag racing. And we didn't have juniors when I was a kid, so you just kind of tried to hang out and learn as much as you could. And I love it when you see a family there racing in junior dragsters together, mom, dad, all the kids there having a whole lot of fun.
Well, Jay Oakley had a good teacher, Phil Oakley, the former Jag Super Quick champion in the left lane. And Wagner started out in the junior car.
Look at this reaction times. 005 for Jay Oakley, Wagner. 009 for Wagner. They are dialed in on their one-time trial. Oakley 453 at 153. Wagner 490 at 140 miles an hour.
There's There's that youth and quick reflexes off of the button.
Tell you what, those guys are super quicker than a hiccup, like they say. Joe Bellinger out of Brandenburg, the 1999 Chevy S10. Dale Biggs, he likes the roadster style on the Budweiser side. Red lights work on the tree, so we don't need to test them. Red lights a pair. 576 for Biggs, 116 miles per hour. Bellinger 648 at 103.
Here's your wagon.
Dragon Wagoner Taylor Cincinnati taking on Scott Wright. Well, Scott Wright said, hey, look, I went out first round of Super Pro. So I went out first round of Super Comp. So what am I going to do? I'm going to jump over in Super Pro.
You came here, you might as well. Taylor Cincinnati runs at Music City, has been in a pro final there. Music City, I've not been there. Have any of you guys been to Music City?
Tell you what, so one of the very first time I was ever on a microphone, I called Rick Gonzalez. I saw Charlotte a little bit the other day, and called Rick Gonzalez. Her and him and Charlotte ran the track down there. They said, "Can I come up to your track and practice announcing?" They said, "Come on up." Went up there a few times, and they have regretted it ever since, I bet. But no, it had a lot of fun. So thank you so much for them to give a young, scared college guy a chance. Colby Frazier and Randy Rice. Randy Rice, the 83 Chevy S10 from Red Boiling Springs. Frazier out of Owensboro, the 2006 Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis. Nelson, a top dragster, former world champion, and I think finished about number 2 or 3 in the world last year.
Yep. How about Randy Rice over there on the right side? He's a local boy here. He's already been in a Super Pro final, ended up runner-up. Colby Frazier, I think he's one of the, he is one of the youngsters. I thought that name was familiar. He ran with the Midwest Junior Super Series and did quite well in that series.
Randy Rice making sure he's inching in just right. Randy Rice showing everybody the oil pan on this pickup truck. 596 at 114. Colby Frazier 483 at 142. So in the Super Pro category, you'll see a lot of this. You'll see the long, skinny ones, the dragsters matching up with a lot of the door cars, and there's just kind of a lot of bragging rights on the line. The dragster drivers want to beat up on the door cars, the door car drivers want to beat up on the dragster drivers, and vice versa.
Well, I remember Chelsea Forney running the junior car in the dragster in the left lane. We had a Wally race down there and ended up winning the junior dragster challenge and was really proud of that Wally down there at Lyons. It's now Wagler Motorsports Park.
Whole lot of fun right there. She's over in the Budweiser side. Brandon Cincinnati, another one of those Cincinnati family racers, in the Jegs.com side in the Chevy shoebox.
That is a gorgeous Chevy 2 hard top. That car's got to be worth some money.
That's University of Tennessee Orange.
How about a 003 on the tree for
Cincinnati. 618 at 109. Chelsea Forney 509, 135 miles per hour. A couple of pick-em-up trucks. Joe Bellinger out of Brandenburg, the 1999 Chevy S10. He's going to be going down on the Budweiser side.
Well, Joe Bellinger, he's run, they have Super Stock Combo at Ohio Valley there in West Point, Kentucky, and he's done pretty well there as well. The Bellinger name is
Joe, that's why he's been successful. He's 008 on the tree, top end, 8th mile time, 612 at 110 miles per hour. So 646 at 109. Shanna Miller. Shanna Miller over in the JEG side was #1 qualifier on the JEG Super Quick race last night. Tell you what, you had to be able to fit it right through the eye of the needle just to make the field. A tenth of a second separated 32 cars. She's headed down the JEG side of the track. Jim Stone throws up a James Bond on the reaction time. 007 goes 6:18 at 110. Shanna goes 4:53, 152 miles per hour.
Ashley Marie in the house.
Ashley Bach out of Eaton, Ohio in the 2001 Spitzer chassis. Tommy Lewis likes the first-gen Camaro as weapon of choice on the Budweiser side.
Ashley Marie, another one that's runs with the JEG Super Quick Series and has been a top 10 finisher. What is really interesting, and I know only I would keep track of stuff like this, out of all the JEG Super Quick Series years, bought the 10,000 tech card. She did a big deal about it at that race.
How much fun is that? 27 on the tree goes at 29. Tommy Lewis goes 6:42 at 107. The hits just keep on coming on Super Pro. Hey, thanks so much for coming to race with us this weekend. We saw another driver just pulling in just a couple of minutes ago, so they're still coming in the gate. We can't say thank you enough. We know you had a choice where you could go race and have fun on Sunday, Memorial Day weekend, and we just want to say thanks for coming to Bowling Green to be part of the fun this weekend. Jeff Gregory out of Franklin, and that gorgeous, I'm going to call that about a 1969 Nova on the Budweiser side. Todd Cincinnati and the 2016 Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis dragster on the JEG side.
He's another one that has won some big bucks, the 10 Tuck race at Music City. And Beech. Look at him drift to the left down there, and he'll line it up for Todd.
4:58 at 151. Jeff Gregory, 6:11 at 111 miles per hour.
Whoa, showing us the side of his door as he exited the burnout box. I think that's a Vega here.
Tell you what, he almost had it pointed right at the center guardrail between the lanes where we store some of the equipment, what have you, for the starting line crew. He'll have to get that sorted out when we go into eliminations.
That may be Richard Campbell's race car, as he has been in a final here at Bowling Green. It's been a few years ago. I love Vegas. I guess it's just because of the fuel funny car. But they really do make great super gas cars, or they used to.
006 and 011. 498 at 113 to 490 at 138. Talking about the Vegas, they made great funny cars. They made great pro stockers back in the day. They made great Cop Eliminator cars back in the day.
Did Grumpy Jenkins run a Vega?
Grumpy Jenkins had two Vegas. He had the one with the flat kind of nose, the earlier version, and then when they reconfigured the front end on it, the swoopier version, he had one of those as well. And then they also made fantastic modified Eliminator cars.
I'm guessing they had a pretty good aero package for the fuel funny cars back in the early 70s.
Not too bad at all.
They didn't make them a lot of years.
Mike Duke and Bob Pros. Duke out of Murfreesboro. Duke is a runner here in Music City. Pros, number 3 in the world last year, goes 454, 153 miles per hour. Duke goes 636 at 111.
You know, I'm not so sure. You know, Super Pro just keeps coming. Like they've opened the gate out there to I-65, and we're just bringing everything in.
Mark Sizemore, the runner, came down from Boonville to have some fun with us this weekend. He's over on the JEG side. Once again, drivers, if you don't have your tech card into the tower, that's a no-no. You should have your tech card at the bottom. You got to go through the tech over at the tech shed. Get your tech card filled out and be sure to bring it to the tower in the drop box bottom of the stairs.
Is that about the fastest ET we've seen so far in Super Pro?
Just about 443 headed right down the Budweiser side. Marshall Glass, 23 Team Ford Roadster. Now, I believe this is the only Mazda RX-7 that we've seen this weekend. About to head right down the Jag side. 1984 version. Daniel Johnson, that's his weapon of choice out of Gallatin.
Well, he's got the door open, waiting for curb service. It is getting close to lunchtime. If it's not, well, we're getting close to lunchtime. Steak and steak, icy root beer. There's probably well, we still have our modern version of that, and I'm trying to think of the chain that I've never been to where you got curb service.
All right, Warren and I we're licking our chops right over here.
That's it. That's it. Not been to a Sonic. Warren Evans is looking like he was yesterday.
Tell you what, Daniel Johnson got his RX 002. That's one of the best reaction times we've seen today. 670 at 101. Marshall Glass goes 532 at 129. That'll bring up Greg Carta.
Oh, that name sounds familiar.
Carta's been driving the wheels off of that Camaro this weekend.
Boy, he has. I've got to tell you guys this. Whoever wins that Wally in Super Pro, they'll be exhausted. They'll be exhausted. That's all I'm just saying. And he's the track champ in the juniors, so now he's running the bigger car.
He goes 575, 85 miles an hour. He's slowed down out there. He's out of the groove. So we may want to check something. The red lights are on right now. Greg Carta goes 686 at 97 miles an hour down the Budweiser side. Delaney Gentry and Dylan Guy. Delaney Gentry out of White Bluff, 25 years old. Going to head down the Budweiser side. Guy let go of the button, 5,000 too quick, goes 525 at 130. Delaney Gentry 490 at 138 miles per hour. And the hits just keep on coming. Here comes, okay, this is what it says. McLovin is in the house. You know what that's from? It's from that movie, Superbad, I Am McLovin. Well, he's McLovin it right out there in that heavy Chevy. That's a 56 model. Taking on Rodney Collins and the 71 Nova on the Jeg side.
Rodney, a regular here at Beech.
McLovin's going to be feeling that. He's going to be McLovin his reaction time. 669 at 101. 629 for Rodney Collins at 109.
Oakley, #1 qualifier last year, right here at Beech, being Raceway Park when the Jake Superquick came here.
Yep.
Jake Superquick champ 2020, and his son did it the previous year. Sorry about that, previous year.
So they love that series.
Let's see if he runs a 450.
Decided to run it out the back door. Goes 431, 164 miles per hour. Chris Moeller goes 606 at 110.
Probably put that top dragster tune up in that. He's like, let's go faster. All right, Jason Whittle over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack, a sportsman winner at Music City. Look at Jason. Jason Whittle's a bouncer in that. With a nickel, 155 miles an hour. Jason Whittle. How about an 8:15? Well, an 8:15 at 81.5 mile an hour. How did he match the mile per hour with the ET? I've never seen that before, but he did. I've never seen that before. Now, you talk about drop dead gorgeous. James Narad over there in the... Okay. Well, Warren's drop dead gorgeous, says some of the... That's what his wife has said. He's laughing now. Brad Cole, the youngster out of Avon, Indiana, out of the junior dragster ranks. He's in the black dragster. When you're gone. Oh, my God. Warren said, man, I'm not going to say that. I don't want his wife being mad at me. I have a wife. Brad Cole, 014, and he was second best light. James Narad, 008 out of the gate, 565, 120, 476 for Cole's dragster, 145 miles an hour.
All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We've got a racer in need. This young man came up here to the tower and said, hey, I tell you what, we're racing junior dragsters this weekend, and I think he said that their golf cart has messed up and they need some help with bringing their junior dragsters up to the tower so they can race and all those kind of things. What's your name, young man?
Logan Buckley.
Logan Buckley. Where are you guys pitted at, Logan?
We're all the way in the back on the right side of the racetrack towards the trees.
All right, what are you guys, what's your tow vehicle look like? It's an RV, right?
Yeah, it's a blue and white RV.
Blue and white RV. What color is your junior dragster? Black and lime green junior dragster. Logan Buckley needs help getting his junior up here to the line so he can race. Otherwise, he's probably got to push it, about a quarter mile. That's going to be tough to do that and then drive.
Especially in the later rounds.
So listen to that. He's already talking. He's talking smack, saying especially in the later rounds. What? Now you said it. It's too late now, son. Logan Buckley needs help getting his junior dragster from their pit. Two of them getting from their dragsters from their pit to the starting line so they can race. Their golf cart has went out. They need help getting their junior to the tower, to up here to the staging lane so they can race. Somebody help Logan Buckley get their golf cart out so they can come up. Look at that right there. Didn't even take 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Logan Buckley is already taken care of. How cool is that? Didn't even get finished making the announcement, Ron. Those are racers in action right there.
I'm going to stop right there because this is what I love about this sport. They will loan help, tools, parts to get you back on track, but when the helmets go on, it changes. but that is one of my biggest attractions of this sport. You don't have that in a lot of other motorsports.
Got that right. Drag racing, we are all a family. Unless we're going down the track to each other, then we're ready to kill each other.
Yep.
Jonathan Horton, Joe Ballinger. Horton in the Jag side. Bellinger headed down the Budweiser side, 618 to 110. So once again, folks, we did get Logan Buckley taken care of, and he has gotten some help. Didn't even get finished making the announcement full. Someone stopped in and said, hey, you can use my golf cart if you got something to pull it with, and all that kind of stuff. You can use my golf cart. Thank you so much right there. Tony Gardner, Pat Friels. Pat Friels, 61 F1. Tony Gardner about to head down the Jag side with the Chevy Nova. 23 red, then goes 618 at 109 to a 655 at 102 miles an hour. Anthony Short and Jackson Messamore. Messamore, another one of those racers who will come out and have a whole lot of fun at the Nostalgia Drag Racing League events. He's running out of Hanson, Kentucky in that good-looking 38 Ford Roadster. Messamore, 11 on the tree, 542, 126 miles an hour. Anthony Short, 631 at 106. Here's Bo Butner. Yep, that Bo Butner. So Bo Butner, his day job, well, he's a professional drag racer. What does he do on the weekends for fun? He goes drag racing. What's not to love? Blake Richardson, I think that's one of the Richardson boys out there. So this right here is another race that's worth the price of admission by itself. Him out. Bo goes red. 450 with a 3. Richardson 610, 112 miles an hour. Couple of drivers not on file yet, but we'll certainly we'll know their names by the end of the day. Look at that, 007 and an 012. There we go. 612, 110 miles an hour. 461 at 152. Josh Lynch and Jody Davies. Lynch on the Jag side of the racetrack. Nope, Josh Lynch on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Jody Davies going down the Jag side. Three lines of pair, they're both going to love those. 002, 008 Jag side. Their first 633 at 106, 707 at 94 miles per hour. Colby Walker about to head down the Budweiser side. 19 years old, the runner out of Murray, Kentucky, came over for Western Kentucky. Thank you, Miss Carolyn. Colby in the Chevrolet pick-em-up truck. Double 04 reaction time coupled with a 485, 142 miles an hour. Colby goes 678 at 100 miles per hour. And we think we may have come to almost the end of the line in Super Pro. Steve Thurman, I think that's how it looks. Look at that, gorgeous looking Ford Mustang about to head down the Budweiser side. Double 06 on the tree. Thurman goes double 01, 591 at 114. Eject side 469, 149 miles an hour, using up a whole lot of real estate out there. And I believe we're going to check the track real quick. Couple of Kentucky runners. Heady headed down the Jex side, 679 at 99 miles per hour. 735 at 92 miles an hour. Bradley Arnett, runner out of Alvaton. Keaton Moeller. Look at that pickup truck with that wild paint job. Tell you what, another thing that I'm loving, 1957. I believe those are original colors, Ron Douglas. An original color paint scheme. That is absolutely gorgeous. About to head down the Jex side. You'll be seeing a lot of cars just like that coming up at the reunion in about 3 weeks, the NHRA Hot Rod Reunion. It goes 716. That's pretty fast for a stock appearing. '57. I'd say it's probably what, a 64 or 63 Chevy shoebox headed down the Budweiser side. Powder blue with a white top on it, hard top. That's cool. Goes 763. Josh Garrett let go the brake pedal by 0.003 of a second too soon. Luke Wiseman and Elizabeth Klein. Elizabeth gonna head down the Budweiser side and her Malibu. Luke Wiseman in his Malibu out of E-Town on the Jex side. This is one of the cool things that you love about sportsman drag racing. You can literally drive right off the street, go through tech. Once your car passes through tech, you drive it out on the racetrack, and hey, you can come out here and you can come racing right here in Bowling Green. They do it on Tuesday nights, I believe, Ron. Tuesday night street drags. And if it looks like it's fun, if you're watching and you're a casual follower in the stands, or hey, there's our friends up at the finish line. Their friends from the finish line fans are back today. Glad to have you guys back. Had a bunch of them here yesterday. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters to lanes 7 and 8. Junior dragsters, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. Juniors, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. Once again, juniors, come on down. We need you to lanes 7 and 8. Junior dragsters, your time to shine. We need you to lanes 7 and 8. Juniors, first call. Pro ET, you are on standby. Once again, Pro ET, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Juniors to lane 7 and 8. Here comes Thomas Grace, decided to bring his 2013 Mustang out and see what he can do down the jig side of the racetrack. How about that? Goes 9 flat, 80 miles an hour, headed right down Broadway. To an 810 at 87 miles per hour. Kenny Ray out of Goodlettsville, thank you so much. Kenny Ray and Ronnie Meredith headed right down the track. So yeah, that's a cool thing. If you say, you know what, this racing stuff looks fun. I want to go racing too. You come to the Tuesday night street drags. And I promise you, we were talking about this earlier when Logan Buckley needed to borrow somebody's golf cart. If you simply ask somebody to help you, they'll help you with getting the basics down, how to stage a car up. It's a lot harder than it looks like, and it makes it look easy, but I promise you, they've been doing it for a while. There goes Thomas Cleveland and Donnie Wilson out of Cave City. Wilson in his 65 Coronet goes 727 at 96 miles an hour. Thomas Kleppen 784 at 87. So once again, if you want to learn how to do it, you're one of the casual fans, maybe you're in the stands or you're watching down at the finish line, or who knows, maybe watching on YouTube on Drag Race TV, and you want to learn how to do it, come on out to the Tuesday night street drags right here in Bowling Green, and you can get started too. And I promise you, we say it often enough, it's like an addiction. Once you do it, you'll never want to quit. It's hooked into you for life. Jack Small headed down the track. Hey, drivers, listen up. Attention in the pits. Tony Gardner. We need Tony Gardner to the tower, please. Tony Gardner, we need you to the tower. If you're Tony or if you know Tony, hey, if you know Tony like we know Tony, then we need Tony in the tower. Tony in the tower? That's what we need to say.
And Tony, we promise we're not going to make you announce or run the main computer.
Jerry Wood and Reese Duncan. Duncan, 16 years old, is what it says, headed down the Budweiser side. So if Reese Duncan can do it, you can do it too. Jerry Woods goes 7:38 at 90 miles per hour. All right, junior dragsters, we need you. Junior dragsters to lane 7 and 8. Junior dragsters, we need you to lane 7 and 8. We see some folks coming. Juniors, we need you. Come on down. Bobby Seaton taking the trip down the Budweiser side, goes 7:40 at 91 miles an hour, 7:02 at 98 miles an hour on the Jeg side. Here comes School Bus Marshall and Chris Coles. Coles in the Chevy Nova. I think they used to call it a Landau top. Is that what they call the Landau top? School Bus Marshall goes 7:13. Cole's second across the stripe goes 7:60. All right, juniors, we need you to lane 7 and 8. Juniors, we need you to lane 7 and 8. Come on, drivers.
So if you're watching out there on the DragRacer.tv live stream and you got some other stuff going on and you're like, darn it, I hate to miss it. We're going to be racing for a while. It's going to be dark. We're probably trying to finish.
Earl Talley goes across the stripe on the Jeg side, 7:06, 96 miles per hour. Logan Kirby from Lafayette was on the Budweiser side. Johnny Matthews out of Dixon. That's headed down toward my neck of the woods. That's a gorgeous looking 1966 Mustang.
Well, my first car out of high school was a 67 Fastback. Boy, I wish I didn't trade it in, but you know, you needed the trade in to keep the payment down.
Matthews, 662 at 104 miles an hour. Right down the Budweiser side. Well, I'll tell you what, we have got what has to be the best and biggest contingent of Super Pro drivers anywhere in the country right here today in Bowling Green.
And it's a pick-em. It's like going into the candy store that's fully stocked and trying to figure out when you only got like $2 what you got to pick. And picking a winner is going to be just as hard.
That is going to be super, super hard. Here come the future stars. Is what I like to call them, the future stars of drag racing. Braxton Hudson from Portland, Tennessee, 11 years old, on the Jeg side. Casey Shupp out of Perrysburg, Ohio. Tell you what, Casey came a long way to drive her junior today. Perrysburg, Ohio, and Portland, Tennessee. Casey is 10 years old, and she's going to be headed right down the Budweiser side. Now, these are junior dragsters. For the casual follower, they're going to be racing to the 8th mile. And away they go. Casey gets the better reaction time. First across the finish line is Braxton Hudson. Goes 8:93 at 72 miles per hour. Casey goes to 9:03 at 71 miles an hour. How cool is that, Ron? 10 years old, driving a race car, doing 70 miles an hour on that 8-mile track.
Well, I just want to jump in just for a little bit here. And we've got a lot of our champions here in the bigger cars that started out right here. I'm not going to go through the list. It keeps growing. But a win at this level and this age is just as important as the top fuel stars. But here's the thing. At 5, they can start. They have to run by themselves to get them acclimated to the cars. When they turn 6, they can start competing. The faster they are allowed to go, well, when they have birthdays, they get older, they're allowed to go faster and quicker. But this is an absolutely great way to start going down the drag strip.
Rosie Spears, 10 years old, about to head down the check side of the racetrack. Look at that. Rosie stops the clock at 73 miles an hour for a 10-year-old. At 10 years old, I was just hanging out in Beech Bend and Indianapolis at the U.S. Nationals, climbing up the backside of the grandstands, as we were talking about this weekend. And I think Larry Dixon admitted that he had done the same kind of thing a few times, climbing up the back of the grandstands there at, used to call it Indianapolis Raceway Park back in the day.
Well, we kind of got away from that for a little bit. It was Lucas Oil Raceway, but now, right in December of 2021, they brought the name back, Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park, or Lucas Oil for us veteran fans, Lucas Oil IRP.
Braylon Lee and Ava Smith. Braylon is going to head down the Jeg side. Ava Smith is going to head down the Budweiser side. So I promise you, if you have success in junior dragsters, you will take that with you and you will remember that for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. And I'm very fortunate that I am the track announcer at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park, and I used to sit in the stands, and then after that was in the pits with the top fuel team, never dreaming that I would ever have that opportunity. But the Lord has other plans for us when we're growing up, and I'm very lucky to be able to be the announcer at Lucas Oil Raceway.
Proud to be alongside the microphone with you here today. Braylon Lee goes 883, 71 miles an hour. Ava Smith, 896, 72 miles an hour. These are the future stars of drag racing. Another great thing, if you're wanting to teach your kid about mechanics, you're wanting to teach the children about economics, about how to manage a racing budget, about how to pay for parts, about how to pay your own entry fee, and then also about what to do with some of the money that you could win, because you can win some money racing juniors here this weekend. That'll bring up Luca Markham and Gracie Belmer. Belmer came down from Elizabeth, Indiana, on the Budweiser side. Luca on the Jeg side.
And I believe Luca Markham's father is a tough motorcycle rider. He has won several Division III ET champions at that level around Pomona or Las Vegas for the finals.
Away they go. First across the stripe, Luca Markham, 876, 75 miles an hour. Gracie Belmer, 943 at 69 miles an hour. Now, you mentioned, Ron, yesterday some of the specifications that they have to work within in terms of horsepower and those kind of things yesterday.
It's a 5 horsepower Briggs & Stratton block, and within the confines of the rules, you must you can do pretty much anything as long as you're in the confines of the rules. A lot of them run methanol in those cars, producing a lot of horsepower for a 5 horsepower block is the basis for the engines on that. How do you like the beautiful patriotic themed junior dragster over there in the Budweiser lane?
That's Jackson Summers, the runner out of Franklin, a local runner right here. Graham Alvey out of Mount Washington is going to be taking their trek right down the Jeg side of the racetrack.
So again, we do welcome our viewers out there on dragracer.tv. we want to thank Warren Evans for taking time out of his busy schedule, and trust me, he is busy, and he is a big part of this live stream. You can find it on YouTube. Head down track.
Away they go. Jackson Summers first across the stripe. 9:17 at 71 miles per hour. Graham goes 9:58 at 65 miles per hour. Now, you mentioned that as they get older, the mile per hour increases and what have you, as they develop a little more responsibility, show that they can drive the junior at a lower speed at a younger age. Some of the things that they're allowed to do is, as they gain a little more confidence, they grow in age, they grow in ability, the speeds will increase on them as well, Ron.
Absolutely, and the opportunity to be able to do this, and this is why we kind of do the bracket format. You can spend as little or as much money as you want. So basically, whatever your financial level is, you have the opportunity for your kids to compete in this. It's a great family way to spend some time together.
This goes Hunter Adams and Mason Summers. Adams down the Jegs side of the racetrack. Hunter goes 9:26, 68 miles per hour. Mason 11:91 at 53 miles per hour.
I know that they've got a big junior drag race up at Lucas Oil IRP 4th of July weekend, and I believe Antron Brown is part of putting that together. Terry Vance from the Vance and Hine Racing team is providing jackets for all of the competitors during that race up there, and it's all junior dragsters. We're going to focus on them, and that'll be that event up there 4th of July weekend. We do want to thank Antron Brown for being part of that, and also Terry Vance from the Vance and Hine team.
Thank you. Eli Wiggins is about to make his trip down the Budweiser side. On the Jegs.com side, Logan Buckley. Here's Logan. He needed some help getting his race car up to the staging lanes to race. He didn't even get finished announcing it. He automatically had somebody to help him. 15 years old goes Logan. 791 at 80 miles per hour. Eli Wiggins goes 788 at 82.
Well, Glenn, another series that a lot of these kids compete in is the Midwest Junior Super Series. Dave Beinfor basically is the Beinfor family responsible for that, and it's a good competitive. And a lot of these kids that race here at Brackett will travel around the Midwest and support that series. The more laps, you know this, the more laps at this age, the better. And when these kids move up into the upper echelon, wherever they choose to, they're ready.
Absolutely. The more experience you get, the better you're going to be. Ethan Dallin out of Pleasant View is going to be heading down the Jag side of the racetrack. And you know, Ron, you mentioned earlier some of the larger junior racers. You go to some of the larger junior racers and you're seeing several hundred of the junior competitors all at the same time.
Absolutely, and it's another situation where they just don't run one class and they're done. They've got several opportunities to race the whole weekend.
There you go. Ethan Dowling goes 794 at 81 miles per hour. Grady Wiggins and Corey Barnes. Grady's going to be headed down the Budweiser side of the track. Corey Barnes is going to take their shot right down the Jeg side. And, you know, somebody might say to the casual fan, this might look like a kind of a scaled-down version of the dragsters that we see like in the Jeg Super Quick Series, but make no mistake, these are some very sophisticated race cars that these kids are driving.
Yes, they are, and they're lucky if they weigh 500 or 600 pounds because they have lightened up these cars through the years. But again, 500 or 600 pounds would be max as far as the total weight in these cars, which allows them to run the speeds that they do. And as I mentioned before, we've got some champions on the grounds here this weekend from top fuel level on down that started out right here in this form of racing, and the list keeps growing.
You know, I like to say when it comes to junior dragsters that you might be looking at the very next Don Garlitz, the very next Shirley Muldowney, or who knows, the very next Sean Langdon, or even Erica Enders.
I know the Eisenhowers that are here this weekend started out in the junior dragster ranks.
8:16 at 79 miles per hour for Corey Barnes. On the Budweiser side, Grady Wiggins. That'll bring up Connor Adams coming down the Jegs lane.
And you'll notice on some of these, as these kids get involved in the junior dragster ranks, they'll go out and secure sponsors just like the larger classes, the bigger classes, the faster classes that have been competing here this weekend as well.
One of the cool things about junior dragsters is they are as good of a teaching tool for the kids of tomorrow as anything that we can think of.
They get an opportunity to learn the mechanics of these cars, driving these cars. When it comes time to get their driver's license to put them out on the roads, they got a head start.
Yeah, they could be teaching the classes if you wanted them to. Connor Adams goes 8:22 down the Jeg side. Cody Alvey out of Taylorsville, 14 years old, taking on Matty Head out of Cedar Hill, Tennessee.
So you'll see him pull some covers off of these tires eventually when they roll up, getting closer to what I call the pre-stage area. That keeps a lot of the rocks and debris off of the tires. They can't do the high horsepower burnouts like a lot of the faster classes that we have the adults run in. So basically they use those tire covers to kind of keep the rocks and debris off, where the bigger tires hard enough they can clean them up that way.
Matty Head and Cody Alvey headed down track. First across the stripe, Matty goes 792 at 81 miles an hour. Cody goes 791 at 84 miles an hour. Cody, 14 years old. How cool is that? 14 years old, driving a race car at 82 miles an hour. We didn't have these when we were kids. Hey, Ron, is it too late for us to sign up for junior dragsters?
I think they call that junior comp. It's kind of an in-between junior dragsters and super comp. They call it junior comp, and I do think they allow adults like us to test the waters. These ride-alongs that are available out there around the country are kind of a neat way to, if you don't want to drive, you can have someone drive you in a two-seater down the drag
There you
strip.
go, a whole lot of fun. And I tell you what, the two-seater ride that I would love to take.
I know what you're going to say, I think.
Uh-oh.
Go for it.
Well, I just mentioned his name just a few minutes ago.
Yes, I figured you were going there. That's a top fuel car.
Tell you what, if you want to really go fast, you can ride alongside Larry Dixon, a three-time NHRA Top Fuel World Champion, is in his two-seat Top Fuel dragster.
That would be a good way to do it without spending what it takes to even own a car like that. I got to tell you this. Back in 1973, when the neighbor that we had was Jim Paoli, ran the Nitro Funny Car. A turnkey Nitro Funny Car with a Keith Black motor was $25,000. That's how far expenses have got when you are purchasing a Nitro Funny Car. You're well over 6-digit figures to have that same car today.
And just to tell you what some of the economics that are behind, well, I'll give you a good example of Top Fuel. Won't say the driver's name, but he's not one of the better funded teams, but I do happen to know him. He happened to mention what it cost to run his Top Fuel dragster at just one of the national events. He said they will typically spend $100,000 just to go to one race, try to make all the qualifying sessions, go as far as they can in eliminations. And again, this isn't one of the better funded teams. This is when they're slightly underfunded. They will buy parts and pieces from some of the better funded teams, and they're still spending over $100,000 just to go to one race in Top Fuel.
So we really have a full out appreciation for those teams that put that money out there to put on a show for us at these national events.
All right. We're going to turn the wick up just a little bit.
All right, we're going to kind of do the musical chairs up here as Ricky Sneed and John and Gayrit. Hopefully I did not. Ricky Sneed in the S10 over here on the right side. This is foot brake leading the line, 019 on the 639, 104 as John 743, 91 miles an hour. Got to get my tongue untied over there. All right, let's go. This is our pro class. Chris Barlow, Smith Grove, Kentucky, in the 1990 Probe. Ford Probe, we haven't said that this weekend too much. Jeff Hogan, how about the 63 Chevy 2 out of Bowling Green, Kentucky? That is a nice ride. Got the hard top, the white hard top. Opportunity to get a time run in the books. Look at that Chris Barlow, the quick run, 6:08, 111, 0:15 up front. Jeff Hogan, 7:57, 88 miles an hour. If you like trucks, we got them. If you got a truck at home and you'd like to drag race, obviously you can see right here, you can bring them to the racetrack and go down there. You go through tech, make sure you got all the safety equipment. And if you've never done this, and I'm sure here at Beech Bend they've got a night where you can just bring stuff off the street to race. Tuesday nights, if you want to try it out for fun. Kenny Ray, the S10 in the right lane. Taylor Pofall out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. He'll lock it down. The S10 truck actually makes a good racing vehicle in the bracket ranks. Kenny's got a color of a bulb to match the color of that red truck, but we're just practicing right now. They only get one more practice at it, and it's right here, right now. Kenny Ray, 795, 84 miles an hour, 1031, 66 miles an hour for Taylor. Well, we're going to walk down the left lane with Austin Boone's 72 Dodge Dart. He's double entered in another class. You're going to see that. Larry Peters, the S10 out of Portland, Tennessee. Where's Portland? Just across the state line, so Larry didn't have to drive too far. Austin Boone, 640 at 104 miles an hour with a green dart. Larry Peters, 723, 96 miles an hour. So some of these had a time run yesterday. They'll take either one or two time slips and try to determine what the dial will be when we bring them back up. They'll dial them up. We'll wake up the handicap Christmas tree. They'll try to run the dial, cut a great reaction time, and hope it's enough to turn on the wind light. Can't read that tech card. It is Todd Boone on the left side, but the better reaction time comes out of the jegs.com lane. They showed me the tech card through the window. I couldn't read it. 608, 111 miles an hour. Todd Boone, 701, 95 miles an hour. Here comes Logan Kirby. Lafayette, Tennessee is where he calls home. But for right now, he's at home in that race car. Over here on the jegs.com lane. Final time run opportunity. My computer don't like me, so I see why it don't like me, so I'll fix the problem there. Okay. Dave Miller. I see Dave. Dave's on the left side, 719, 95 miles an hour. Logan Kirby, 1190 at 59 miles an hour. We got the gang next door that basically is in charge of the ladders, the tech cards, and everything. So Carolyn next door, if I got one that's not in the system, she's holding the tech card up through the glass. We're trying to read it through the glass so you know who's going down track. Adam Klein, the successful racer, former track champ here at Beech Bend, left side in the wagon. Jason Haley in the truck. Haley reaching for the sky. Either that or he's wearing out the tread on the front tires. He's trying to save the tread, so he keeps the wheels in the air for a while. 658, 100 miles an hour on both sides. 669 for Klein. All right, Bradley Arnett, Alvaton, Kentucky is where he mows his yard. He's in the jegs.com lane. And they're holding up another car. Josh Lynch is over there on the left side, the Bud side. Don Lynch, likewise. Side by side, 8th mile, that's their finish line for him. Lynch, 704, 94 miles an hour, 716. Arnett at 93 miles an hour. So again, this class, pro class, they run 8th mile. Super Pro, 8th mile. Juniors, 8th mile. Elizabeth Klein, Tom Flowers. These two are regulars here. Elizabeth Klein, I know I put some data in there. Looks like I got to fix my. So Tom Flowers, a lot of horsepower under the hood. He's there. 646, 104. Elizabeth Klein working at it. 1039, 67 miles an hour. Now, Glenn, this don't look very fair, but I got to tell you, for out there in the stands, when they're time trialing, the tree is heads up. They leave as one. When we go racing, they put the dials in of what their car will run. The tree will handicap, slowly go the car leaves first, faster. I'm Ray, right lane, the painter. He's going to paint us some numbers on the jegs.com scoreboard. 684, 99 miles an hour. 825, 87 miles an hour on the Bud lane. And another card is in the glass. Wade Willott out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He's in the right lane. Chris Cowles. Chris races here a lot, and he's pretty good at it, Glenn. A little bit of wandering over the right lane, making a longer trek to 8 miles. 88 mile an hour time slip. Chris Cowles, 762 at 89 miles an hour. All right, Super Street, need you to the back side of lane 5 and 6 for pairing. Super Street, need you to the back side of 5 and 6 for pairing in the first round. Joseph Russell, Smith Grove, Kentucky. Jonathan Horton lights it up. 562, 121 right side. 831, 84 miles an hour is Russell. Super Street, first call, need you to the back of 5 and 6 for pairings, please. You are on a ladder. Super Street, need you to the back side of 5 and 6. They'll pair you up. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Stock Eliminator, stand by. All the laddered classes have been posted. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Kenny Kitchen, Josh Decker, Camaro's Kenny 005 up front out of the right lane. 692, 97 miles an hour for Josh Decker. His Camaro's a little faster, 625 at 109 miles an hour. So again, Super Street, round 1. Need you to the back of 5 and 6 for pairings. Super Street, Super Street. Need you to 5 and 6 to the backside for pairings. That is round number 2. Excuse me, gang. Super Street, that'll be round 2. Lane 5 and 6. Need you to the back of the lanes for pairings. Clayton Clark, another tough racer out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, and Kelly Anderson's Monte Carlo. How about that black, yellow stripe Monte Carlo over there? Clayton Clark, he's got a lot of wins in his career. 598, 113 miles an hour, 672 for Kelly Anderson's beautiful Monte Carlo at 101 miles an hour. Here comes Jason Whittle. Says he's a bouncer. So if we have any problems up in the tower, we know who to call. Sponsored by LaBoose Race Cars, Renegade Race Fuels. But in the Pro class, he's sponsored by Whittle Brothers Racing, Tennessee National Guard, Phoenix Tire. We'll give all of his sponsors some love out there. Caleb Hetty out of Lebanon, Kentucky. Is that a Ford Maverick? The taillight says it is. Ford Maverick launching the front end up in the air, super stock style, 681, 99 miles an hour as Jason Whittle goes 813 and 81 miles an hour. Super Street, round 2. Need you to the back of 5 and 6. They'll get you paired up. Super Street, round number 2. To the back of 5 and 6, they'll get you paired up. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Luke Wiseman, the Malibu, the powder blue Malibu. That looks like a factory color. How about the Classic 57? I guess that's Darren Morris. Okay, Darren Morris. He has all the dual cars. Love it. 11 Nissan 57 for Darren Morris. 701, 95 miles an hour. Luke Wiseman. 759, 89 miles an hour. We don't have many Super Street cars left. We're going to take a tag look here. Looks like 9 Super Street cars left. Well, Jason Daniel. Yep, Jason Daniel over there in the right side of the racetrack. Jerry Woods, S10, ready to go. Daniel's like, see you later, alligator. He's down the jegs.com lane. He'll light it up first. 006 up front, 653 out the back door at 101 miles an hour. Woods, 739. He'll throw another 9 on the slip, 91 miles an hour. Ronnie Meredith, Chad Qualls. Chad in the truck. Scottsville, Kentucky is where he calls home. Not sure where that's at. Looks like Ronnie's going to roll it in deep. Over here on the right side. Pre-stage, he lit him. He knocked him out. That's okay. For now, Chad Qualls, both of them painted the tree red. And Chad runs through 703, 98 miles an hour. Ronnie Meredith still working at it. 1331 at 53 miles an hour. There's Jimbo Fields. Successful racer here at Beech Bend. Shelby Thurman over there in the truck. They can have a steering wheel in it because he had to grab it. Jimbo Fields Billy won at 104 miles an hour. 688, 98 miles an hour on the Budweiser lane. Amanda Maggart, Earl Talley, Big Earl. Earl's been in a lot of winner's circle here. You probably have called that name a few times. I'm trying to get my computer fixed here. I think I had something laying on my 8 button, so I think I've got a gazillion 8s up there, and I got to clear it out before I can bring up my database. Earl Talley, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Big Earl, 008 out of the gate. He wasn't late. Let's see what the number is at the top end. 653, 104, 730 at 98 miles an hour. Short, 005 up front, 632 at the finish line, 106 miles an hour, 664, 101 for Joseph Hodges at Cutlass. Jay Smith, 69 Camaro. I think we had a Camaro convention this weekend, didn't we? Wow, Dan Johnson, Gallatin, Tennessee, hometown. The Mazda, I think that one ran earlier, didn't it? That is an RX-7 Mazda. Hey, my computer straightened out. Yippee! I think I had something laying on the 8 key, and I had to erase a gazillion of those before it let me do anything. For the Mazda fans in the house, Dan Johnson is who you need to root for. He's in the right lane. The RX-7, 669 with a nickel at 101 miles an hour, 661, 103 for Smith. Okay. We got to have us some El Caminos. There's one. We've got a racer that I used to work at a track in Illinois that won a championship with that, went to the bracket finals in the El Camino. So, hey, you can have fun at about anything you want to drive down the racetrack, practice racing. This is Bryce. Trying to read the tech card, that's okay. 818, 81 miles an hour. Billy Robbins, El Camino, for you El Camino fans, 715. That was the poor man's pickup truck when the El Camino and the Rancheros were out there. Ford Ranchero. Jim Elrod and Keaton Moeller. Small truck, big truck. So obviously Keaton can haul more supplies in the back of his. He's in the left lane. We got the red light shining. Looks like I see something way down track. We got a car being pushed off of the deep end down there. That's our El Camino that just went down the track. Maybe it ran out of gas down there, but it is being manually pushed down at the deep end. Super Street, I hope you made it to the back of 5 and 6 for pairings, because round 2, looks like maybe they are getting that taken care of. That means stock eliminator, standby call for you. Stock eliminator, standby call for you. You're on a ladder when you get up here, I do believe. We're just going to put them on a standby. Keaton Mower's big truck, a little faster, 747, 90 miles an hour. Jim Elrod, 1158, 60 mile an hour run. Looks like we got a nice gentle breeze going from left to right across our racing surface. Chris Moeller's truck, and looks like next door they're trying to find a tech card for 817D. That's a Camaro. I had a body style Camaro with the flip wing on the back. Jeremy Doss out of Graham, Kentucky. He's a mechanic. Boy, does that come in handy when you're drag racing. Wow. Chris Moeller says, watch this. Nice wheels up launch in the truck, 605 at 111, 705, 95 miles an hour for the Camaro. And front row seat for that. There's a Vega and a Nova. I know they got drivers in them, but I will explain this to you out there in the stands. When we're trying to put tech cards in, when they're all turned in at the last minute, it's like pouring oil in a funnel. And number two, we cannot put cards in when we're actually running the class, so we have to wait until it's done. That's Phil Davis and Chris Blair. Phil Davis is on the right side, Chris Blair is on the left side. Looks like Chris Blair has got a little faster hot rod. Davis, 646, 104. Blair runs 566 at 120 miles an hour. 16 mile an hour difference down here at the 8th mile. Julie Ochoa. Julie's a service manager with the 84 Firebird, sneaking up on the jegs.com lane. We'll put a Camaro on the other side, call it Thomas Kleppen. Kleppen has done pretty good here. I think he is a regular here, and he is. He also has run at Music City. He runs SPORTSnational. A little bit of a move to the left for Julie. Look at that Firebird fly down there. 6'11", 112 for Julie, the service manager. 789, 85 miles an hour for Kleppen. Paul Farmer out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I wonder if he farms for a living. I guess I don't know that yet. Paul will check out the real estate on the left side of the racetrack. I think they're looking for Tech Card C88S next door. Stock Eliminator. All right, Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator. Need you to the back side of the lanes for pairing. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator. Need you to the back of the lanes for pairings. That's round number 2. Stock Eliminator. We need you now. Stock Eliminator. We need you now to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. All right, sit tight, Stock Eliminator. We need to get you the designated pairs first. Stock Eliminator, sit tight. All right, designated pairs, Stock Eliminator. That's R. Holmes, Larry Hill. Hammond and Kurtzberger. McFarland and Greenham. That's my designated pairs. All right. All right, since there's only about 25 of you, we're going to call the rest of you and go ahead and get you up there. They'll get you paired up in the back of the lanes. There's only 25 of you. So again, Stock Eliminator for pairings, the back side to the lanes, please. Blake Richardson. Bud Lane. And Ryan Richardson. This is the Richardson boys team out here reading left to right. If we had another lane, we could have run Dad. Blake Richardson runs 6'10". Ryan Richardson 6'09". How about that? As they ran down the racetrack. Well, here's Blake. How many Richardsons are there? A whole bunch of them. This is Blake Richardson, and running with Blake is Daniel Gray, the Chevy Vega, the yellow Vega, Daniel Gray. Stock eliminator to the back side of the lanes. They'll get you paired up. Stock eliminator to the back side of the lanes. They'll get you paired up back there. That yellow Vega looks like it's out front down there and does not get there first. Blake Richardson did. 584, 116, 596 for the yellow Vega, 113 miles an hour. They're just time trialing. We're about done. I think we are done. The tractor sits idle. They're putting some gold dust. As we mentioned yesterday, these door cars are pretty much, the wheelbase is the same, so we kind of dig some holes out there. So they're trying to groom that up, put some gold dust down, rub it in. We're going to be down just a bit. Stock eliminator to the back side of the lanes. They'll get you paired up. And that means we'll put Super Comp on standby. Super Comp, you are on standby at this time. The ladders, again, are on the D3 trailer. And we're going to take a break in the action and get things lined up, scraped up, groomed up. And it'll be time for round number 2 of Super Street. All right, again, stock eliminator should be to the back of the lanes. They'll get you paired up back there, stock eliminator. Super Comp, stand by. Super Comp, stand by. And again, the ladders have been posted on the D3 trailer for Super Comp. Got some wallies to hand out for the classes here today, and the bracket class of Super Pro Pro Sportsman, they are running for a Wally as well. Junior dragsters, you will run for a Wally later on in the year here at Beech Bend in August at one of the events there. All right, Super Comp, we are ready. We are ready for you. Super Comp, we are ready for you. Just sit kind of in the back of the lanes. They will get you paired up down there in the staging lanes. Super Comp, we are ready for you. This is your first call. Head and park in the back of the staging lanes. The gang down there will get you paired up on the ladder, please. All right, Super Street coming at us. Around the horn we come. We'll leave it at 1090 till we run out of Super Street cars. Heads up start. 4/10 Pro Tree. Jim Kreitzer, Nicole Van de Walker trying to advance in Super Street. Nine cars left, racing for a Wally yet. Van de Walker in the Duster, the paralegal out of Portland, Tennessee, will match up with Jim Kreitzer's Beretta. The yellow and blue Beretta will park it on the Bud lane just for a few. Green light times 2. Jim Kreitzer falls back. We're quarter-mile racing again for the Super Street class. Win light, left lane, dead on the number, 14 thou package, Kreitzer, winner, 006 up front. Van de Walker, 1 thou under, would not get it done. Allison Pros, runner-up last week at the Division III race, Lucas Oil IRP, right lane. Going to try to take down Matt in Kentucky. Promise not to stop. Take the cars back up. Pros is behind. Coming. 1,000-foot winner. Double breakout goes to Matt Forbes. Forbes 2 thou under. Allison Pros 2 hun under. Forbes breaking out the least on the double breakout race. Here comes Mark Smith, a former Division III Super Street champion, the attorney out of Bowling Green, right side. Ryan Locke, the youngster, first gen Camaro, the accountant out of Indianapolis. So for Matt Forbes, he'll get the bye next round. Here they go. Locke, Smith, finish line, winner, left side. 1090 with a 1 for Locke, an 18 pack taking the stripe by 2 hun. Smith gave up exactly under 100th at the start, did not get it done. Greg Carta, Franklin, Kentucky, right side, Gary Carter, falls back. 70 Nova might be in trouble. Greg looking over his shoulder. Right side, winner. 1095 beats a 1099. Greg had 7 hun on the tree. Takes the stripe and the win. Greg Carter will advance. And the bye run, Ronnie Maggarts. 70 Chevelle, Lebanon, Tennessee. Ronnie Maggart on the bye run. All right, Super Comp. Hopefully you are in the lanes getting paired up. Super Stock, stand by. Super Stock, stand by, please. Super Stock, stand by. Ronnie Maggart, 023 on the bye run. Hammering away. Can he run 1090? 1088, holding a few maybe. 150 miles an hour for Maggart. That takes care of that round. And the tractor comes back. Going to do a little rubbing on the racetrack. Super Comp, hopefully you're all there. Super Stock, stand by. We're just waiting for the official word next door. Super Stock, stand by. All right, I'm going to step back, and we're going to trade spots down here. Warren Evans is kind of busy, so we're trying to keep the live stream. We haven't blew anything up down there with the live stream, so we're going to keep that going. We're playing musical chairs up here. Glenn, he's going to call Stock Eliminator. And Super Stock, stand by, please. Super Stock, stand by. Super Comp, you should already be there.
Stock Eliminator rolling in the lanes right up by the tower. And we are going back quarter mile racing. Class racing at its finest. Had a fantastic show last night. The Haggerty Clay Jones Memorial. Johnny Rakes took home the win in a heads-up final round. Heads-up final round, taking out Matt Morris. They were high-flying. They were hustling down track. Morris treed him on the tree, and Johnny Rakes still ran him down out on the top end.
Glenn, I do want to say thank you to all the racers for when we do the class calls. You've been doing a great job getting to the lanes, and we appreciate that. We anticipate a long day today, so we appreciate you jumping back right in the lanes when we need you.
There you go, drivers. A big tip of the cap to everybody for helping making things run real smooth. Everybody from Brock Porter, all of the team here at IRP. That's where I got that from. Okay, so a big thank you to people at Beech Bend. And you know what? If I ever come up to IRP, I'm going to say a big thank you to the folks at Beech Bend. And they'll be like, okay, what is wrong with this guy? Okay, I tell you what's right with us right now. Rob Holmes and Larry Hill about to square off. Round number 2, stock eliminator. All right, we're missing 2685. Stock eliminator, we're missing 2685. You should be here in the staging lanes. Amanda Maggart, number 2685. You should be here in the staging lanes. She was up here just a few minutes ago. Larry Hill and Rob Holmes. Larry Hill, the 1970 CUDA, about to head down the Jegs lane. Rob Holmes, he likes the 77 Formula Firebird J-Stock automatic. Dial-ins are on the scoreboard. That's the number they're going to try to run. They qualified on the index. Hill qualified number 23. Holmes qualified number 11. Off and running. Larry Hill cannot wait. Turns it red by 6th out. He'll kick himself all the way back to Hickory, Kentucky. Rob Holmes moved on into round number 3 of stock eliminator. 11:49 on 11:45. 114 miles an hour. That'll bring up Jerry Greenham and Brett McFarland. All right, if you like stick cars like we like stick cars, and we all like stick cars, here's your pair right here. The 1970 Chevy Mustang, 351 cubic inches of Cobra Jet power for Greenham out of Indiana on the Budweiser side. Brett McFarland, he likes the big block Chevy, 396 cubic inches, in the A-Stick 68 Camaro. Red light start for Brett McFarland. Let out the clutch just a tad too soon. Greenham going to be moving on. He's rolling gears anyway. 11:34 on 11:40. I bet he's going to dial down a little bit in the next round. Brett McFarland's day is done. Runs 10:13 on 10:23 after the big red ball. Marissa Hammond and John Kurzenberger. Hammond, the 83 Camaro H-Stock automatic, 11:36 dial. Kurzenberger dialed to 970 in the 2012 Copo Camaro. That central office. That's factory stock C out of Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. Dialed to 970. He's going to be playing chase. There goes Marissa. John Kurzenberger could not wait. Marissa moving on to next round. Runs 11:38 on 11:36, 115 miles per hour. Talking about stick cars, here's another one. Jimmy Gower out of Litchfield. 66 Chevelle wagon. 2 tons of fun. 283 cubic inches. stick. Dial to 1239. Doug Duell in the CUDA. C-Stock automatic. Dial 1031. He's going to play chase after a 2-second head start. Gower goes red. Doug Duell, the car dealer, his CUDA is moving on to the next round, 10:48 on a 10:31, 108 miles an hour. He clicked it off a little bit early. Mike Robinson and George Warren. Warren, he looks like a Ford guy. He's got a 64 Thunderbird. He's got the 67 Fairlane, the E-Stock automatic car in the Jeg side. Mike Robinson, he prefers the 78 Corvette I-Stock automatic, down 1189 on the Bud side. Red light start for Warren. Robinson moving on into round number next. 1190, 110 miles an hour as Warren's day is done in the Fairlane. Brian Rogers, Franklin, Tennessee. That's around the Nashville area. Tom Reese out of Cincinnati. Q-Stock automatic, dial 1293. Brian Rogers with the stick car in the 69 Camaro. That's the one that has the black vinyl seats with crushed velour inlays on it. Just 7/1000ths of a second difference at the hit. Rogers, rowing gears, chasing. Kenny run him down, got him. 1087, 115 miles an hour. He was 12 on the tree, 5 on the dial, 17th thou pack out of a stick car for Brian Rogers. How about that? Mike Taylor out of Somerset taking on Jeff Smith out of Alvaton. Smith H-Stock automatic, dialed 1153. Taylor dialed 1175 in the K-Stick, 79 Malibu, 305 cubic inches a pair. Green lights a pair as they're rowing their way down the track. Breakout. Taylor got there too quick. Smith, wind light, 1154 on 1153. That would have been tough to squeeze their way around. Julie Bierman and Mike Welfel. Welfel, F-Stick, 66, Chevy Nova, 327, small block. I could hear him in my sleep. Julie Bierman out of Xenia, Ohio. She likes the 68 Firebird as a weapon of choice. 400 cubic inches of Pontiac power, qualified number 4 in the program. 9/10 on the index. She's dialed under it to a 1065. Welfel with a head start. He's going to be out front and running. Julie's going to play chase. Green lights a pair. Welfel out running. Julie chasing. Got him. Double breakout. Welfel took too much stripe trying to stay out in front. Julie, double breakout. She's closer to the dial. She's moving on into round number 3. Donnie Vaught, Milton, Tennessee. Bob Robbins, Birdstown. Robbins, M-Stock automatic, dialed under to 1224 rather. Donnie Vaught, the E-Stick 350. And just a quick check of the far end of the racetrack. And just a hose clamp came off from somebody. Donnie Vaught out of Milton, Tennessee, the aggregate relocator. We still don't know what that really is. We're still trying to figure that out up here in the announce deck.
I like Warren Evans's analogy of that one. Just moves rock around.
Good enough. He's in the E-Stick, the 1967 Camaro. Throwing the gears, wheels up charge. Vaught trying to run him down, chasing. Double breakout. Bob Robbins, 1222 and 1224. Closer to his dial in. Vaught was 1082 on 1085. Broke out trying to run him down. Anthony Hughes and Tyler Bohannon. Is there anything Tyler Bohannon can't do these days? He's a driver. He's a car owner. He's a race event promoter. I'll get it right in a second, Tyler. You know, in that Corvette, he's probably got the radio in it. He's probably listening to us while he's going down the racetrack. You know what, guys? I wouldn't doubt it at all.
Oh, yeah, there's another little race going on in the country, isn't there?
Oh, wait, what? Another race? I hadn't heard. Really? What is that?
So it looks like the torch is being pushed back into the starting line area. And as Warren Evans says, that's good. Maybe they got the hot dogs done down there and they'll bring us some with that torch. Or marshmallows. I like mine burnt, my marshmallows.
Tyler Bohannon, the runner out of Louisville. Second generation driver, 2001 Corvette, but looks familiar because it used to be out of the Cummins family. Attention in the pit, super stock, we need you, super stock, we need you to the lanes, to the back of lanes 5 and 6. Super stock to the back of lanes for pairing. Super stock, we need you to the back of lanes for pairing. Tyler Bohannon, Anthony Hughes. Bohannon fixing to make his trip down the jig side. Hughes likes the 283 Chevy as the weapon of choice. Off and running. 6th thou difference at the hit. Here comes Bohannon, chasing. Got it. Double breakout. Bohannon closer to the dial, moving on, trying to fit it through the eye of the needle, and Tyler moving on to the next round. Kenny Bomar and Dollar Bill. Bomar, the runner out of Memphis, AA stock automatic, 1018 the dial. Bill out of Ashland, 1222 the dial on the in-stock automatic on the deck side. There goes Bill. Here comes Bomar, big block, trying to run him down. He's chasing. Wind Picker says Bomar. Look at Kenny Bomar going rounds today, 10-18-9 on a 10-18, 129 miles an hour, taking the win, moving on.
Well, I'm going to jump in real quick. There's a case he did not give up on that race because he was looking like he was going to park the car, but he's your winner.
There you go. Mark Poole out of Hendersonville in the CUDA. Amanda Maggard out of Lebanon in the K-Stock Automatic, 84 Olds Cutlass. She's dialed under an 1166. Poole dialed under to a 1094. Amanda's going to get about a second and a half head start. Super stock, we need you to the back of lanes for pairing. Super stock, we need you. Come on down, guys. Super stock, we need you, drivers. Off and running. Amanda out front. Here comes Cuda. Got her. Double breakout. Poole closer to the dial. Goes 1090 with a 3, 7 hunt under. Amanda. Tommy Mattingly, L-Stock Automatic. He likes 327 for his weapon of choice. And the 66 Chevelle Grocery Getter. That's L-Stock Automatic, #1 qualifier. There we go. Tommy Mattingly goes right down Broadway, 1173 at 110. Once again, super stock drivers, we need you to the back of lanes. And my good buddy Ron Ruggles is going to slide on in and bring you super comp.
All right, the quickest of the .90 class is Super Comp, and we've got a Wally up here for the Super Comp class. There's 5 Wallies up here, and they need a new home. We're tired of feeding them. All righty, Beech Bend Raceway Park. Let's check the weather. We're looking at 80 degrees right now. The humidity's dropped quite a bit. It's 55%. Got an 8-mile-an-hour wind out of the south. Uncorrected barometer 29.49, and water grains 85.7. Density altitude 2,440 feet right now. That's kind of our current conditions, as the shade is a popular place to hang out right now. We've got a lot of sun working with us, a few clouds up there. Hey, we want to welcome each and every one of our spectators here spending your Sunday here at Beech Bend Raceway Park in beautiful Bowling Green, Kentucky. I love the drive back here as we leave the busyness of the city and make the drive back here to the drag strip. Well, I see the cars are fired up, and it's time to go Super Comp racing. This is Super Comp round number 2 as we go round and round till we grab a winner. We'll hand him a Wally and take pictures out front. Devin Eisenhower, he will have the bye run. And Roy will guide Devin into the water box. Engineers had a great junior dragster career growing up, a former world champion. And let me, we were talking about the ET finals. Devin Eisenhower was our champ in Division III in Super Pro, went out to Las Vegas and ended up being the Super Pro world champion on the bracket side of things. So Devin will take the bye run. Super Stock, hopefully you're on the back side of the lane. Super Gas, stand by. Super Gas, stand by, please. So Devin Eisenhower, one of our junior racers that continued on with the drag racing scene. Devin, 022, letting go of the button on the bye run. 8917, 187 miles an hour, and we'll see Devin into round 3. Now we're going to pair them up. This is Ryan Hart, the youngster out of Bartlett, Tennessee, the accountant with a Miller chassis dragster, big block. He's on the right side. He's got the monostrut wing. A little more laid-back look to the wing for Brian Cassin's worthy dragster. Debbie Crick, the crew chief. Robert Hart, the crew chief for Ryan. All right, they will stage them cars. They'll press these buttons in, and they've got electronics in the cars. The trio will drop down. They'll release those buttons. That's how the cars are activated. Red by 026. That allows Brian Cassin to run out of the left-hand lane to the next round. Cassin 894, 171 miles an hour. Ryan Hart will park the race car. After an 026 start, runs 897 at the finish line. Chris Sullivan, another one that ran the junior cars early on in his career. Chris Sullivan, the Wright Trailers Racecraft dragster, he's in the left lane out of Auburn, Illinois. And Derek Denny owns Denny Mechanical Shop. He's got a Mullis car with a big block. Chris Sullivan just got his top dragster license last weekend, was competing in our top dragster class at Lucas Oil. A successful racer out of Auburn, Illinois in the Budweiser lane. One of these drivers is start. Winner. Double breakout. Derek Denny takes the stripe first by 100th. He's 8879 to Sullivan's 8878. Margin of victory on the double breakout. 16-10 thou goes to Derek Denny. Sean Langdon and Nathan Prose. Nathan Prose out of Terre Haute, Indiana. The very first JEG Super Quick race that he competed in, #1 qualifier. He's got a tough customer. Top fuel driver, Sean Langdon, sits in the right lane. Loves sportsman racing. Has been a former Sean Langdon drills the tree. 005 looking for the win. Got it. 894 for Sean Langdon. Nathan Prose had to keep the pedal down, breaks out by 3 thou, gave up 5 hun up front, and you can't do that against Sean Langdon. All right, here's another tough customer out of the Eisenhower camp. This is Nick. He's in the right lane. The number 5 on his car represents number 5 in the world in Super Comp last year on the big scene. Terry Kamler, Freeburg, Illinois. He's the regional VP Racer, Caliber Collision, sponsored. Kathy's the crew chief for Terry Kamler. Nick Eisenhower, ready. Right lane. Super Gas, stand by. Super Gas, stand by. Super Stock, I hope you're all there. We're waiting for the call for Super Gas. Well, I'll tell you what, Super Gas in the back of the lanes for repairing. How about that? Terry Kamler goes perfect on the start, but Nick Eisenhower is your winner. Nick was 0-13 up front. Took the stripe by 9 thou. I don't know if Kamler maybe cut Nick loose. You got to watch Nick. He knows how to drive the stripe down there and got it done. I thought Nick was in trouble, but Kamler goes 8-9-8 out the back door, and Nick basically stole his hamburger right off his plate down here at the finish line. Here comes Allison Pros. I told you, Allison's a versatile driver, now running Super Comp. Dave Forbes out of Horse Cave, Kentucky on the left side. So Forbes going wingless on the dragster, Allison with the monostrut. Super Gas into the back of the lanes for pairings. Super Gas to the back of the lanes for pairings. Allison, 011 RED. Dave Forbes, your winner. He goes 888s with a 9. Allison, when she grabs that time slip, Warren Evans is going to be kicking herself. Allison goes 8-900, but trips the light. 0-1-1 on the red side. That takes care of that. I think we got Super Stock coming up. Glenn's going to step back in. Have fun.
Super Gas, we need you to the head of the lanes. Super Gas, we need you to the head of the lanes for pairing. Super Gas, we need you to the head of the lanes for pairing.
Well, Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro, stand by.
All right, we're going to turn the wick up. On the stock bodied style cars, you saw stock eliminator just a little bit. Once again, for the casual fan, this is super stock. They allow a little more modifications, a little bigger tire and what have you. First pair out, Rusty Hall and Courtney Russell. Russell, GTL automatic. Again, we think that's probably one of F.J. Smith's conversions. If I'm right, I think Smith was probably the first chassis builder that was converting front-wheel drive cars for drag racing applications. Rusty Hall, the 92 Mustang Factory GTG. They're off and running. Russell out first. Here comes Rusty trying to chase him down in the Mustang. Can he do it? Double breakout, no. Courtney Russell, the Alabama runner, 10:29.9 on 10:32. Closer to the dial than Rusty Hall. Moving on, Mike Morris and Mitch Autry. Autry, his shop is about 10 minutes from my house. Henderson, Tennessee. Mitch Autry and Mike Morris. Green lights a pair. Autry trying to run him down. Chasing. Yes, sir. Look at Autry. Staying alive. 973 on 970. Morris broke out trying to stay out in front. Goes 1074 on 1076. No good. Autry is moving along. Jeremy Duncan and Avery Duncan. Reckon these two drivers know each other. Jeremy, 48 years young, out of Charleston, Indiana. Avery, 20 years young, out of Charleston, Indiana. I think these two drivers know each other. Look at this. Super Stock D Automatic is heads up run between father and son right here on the starting line. Rolled the beam. I wonder if he did it on purpose to let Dad win. Say, listen, I know who pays the bills. I want to stay in the race car. Dear old Dad's going to get to win. Dad goes 942, 126 miles an hour. And he is staying on. Moving on to the next round. Brian Hagan, Nick Morris. Haig, you name it, he's won it. Super E Automatic in the 67 Camaro, 396. Dialed under a 964, qualified number 14 in the program. Nick Morris qualified number 5. The runner out of Louisville, not Louisville, not Louisville. Hey, I'm just glad that my fellows up here on the announce deck haven't started pounding me over that. The runner out of Louisville. He's dialed under 948. Win Picker says Nick Morris, 950 on a 948. As he had the better tree, as Haig was 99 on the tree, and that spelled doom for him. Jeremy Mudd and Tony Alvey. Alvey likes the pick-em-up truck. 2001 GMC Sonoma, 327 cubic inches. Dialed under a 1021. Jeremy Mudd, the high winding Super C modified. This is what C modified production would have looked like, though, about 1979. But it's wrapped inside a 93 grand down here in 2022. Chasing, trying to run him down. Got him. Alvey broke out, trying to stay out in front. Mudd, clean and green all around. 868 on 864. He was 001 on the tree. Mudd in the high-winded small block is moving on in the round number next. Todd France and Ronnie Dutton. France, the runner out of Louisville. GTG Automatic. And the 05 Cavalier dialed under a 942. Dutton GTO automatic. The Alabama runner dialed under a 1075. Comes that little screaming small block for France, trying to run him down. Could not do it. 1079 on 1075. Your winner, Todd France, was dead late on the tree. He was 78 on the tree and ran the better number, but lost it on the starting line. Bryce France out of Louisville. Jim Schechter, former U.S. Nationals champ. GTH, the stick car. He's got 3 pedals on the floorboard on the jeg side. Dialed under a 955 in GTH. Super F automatic for France. Dialed under 982. Price out and running. Here comes a little clutch car. He's chasing. They're staring at each other at 1,000 feet. Got it. 962, 127. Former U.S. Nationals champ. Schechter is moving on into the next round. Ricky Decker and Amy Falk. This is worth the price of admission anywhere in the country. Amy Falk, guys, was the very first woman to win a world championship in the sportsman classes in drag racing. Super Pro to lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pit. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. Amy Falk, she's chasing. Decker outrunning. Decker knows he's got a Hall of Fame trying to run him down. Here she comes. Cannot do it. Broke out trying to run him down. Decker was 005 on the tree. Decker is 995, 130 miles an hour for the win. Frankie Morris and Austin Alvey. Alvey, call him Butter because he's been on a roll. He's on the jeg side, GTG automatic in the 05 Sun Fair. Frankie Morris, runner out of Louisville, Super F automatic, Chevy, big block, dialed under a 1008. Wind Picker says Frankie Morris, 1008.9 on a 1008. That's a 29 pack for the win. Alvey was 31 on the tree and mathematically ineligible. I can't say that. Mathematically ineligible at the hit. Did I get it right? Took me about 15 times to try to get it right. Logan Bellinger gets to buy Bellinger, he's 20 on the tree, dialed 1105, but he gets a free pass. He runs a 997. Wait a minute, that must have been the index. Probably wasn't a dial in. Because if he ran a 997 on an 1105 dial, then the tech guys would say, "Excuse me, sir, we'd like to speak with you." Who was it? It might have been Steve Evans who famously said there's only 3 words to describe tech guys. Picky, picky, picky. Now, mind you, All right, coming around the bend, here comes Super Gas to tell you all about them. My good buddy Ron Ruggles.
Well, how about a start here with these two in Super Gas, 990 till we run out of these. Kenny Threat, 63 Corvette, Springfield, Tennessee is his hometown. We'll put him in the left side. Pro Stock, former Pro Stock world champion Bo Butner in the Corvette is the competition. Two Corvettes, same year. Got the tops down, enjoy the everybody's got a 100.5 head start at the start. Can they work the finish line magic? How about Butner? Dead on with a 3. Let Kenny take the stripe first by 500. He breaks out by 400. Actually, Bo Butner gave up a little under 100.5, but he's got the win light. Joe Tankersley, the GTO over here on the right side, the Jegs.com lane. Ashley Cole, the youngster out of Avon, Indiana, with the 63 Roadster. Steve Schmidt horsepower. Steve Schmidt, a name we've all heard of. He used to run Pro Stock. Has been when he ran Pro Stock as well. I'll tell you what, side by side, down to 1,000 foot, let's look at it. Ashley got there first. Double breakout win goes to Tankersley. Ashley kept the pedal down, took the stripe first by 300, breaks out by 600. Joe breaks out by 200. Double breakout win for Tankersley. Here comes Matt coming up with his GTO, Prospect, Tennessee, right side. Larry Rodell, he's a trainer out of Evansville, Indiana, the 27th. Here he looks on. And it's a winner for Larry. He's 003 clean and green. Matt was 002 on the red side of that Christmas tree. Coach takes the win, 9844. And we'll go to the next round. Matt will have to root for brother. I get it. Brian Cass and Bob Locke. Bob Locke, the accountant out of Whiteland, Indiana, left side of the 57 vet. The Grand Am comes to us from Evansville, Indiana. Another electrician, Brian Casson. Miles and Brian wants a do-over. Not going to happen. 005 red for Brian. Bob Locke locks up the win. He's 011 up front. 1 back door. Locke winner. more wires. Here's Devin Eisenhower and Wayne Kelly. Wayne Kelly's got the cool Beretta over there on the left side. Devin Eisenhower, right side. Roy has been busy keeping these cars ready to go. Nick's racing, Devin's racing a couple classes, Nick's racing at least one class, maybe two. Well, custom pools, if you need a pool, contact Wayne Kelly over on the left side. That's the I'll tell you what, let's look at the gauge mile number. Wayne Kelly got there first. He got there first to the 1,000 foot, but Devin Eisenhower is your winner out of the right side. He was able to drive around, took the stripe first by 100th, goes 992.2 to a 992.4. Great drag race. And here comes another racer that has been a world champ, Edmund Richardson, right side. U.S. Nationals winner last year in Super Gas. Nick Breesaw, Madison, and Nick does it to himself, puts his own stop sign up by 3,000. Richardson, 006 clean and green is your winner. Richardson, right lane. Tell you what, he's not playing his poker hand. I hope that he wasn't having mechanical issues down there. Runs 10 flat for the win. The bye run, Keith Huckstep, that gorgeous 2001 Firebird's got the wheelie bars pretty low on that ride. Cape got 9946, 155 Huckstep on a solo. One more, and we're going to be right back. Steve Dominguez, left-hand lane to run, was supposed to run Jeff Jensen. Not going to happen. For whatever reason, Jeff not able to race well. Steve Dominguez gets a free tune-up run at it. You always like that when you can get these opportunities. 004 up front, 985 as he looks for the exit ramp. That takes care of Super Gas. I believe we've got yes, Super Pro, the marathon class. I'm going to back out. Warren Evans, he's been silent, and we need to let him be unsilent. Is that a word? And we're going to wear him out in Super Pro because we got a bushel basket and a half full of race cars. Warren Evans. Glenn's going to go down there and push buttons and keep the DragRacer.tv crowd happy out there. And we're sure glad you're watching along, as again, there's a lot of things you could do today. Welcome to DragRacer.tv.
So 419 cars in Super Pro, 12-round race coming at you, 3 rounds of buybacks. All of that's not true. But we do know we got a whole heap and helping full of Super Pro. Yeah, this is the marathon race. We will finish Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. Super Pro coming at you. 8th mile drag racing. We do have a whole bunch. 120, 130, whatever it takes, somewhere in there. If you are racing sportsman, you still have time to eat lunch. Probably run to town and eat lunch. Probably run to Owensboro and eat lunch. And still pick up some ice cream on your way back. Chris Sons, 97 Dakota pickup, left side. Steve Connolly on the right. Connolly, 68 Camaro, Conley dialed to 581. Chris Sun, 707. Head start goes to the pickup truck on the left side. Super Pro round 1 of 8 or 9. I don't know. We're going to be running them for a while. Steve Conley, you were in trouble. Conley 2-0, 581. He might have missed the tree. Like a bunch. Chris Sons, 003 on the tree, gets the win. Over there on the left side in the pickup. 2 more coming at you. Thomas Kleppen. Kleppen out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, 791 the dial in. That's the Camaro left side. We'll get to leave first. Benny Grayson over here on the right from Russellville, Kentucky, 66 Nova, dial to 650. He'll give up almost a full tree head start, just under a second and a half to the car on the left. Camaro, last to stage, first to lead. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. Now, Thomas Kleppen had crossed the finish line before Benny Grayson left the starting line. I'm not the brightest of guys, but I don't think it's supposed to work that way. Thomas Kleppen for the win, 798 at 75 miles an hour. Benny was a problem on the starting line. Jeff Gregory, the green machine over on the left, the Nova, from Franklin, Kentucky. The door car leaves first. Alongside Darren Keener, we saw Darren running in super quick yesterday, running in super pro today, 459 on the dial-in board. Keener out of Hartford, Kentucky. Gregory from Franklin. Too early. Letting go of the button for Jeff Gregory. Darren Keener, your winner. 458 at 153. Uses that as the time shot. Jeff Gregory, 001 red and a 611 with an 8. Would have won on the double breakout, you see, but had already lost on the red light. Right? Yeah. Barry Ellis and Kenny Thomas. Dragster door slammer matchup. As our old buddy David Presta would say, a classic confrontation. Ellis, the silver Camaro. Warming up the tires right now, he rolls forward. Springfield, Tennessee, the home. He sees a 617 posted up there on the Budweiser scoreboard. He'll leave first by about 2 bulbs. Kenny Thomas will be on the chase. 529, the number on the dragster out of Russellville, Kentucky, over on the Jags.com lane. They're running to the 660 mark. Kenny Thomas, 009 on the tree, 530 with a 9 at the finish line at 127. Your winner, Barry Ellis, behind at the starting line, trying to make up the difference. Broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Win light on the right. Jody Davies and Derek Adams coming up next. The S-Dime on the left. Friends of mine that race those say you can see everything all the time. Derek Adams, the Malibu wagon, trying to run down to 641. 642 gets it done for Derek. 003 on the tree, 1 over. 13 total. Davies was 27 and locked out before he got to the 60-foot cone. Rusty Fox and Dale Keener. Another S10 left side. Dale Keener right. The Oldsmobile Calais. See him let go of the button. Swing high. You see swim light on top of the right-hand scoreboard. Rusty Fox, red light start, 5:43 at 129. Dale Keener, your winner, dead on 2, 7:45.2 at 95 miles per hour. Whole bunch of S10s rolling around out here. Here's another one in the water box right now. This is Chad Qualls. Qualls out of Scottsville, Kentucky. The 97 square body S10. He'll line up alongside Jackson Messamore from Hanson, Kentucky, the 38 Chevrolet Street Roadster. Over on the right, Messamore already lights both bulbs. He will back up now, try to observe some courtesy staging here. 6:30 the dial on the left. That'll go first. 5:45 the dial on the right. Messamore will be on the chase. One of them a whole lot greener than the other one. You hear a little throttle womping down there. Qualls was in trouble as soon as he left. Jackson Messamore better on the reaction timer, goes 5:48, 117 with about 3 womps down there to get it done by 0.06 of a second. Qualls breaks out trying to stay out front, which he did not do. Hey, looky there, another S10. How about it? S10 right, Oldsmobile Cutlass left. Joseph Hodges left side, the 1985 Cutlass. That is the red full-bodied car. Ricky Sneed over here on the right. That is the silver S10. And if you don't know which one is the S10, you're probably in the wrong place. Ricky Sneed, right side, dial to 639. Joseph Hodges, 665. Down there, and Hodges sees a win light, 667 on the 65 dial, 2 over, 11 on the tree. The math worked out, breakout on the right side, and still crosses second. Joe Bellinger, Joe Haynes. Bellinger left, another S10. Is Kentucky the home of the S10? I think this is the 9th one I've seen. Joe Haynes, the Danny Nelson dragster over on the right. Brandenburg, Kentucky, the home left side. Hartford, the right side. The S10 will leave first on a 6:18 prediction. Well, Bellinger drills the tree. Wins on the double breakout. Margin of victory, 56 ten-thousandths of a second. Bellinger was 001 on the reaction timer, 6:17.7 at the stripe to win on the double breakout. Tom Flowers comes up now. Flowers from Bowling Green. First gen Camaro, 6:47 up on the scoreboard. Clayton Clark, the quicker of the two, the S10, also from Bowling Green. I'm betting these two have matched up before. 598 the number, right side. Stack drop, here they come. The S10 gets it done, another double breakout. This time around, Clayton Clark breaks out by 9,000ths of the second, and that was the better of the two to take the win. Adam Klein and Wendell Klein, Franklin, Kentucky. G-Bodies coming at you right now. The Malibu wagon on the left. The Malibu, not a wagon, on the right. 670. Left side, right. Red line by 003 for Wendell incline. We'll see another round of competition. 668, 100 miles an hour for Adam. Wendell turns it red and then goes 701 at 96. Tiffany Boozenbar from Terre Haute. I think we saw Tiffany last night in our super quick competition. Here she is now in round number 1 of Super Pro. Tiffany's competition, that'll be Randy Carter. Carter from Lafayette, Tennessee. 453 for the dragster, 633 for the 66 Nova. Head start by not quite 2 seconds to the door slammer on the right. Green light, green light. Boozenbar trying to make up the difference. Got it done on the breakout. Left second by 2 Hun, but closer to the number 452 on the 453, breaks out by 1. Competition breaking out by 2. Frank Douglas, dragster over on the left. Seen a lot of Frank this weekend. He'd like to see a lot of wind light action. 465, left side. 616 for Tyler Sizemore. Sizemore on the right. Sizemore on the run. Frank Douglas. Douglas 4650, drops it on the number, sticks the landing. Dead zero, 148. Winner. Sizemore got there first, took 3, broke out by 2. Alan Norwood, Tim Brannon coming up now. Norwood left side, the 81 Malibu. G-body machine with a 655, and how about the step side S10 for Tim Brannon. Torque to the right there. Brannon gets from the other end up front, and Brannon another double breakout. He breaks out by 1. Norwood breaks out by 2. Tim Brannon, your winner. Now, coming up next, let me just say that Mr. Don Thompson, on his time run today, took the ride of the weekend. Butchie Crowley over here on the right. Butch got his team. Thompson didn't even take a chance. Rocking that scoop about 8 times when he got down there. You saw and he takes him across 472 at 135. Don Thompson. Last time, I think it was all 4 wheels off the ground, and then he slammed it hard. But not to be here in round number 1. Kenny Kitchens, 81 Camaro from Rockfield, Kentucky. That's the left side. That is a primered Camaro. 690 the dial in. Mark Sizemore right side in the dragster. 478 up on the scoreboard. We're wanting to make sure everything is right. Our starter looking over both drivers, looking down track, looking at the tree, flipping the switch. 5 difference, leaving the starting line. Dragster gets it done, 479 at 138. Kitchens was out there, hung out there, under by 2, took 3, breakout by 2. Darren Douglas, Greenfield, Indiana, in the biomedical business, left side. Paul Trent on the right. Another one of those pristine 66 Chevy 2s from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Douglas's Dragster 455. He will give up a full tree head start to Paul Trent. Aaron's okay, but Trent better. But it doesn't matter at the top end, as you got to run the number. Darren Douglas breaks out by the least, 453.6 at 151 to the win. Paul Trent broke out by 3 on the loss. Colby Frazier and Donnie Atkins will pull up next. Another dragster door slammer matchup. Frazier, Owensboro, Kentucky, racecraft built machine. And he'd like to go 483. His competition with a 605 dial in, that is Donnie Atkins from Joelton, Tennessee. 1970 Nova. The cowl hood there out in front of the driver. And the little white Nova tickles his way in there. Dragster to follow suit. They are both staged and ready. One of them is half the other starting line, but the better light does not convert. Colby Frazier, your winner, 484 at 142. Got there second. The Nova took the stripe and a little too much of it on the breakout loss. Lucas Buckley, the fast buck machine. If you've seen that car before, Tim Buckley campaigned it for several years, took it to Pomona to race for a national championship. Lucas now has the car, bought it from his dad. Kelsey Adair's over here on the right side from Tell City, Indiana. The teacher maybe about to give a driving lesson to Lucas. Only inquiring. I'm going to say yeah. I don't know if I'm signing or side two. Adair's was 001 on the tree and then broke out by 9 thou. 531.1 at 127 on the breakout. Lucas Buckley dead 1 for the win. 512.1 at 134. Paul Farmer and Josh Woods will come up now. Ford Chevy matchup. The Ford on the left. The Mach 1 Mustang. Murfreesboro, Tennessee. 650 is on the windshield. 580 the number for Josh Woods. The Beretta will be on the chase. Ford goes first. Chevy to follow. Nice. Great reaction times for both. How about this for Woods? 10 total. All of it up front. He goes 0-10 on the tree, dead 0 at the finish line, 10 pack right there for Woods, and the Beretta goes on to round number 2. Elizabeth Taylor pulling forward. Crew Chief Richard Burton over there on the side. Winchester, Kentucky, 497 the dial-in. For the injected dragster, left. Ashley Capper, right. Evansville, Indiana for Ashley. 508 is Ashley's prediction. Leaving first. 6th thou part, an 18 to a 12. Ashley, how about this? Ashley 12 on the tree, dead 4. That's 16 total. Elizabeth Taylor 0-18 on the tree. Could do nothing. Pushing air, wasting gas. Mike Whitworth and Daniel Gray come up now. Whitworth, left side, 66 Chevy 2. Hardensburg, Kentucky. It's a 565 dial in, left side. Right side, Daniel Gray got it dialed in, a 597. That is a 74 Chevrolet Vega out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Can you tell who it was? Yep, that guy. He is your winner. $5.99 on the 597. 006 up front. Daniel Gray moves on to the next round. Mike Whitworth breaks out by 3 here in first round losing effort. Austin Boone and Brooklyn Schindler coming up next. Boone left. The Dodge Dart. Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 641 for the green car. Left side. Right side, Brooklyn Schindler out of Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. I think I know some other people from Floyd's Knobs. 530 the dial in right side. Left side leaves first. Nice. Wheels up, start there. Dragging the bumper there for the little Dodge. Fun ride and runs as good as it looks. How about 8 total? 006 dead to 8-pack right there for Austin Boone. Yanking the wheels high in the air. Congratulations. Nice pass. Here's Marshall Glass backing up now. The little altered on the left-hand side. Marshall would like to go 532. His competition, Blake Richardson, one of the Richardson boys. Over here on the right, dialed in a 613. The Rally Stripe Nova. We'll see green first. They both stage. Here we go. We'll see green first, but that's not true. All we saw was a red light. 015 red. Marshall Glass, your winner. 531 at 129. A little under the number, didn't matter. Blake turned it red and then went 611 in the Nova. Colby Walker backs up the S10 pickup over here on the left-hand side. Walker out of Murray, Kentucky. He'll pair up alongside the G-Body, 79 Malibu. Carl Marug from Franklin, Kentucky. Carl with a 638 performance prediction. Goes on to the next round with a 639 at 104. Colby Walker, red light start, 679.8 at 99. So he had it dialed just about right, other than that pesky 8 thousandths red light. Mike Bowling and Michael Lewis coming up now. Bowling, Budweiser lane. He is staged and ready. Michael Lewis will pull forward. All 4 bulbs lit. Red light lit on the left side. Mike Bowling. James Bond red. 697, way under his 713. Michael Lewis, 641 on the 42. Would have won on the double breakout, but did win because of the red light. Taylor Pofall, the 173rd S10 here in the category. Out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, and Tony Gardner. The Nova out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. And we all know why it's called Horse Cave, right? Because that's where they used to have horses. Another red light start, another 007 red light start, this time Taylor Pofall. Lights Jerry. Tony Gardner for the win. 14 total. Might want to save that for a real run. 11 up front, dead 3 at the finish line. Trans Baker will pull up now. So between the S10s and the G-Bodies, they're all in Kentucky. I figured that out. The Malibu, left side, Franklin, Kentucky, 605. Taking on Jonathan Horton's Fox Body. Racer over here on the right. Horse Cave. gets the win. 560. Wins on the double breakout by 0.04 of a second, to be exact. Steve Thurman and Rodney Collins coming up next. Ford Chevy. Thurman in the Ford, Collins in the Chevy. The red Nova will move first, 629. Steve Thurman with a 592 dial. He'll be trying to make up the ground. That's good. Collins is 2 on the tree. Collins sees a win light. Rodney Collins, your winner, 632 at 105, 002 on the reaction time. Steve Thurman goes 1 over 593 on the 92, but the 300 he gave back up here on the front end gave his competition on the top end. Logan Jameson backs up the dragster right now, the runner out of Boonville, Indiana. That's the Budweiser lane, and that's a 454. He'll be chasing down Randy Rice, the S10 pickup truck. Stop me if you've heard that before. Out of Red Boiling Springs, Tennessee. I have no idea what that occupation is. Lochiavar. I think Carolyn just had a spasm when she was typing it, and just blah, 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 blah. And it became Lochiavar. I have no idea what that is. Oh my! Randy Rice was sitting on the tree and left second. Jameson, look at that, a 5-pack, 4.50.40. Logan Jameson, 005 on the tree, dead zero, 5 total. Randy Rice was 7 up front and had no chance. Locked out, 007. That's the bad beat of the day right there. Chris Moeller and Bruce Maples coming up now. Moeller's C10 pickup truck, left side, taking on Bruce Maples in the dragster on the right. The square body C10 on the left with a 605 dial in. Staged and ready. Maples in the dragster rolls in. Trying to go 5.5. Won't get it done. Turns it red. He'll kind of idle on down. Over 6047 for the record at 111. Maples 839 at 62. Chris Bowling and Kyler Johnson coming back up here now. Bowling left side, Springfield, Tennessee. The 69 Camaro on the left, alongside the 67 Nova, 66 Nova for Kyler Johnson on the right. 538 and 626 are the numbers we're looking for. White car moves first and moves better and gets the win. 627 at 110. Bowling is your winner. 13 on the tree. Kyler Johnson a little bit behind that and tried to get there. Breaks out by 4. 534 on the 538. Anthony Short and Chris Barlow come up now. You see Barlow kind of fogging the door there to get that smoke out of the Ford Probe. Anthony Short, Portland, Tennessee, left side with the bull-horned S10. Anthony will be trying to go 632, Barlow 608. Bunch of 3s and 0s on the reaction timer. The 003 gets the win, 609 at 113 for Barlow, 1 over. Anthony Short was also 1 over, 633, but he was 033 on the tree as opposed to the 003 over here in the right lane. Roger Hackett and Patrick Deckard come up now. The Ford on the left, 1970 Ford, Franklin, Kentucky. 670 is his number. 593 Ford, the Dustin. Patrick Decker was all over the start. Both of them left before the green light got there, but Hackett did first. He was 306 red and done, 684 at 98 miles an hour. Patrick Deckard would have been red, except he got beat to the red light. Angel Hardaway and Bob Prose come up now. Angel's Camaro, left. Bob Prose, the dragster, right. Prose for Honey Creek Collision and Custom Paint. Bobby out there shooting some video. Bob had a career year last year, looking to duplicate. Angel Hardaway, that second gen Camaro, bumping his way in, bumping their way in. Set. Hardaway has the light. Hardaway has the wind light. 598 at 114. 004, hard to overcome for Mr. Prose. Tried to do it. Took two, broke out by one. 455, one under on the breakout. Delaney Gentry from White Bluff, Tennessee. That is your orange dragster on the left. Here's Jason Haley on the right in his S10. Haley will be leaving, trying to run a 658 competition. Delaney Gentry will be about a second and a half behind with a 490 dial left side. Haley 007 red. Delaney Gentry 014 red. I said 007 red. 007 green. I apologize. Haley 1 over 659. 007 on the tree. Wind light. Delaney, red light now. Blake Gentry from White Bluff, Tennessee. Left side. I don't see Blake. Not sure if we have some breakage here in the staging lanes. From my angle, I can't tell. Ronnie K waits in the water box. Now giving the signal to fire it up. Looks like it's going to be competition single coming up here for Ronnie K. So that 633 on the scoreboard is the Camback Wagons dial-in. Ronnie K heads for the other end. 632.9, had it dialed almost exactly right. 632.9 on a 633. Nice free look right there. Before we come back for round number 2. Scott Wright, the Worthy Chassis Machine left side alongside Joy Spinks. Well, Scott's already had a pretty good weekend. Winner last night in the Jake Super Quick Series. Picked up the big check there and the Wally and all the spoils. Now just looking to turn on a win light here in round 1 in Super Pro. 472 the prediction. Joy Spinks alongside. Another estimate. Scott Wright is in trouble. Drives around for the win. How about that? Spinks was perfect on the reaction timer and then goes 5 under, 679. Scott Wright sees the top of the left-hand scoreboard light up. Be back for round 2. Justin Wright, Lebanon, Tennessee. 482 the number on the orange and multicolored dragster left side. Jonathan Wagner, the dark machine over here on the right, dialed to 490. 800 spot on the tree. Wagner 5 on the tree. Dead 8. 13 total. Jonathan Wagner gets the wintertime ticket for Justin Wright. Got down there first but broke out by 4. Michael Duke, Steve Presley. They'll give it a try. Duke, left side. That is the high and handsome 27 Ford T Roadster. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, the home. 637 the dial. Steve Presley alongside the Camaro out of Brentwood. Trying to go 544. You hear the motors come up. And Steve Presley will be in the next My Pillow ad campaign because he was certainly asleep at the starting line. Michael Duke, 643 at 107. Steve Presley left about a day late. Comes up $1 short, 543 at 125. Chelsea Forney and Allison Prose. Forney backs up the dragster. Evansville the home, 508 the dial. Forney will be looking at the back bumper of Allison Prose's 69 Camaro for a while. Prose will get the head start. Chelsea would have turned it red if you'd have just waited. Chelsea also left early. 585.5 at 118. Allison 009 red. Chelsea Forney 017 too early as well, but Chelsea gets the ticket with the W on it. Brandon Cincinnati and Shauna Miller. Cincinnati left side. Looks like we've got a dragster down there. Chelsea Forney slow moving on the track, and actually Chelsea stepping out of the car right now. So our top end safety crew will have to jump out there and take a look at things. And we'll get that racer cleared off the top end of the track before we bring you Brandon and Shauna. Going to be her day. Brandon Cincinnati gets it done by 0.08 of a second. Dead 5, 619.5 and 109. Shauna was 3 over, 457 on the 454. Now Taylor Cincinnati gets the opportunity, left side. Taylor trying to go 451 in the long car. And Danny Hensley, Smithfield, Tennessee, would like to go 614. Taylor gets a free look at 451, goes 468 at 151. Not sure that was the right run, but Danny turns it red and then goes 616. Taylor, not the best pass, but good enough for a win. Dylan Childers, Hartsville, Alabama, the 74 Vega, lines up next to Megan Straswig. Miss Megan over here on the right out of Louisville. Her American car, freshly redesigned paint scheme. Over on the right, 449 the dial in. Moves up the spot to Vega. Had to try hard. Turns it red by 004. Goes dead zero. A 4 thousandths red light, then dead zero for Megan. Dylan Childers was 005 on the tree and 717. Josh Decker and Jimbo Fields coming up now. Decker left side, that's the Camaro. Jimbo Fields right side, that's the open air Corvette. A real Corvette with the top off of it, as opposed to a replica super gas. But Jimbo's car heads for the trailer with a 007 red light. Decker, your winner, 628, 2 over at 109. Fields, dead 7 and red. Right side, it's an S10. Not in the computer just yet, but a 649 up on the scoreboard. Taking on Terry Lindsay. Lindsay out of Bowling Green, Kentucky with a 590 there on the big back glass. 649 on the radio by the S10. 3,000 part on the let go. Good drag race shaping up. It's going to go the way of Terry Lindsay. 599 at 102. Got out there and crossed by almost a half a second in front of the S10. The S10 way off pace, 697 and done. Dave Kinney brings yet another S10 up here. Dale Biggs alongside the left-hand steer roadster. Kenny with a 664 dial in. Dale Biggs 577. As we are working our way through Super Pro. Just keep rolling them down the track. Turn all the way lights. One thou too quick. Red light start for Biggs. Dave Kinney, 665 on the win at 109. Dale Biggs right side, turns it red and then goes 579. Robert May, Kinsey, Alabama. You see Rocky behind the car. Robert out here with his bracket dragster. Makes his living as a steel fabricator for Coconut Steel and Pilcher Automotive. Robert pulls up left side, 477 on the dial-in board. And how about this, a ditto dial up there, as Brad Cole also dialed at 477. Cole out of Avon, Indiana. So with this race, you should be able to tell who's got the advantage as they leave the starting line. Tough to see, but you can see it on the scoreboard. It's the guy with the better light. Brad Cole gets the win. He was 20 on the tree and then goes 481 at 137. Robert May, 58 on the tree, 1 over 478. The math works out that the margin of victory was 92 ten-thousandths of a second, 0.0092. Here's Shauna Whitworth. driving the pickup truck out of Caden, Indiana. 2001 S10 left side. Tim Brannon, 649 at 102. Shauna Whitworth, losing effort there, 611 at 110. Now I'll tell you, Shauna's time ticket would have won a whole bunch of races in this round, just in the wrong place at the wrong time, as Brannon better by 4 thou at the reaction time, better by 5 thou at the top end. She's dead on and right there, but not to be. 364X is in the left lane. Car 61 on the right. Neither one on file in the computer. 490 the dial in left side, 451 on the right. Head start goes to the left. On the right. How about a 3-pack right there for the car on the right hand side? Action timer, dead 0 at the finish, and our car on the left hand side rolling to a stop just at the finish line. So we're going to have to go out and retrieve that one. But how about that car on the right-hand side? 3 total. Best package of the day so far. Terry Kamler and Rusty Fox coming up now. Kamler out of Freeburg, Indiana. We'll be trying to go 463 on the left, 462 the dial on the right for Rusty Fox. Top end is clear. Terry Kamler, Rusty Fox. Get set to pair up right now. Kamler left side. 463. 100th of a second head start. Rusty Fox dialed to 462. On the red side of the tree, they're both over 1. Fox was red and Camler was green. Camler for the win, 473 at 142. Fox red and dead on, 462.6 on the 462. Here's Lester Adkins. I thought I saw Lester earlier today looking for a torch or a welder or something to make a repair. But here's Lester Adkins pulling up now, left side of the track, out of Corydon, Kentucky. 443 on the dial-in, taking on Bryson Scruggs. Bryson Scruggs, how about that? I had not seen Bryson yet. Scruggs. Scruggs is 7 on the tree and left second by 7. Holy moly. 463 on the 455. Neither one of them really ran on the number, but Adkins was perfect on the tree. Scruggs was 007. Adkins 463, 2/10 off, 155 for the speed. Not sure how that happened. Here's Jay Oakley in the Hunting Wayne Enterprises dragster left side, dialed to 455, taking on Dylan Guy. Guy will get the bigger head start, 527 over here on the right-hand side. Guy will be down track by about 60 feet before Jay leaves the starting line. Should be a good race coming up. Hey, we need sportsmen. Sportsmen to the lanes, please. Sportsmen to lanes 2 and 3. It is your turn. Sportsman round 1 to the lanes. Lanes 2 and 3. Dylan out front. Here comes Jay Oakley, but it's going to be Dylan Guy hanging on for the win. 528 at 129 for the win. He was 037 on the tree. That was better than Oakley's 068. Win light goes to the right side. Nathan Prose comes back up and will be taking on Ashley Cole, or won't be taking on Ashley Cole. Ashley's little roadster not able to make the call. So it'll be Nathan Prose getting the single here in round number 1. Nathan, the young man out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Recently graduated, going to work at the body shop with dad and mom and sister Allison, everybody, the whole family, part of the Honey Creek Collision team. 458 up on the scoreboard. It's a free look at it here on the time shot because Ashley Cole could not make the run. Sportsman 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3. Heard him rattle the tires a little bit, off and on the throttle. Pros 482 at 148. And a little bit of tire rattle out there at about 100 feet. You know, there's some people that are represented by one name. Cher, Beyonce, LeBron. I present to you McLovin, left side out of Nashville, Tennessee, in the heavy Chevy, taking on Flip. That's Phil Oakley. Over here on the right-hand side is supercharged dragster, 668 left side, 431 on the right. The Sniper motored machine over here on the right-hand side, out of the Miller Race Cars Chassis Shop. On the charge. And McLovin ain't loving that as he breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Phil Oakley for the win, dead 7. 431.7 at 165. 17 on the front end, dead 7, 24 total. And the big old heavy Chevy was already locked out. James Norrod coming up now left side alongside Austin Richardson. Another one of the Richardson boys over here on the right. 565 left-hand side for the little Super Sport. Right side, the Camaro, 587. Beautiful launch there for Richardson. Settles it down, works the throttle, takes him across for the win. 589 at 109. He was 5 on the tree. Norrod was 16 on the tree and out of it. 568 at 119 for Norrod. Austin Richardson, your winner. Josh Lynch will come up now alongside Robert Davies. Lynch's favorite color on his Malibu is primer. 709 up on the scoreboard. A little bit of a drip out there, getting cleaned up. Out in front of the car, Robert Davies will pull up alongside. Davies right side, Gallatin, Tennessee. Robert May out there observing what's going on with Mr. Davies. Got the White Trash Racing sticker on the back. Hashtag WTR. 635. The performance prediction for the S-Dime. The Malibu gets the head start on a 709. Sportsman 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3. Top end win line goes to Josh Lynch. Dead 6. 709.6 at 93 miles an hour. He was 23 total. So Robert Davies' window was 1 thou or dead on. Couldn't hit it. Bill Strader and Ryan Hart, they'll line up now. Strader left side, 69 Nova. Ryan Hart on the right. 2013 Miller chassis, monostrut winged entry. 614 left, 505 on the right. Down track. Ryan Hart has the advantage and the win. 508 at 133. He's 3 over, 003 up front. Strader was 2 over and a little bit behind, leaving the starting line. Dragster gets it done. James Wester, another one of the G bodies, coming up now. And Daniel Johnson right side. Johnson out of Gallatin, Tennessee, the 84 Mazda at RX-7. The Mazda leaves first, 670 red light. Western, win line. 562 at 123.45, 123.45. Daniel Johnson, red light start, 668 at 101. Blake Fuquay, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Brand new 22 Mullis chassis left side, taking on Ryan Richardson. The third half of the Richardson boys coming up next. Ryan, the undercover car, dialed to 488. Blake dialed to 463. Final pair here in the category. We've got a buy run behind it, and then it'll be time for Sportsman. Sportsman, if you're not there, you are late. Junior Dragsters to 7 and 8. Junior dragster 7 and 8. Double breakout win goes to Ryan Richardson as he goes 487.9 on the 488. He was 005 on the tree. Fuquay was 008 on the tree. No good. Pat Friels, Island, Kentucky, final racer here in the category, and his race car is a truck. How about that 61 F100 pickup truck from Island, Kentucky for the Hall of Fame racer over here on the left-hand side. 655, 013 on the tree. Heads for the 660, 653.8 at 102. So Super Pro round 1 is complete. Sportsman cars coming up next. Smokin' Joe Morris going to roll up here, throw me out of the chair, and tell you all about Sportsman.
Thank you so much, Warren. I'm glad to be up here. I love bracket racing. I used to say that there were 3 fans of bracket racing in America, and that I was 2 of them. And Sportsman is really traditional drag racing. There are no buttons, no gadgets, no gewgaws, no nothing. This is feet and hands racing. No dragsters. And we're going to start out with 2 Beech Bend regulars, Bradley Arnett in the wagon, Joseph Russell, the Tornado, in the pickup. Joseph was a nice, respectable young man, and he started coming out here and racing in our Tuesday night series. Got a taste for it, was instantly addicted, and the next thing you know, he's buying trailers and motors and trading cars, collecting time slips, and he's got a good drag race going here. And I love it when they make me look good. Joseph turned on the win light by 1/6 of a second. Now, keep your eye on the heavy Chevy. That's one of the Morris clan out of New Haven. And next door in the pickup, former track champ Jerry Woods. His son's the head of a major drug cartel in Barron County. Yes, he's the owner of the Glasgow Prescription Center and a licensed pharmacist. But oh, it makes people's heads turn when you introduce them that way. We got a staging duel and they are done with it. Oh, 1 foul difference on reaction time. The Chevy is there if he has room, and he does. Dead 2. He was holding 1, wins by 8 thou. Keaton Moeller and Donnie Wilson. Donnie in the Coronet 65 model. He is a Mopar guy. If you ask him if he's got an LS in that, he takes it as a personal insult. Keaton Moeller he wins everywhere he goes. He's one of the hottest bracket racers in the Southeast this year. And he just caught another win light. 749 with the 6. He wins it by 6 thou. Turned Donnie loose at the top end, and he broke out. The serial killer, Jason Whittle, is here. That is Whittle in the 68 Dodge. And Jimmy Elrod next door in the S10. Red light for Jimmy Elrod. The serial killer's going to go 65 green with his win light on. We need junior dragsters to 7 and 8. Junior dragsters to 7 and 8. And remember, we are doing the age break today, so we need 12 and under in one group, 13 and up in another. Jeff Hogan and Elizabeth Klein. Jeff Hogan, 63 Chevy Deuce. Elizabeth Klein in the Malibu. Oh, Elizabeth Klein, 001, and gave it back. Jeff Hogan is going to get the win. Chris Cowles and Thomas Grace coming next. Cowles in the Nova, Thomas Grace in the Mustang. Johnny Matthews in that nice little 66 black and blue Mustang. Bobby Seaton in that big old 55 Chevy. Look at the difference in those cars. You know, 11 years on the calendar, but look at how thinking changed. You have this 55 Chevy with a big cabin, put wife, kids, 2 dogs, 4 suitcases in it. And then they changed tune a little bit. Bobby Seaton gets the win. And I always have to throw this in. Remember that in 1966, a Mustang was not yet a muscle car because they were marketing them to women for daily drivers. And they came in 6 cylinders. Tom Kleppen and Jeff Pofall. Now, you talk about the busted knuckle crew changing history. That was going to be a little coupe to drive to work. And then they're like, oh, no, we can throw a big block in that thing. Stage and duel. Tom Klepp and Jeff Pofall. They're just enjoying the view. Well, Jeff's getting his spot watered out. He put his arm on the back of the seat. Looks like he's, Jeff's foot slipped and he staged. Somebody wake Thomas up and tell him it's time. Ron and Warren and Glenn. You ever see a staging duel that doesn't bite one of the duelers in the backside? Yeah, it got Jeff Pofall that time. Tom Kleppen gonna go to round 2. Luke Wiseman in the Malibu and Caleb Hetty in the Maverick. Now listen to this, guys. Luke's used to his Camaro, so he's trying to ignore the top 2 bulbs on the tree. To do this, he's holding up his phone to block it. Try a different technique. The old holding up the phone trick did not work. Caleb Hetty, 00. Doesn't help when the guy next to you's got a 00 light. But Caleb Hetty is, he should ask Luke, can you see it now? Ron Hunt, a weekly racer at Beech Bend with the address New Haven, Missouri. That is St. Louis. He drives here every Sunday to run our weekly series. The Loadinator, Logan Kirby in the Cavalier. Logan got a job at GM, and his pickup didn't get good enough gas mileage, and Logan got the wind light. So he bought that Cavalier for $600 for his daily driver and paid it off in 2 weeks running it at Beech Bend, so he never stopped. Chicken Boy John Garrett in the Mustang and Big Earl Talley in the Beech. Big Earl, 714 and a wind light. Big Earl has been a former, you might not know this, Big Earl was a diesel drag racing 2-time world champion. He won until they put in the Big Earl tally rule that said you couldn't bring in champion bracket racers to race in the diesel series. Wade Willett in the Dodge, Todd Boone in the Duster. Now there you go. Everything old is new again. You see where that 21 Charger, they've gotten big and bulky and cool like they're supposed to be. But it might be in trouble. And it was. Todd Boone, 703. 95-73 gets the win by 20. That'll bring up David Miller and School Bus Jim Marshall. David Miller, 007-721. He'll send School Bus to the buyback line. Reese Duncan, second-generation racer out of Charlestown, Indiana. I said Charlestown, a bunch of bracket racers and class racers went, oh, Jeremy Duncan's kid, I bet. Oh, God. Yep, and guess what? He might be better than Daddy. Uh-oh. Kenny Ray out of Goodlettsville in the little S10, and Reese turned it red. But yes, the Reese and Avery are coming, and they are, well, Dad doesn't want to run them, so. Larry Peters and Tater Meredith. Larry Peters in the S10, the Taternator, in the scalding fast 13-second Chevy 2, 20 seconds on the quarter mile. And he picked it up 4 seconds from last year. A little bit tardy on the line, but Larry Peters got a lot of work to do. He's closing in, and he got him. Tater breaks out. Larry Peters, 726, and gets the win light. And holding the bye, none other than Scottsville, Kentucky's Chad Qualls. All right, here we go. This is Junior Dragsters, and we are going to start out. There are two age groups of Junior Dragsters. We will have 13 and over juniors, and then we will have juniors that are 12 and under. And on the underside, folks, you can start this at 5 years of age. Now, obviously, there are severe speed limits in place for a 5-year-old in a motor vehicle. But as they progress and as they get older, they can eventually go as quick on the 8th mile as 7.90 seconds. And 790 on the 8th is in the mid 80 mile per hour range. And this is for 12, 13-year-old kids. Yeah, 13, 14-year-old kids. When I was 14, I was barely capable of riding a big wheel. Now, they put these kids in a car at 13 that goes faster than the first car I bought when I turned 16. I'd make sure this was eliminations, and it is. Jackson Summers is going to put Luca Markham in the buyback line. Luca gets to do the walk of shame. Mason Summers now coming up with Hunter Adams. Hunter Adams, son of former Division III bracket champ Derek Adams, nephew of former Division III bracket champ Adam Klein, grandson of former Division III champion Trance Baker. Are we noticing a trend in the Adams family lineage? The Adams family, not the Creek. Hunter Adams, he didn't get the announcer curse. He's been ignoring me since he was 14 days old, 15 days old. Ava Smith and Casey Ship. Case Shop. Thank you, Warren Evans. The dreaded Junior Dragster staging duel. Case Shop's got a long drive home, and guess what, Mom and Dad? You ain't starting for another couple hours at least, because he got a win light. Shelby Hall out of Canby, Indiana. Budweiser left lane, and Rosie Spears out of Springfield, Tennessee. Oh, Shelby Hall had it covered and got there a thousandth of a second too quick. Ouch. Of course, they're in juniors, so you can just blame Dad. You didn't dial me right, Dad. Graham Alvey and Braylon Lee. All right, Alvey and Braylon Lee set to go. Now, rules state, folks, that once the driver stages the car or pre-stages, Dad can't touch it anymore, and Dad cannot help them stage. So once Dad turns loose of it the second time, it's all in the hands of the kids. Graham Alvey went red. Braylon Lee drove his through the back to see what he had. He's holding just a little bit. Braxton Hodges and Gracie Beller coming next. Braxton from nearby Portland. Gracie from Elizabeth, Indiana. Gracie Beller gets the win. Elizabeth Dowling out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. That pleasantly views Nashville from about 40 miles west. Grady Wiggins from nearby Alvaton. And Pleasant View used to leave Nashville and you had a nice 25 mile through the countryside drive. Now you just drive through Nashville and a Pleasant View sign pops up. Now, these are the old kids. These are the 790 juniors, the 85 mile an hour juniors, the juniors that will blip the throttle at the top of the track and play games with each other and drive away from the center line like Dad does. These are advanced racers at this point. And you see no let up on Grady Wiggins there, even though he knew that Ethan Dowling had broke coming off the line. He's going to push that thing through because he just got a chance to see how fast he actually is today. He couldn't do that in his time trial. He had to try to focus on getting that 790. Oh, he threw his belt broke. His belt or a chain, so. Yeah, his blower belt. Yeah, he actually hit his nitrous bottle, and it just. You know, they have folks outlawed junior dragster racing, and they race them to 330 feet with really crazy adults in them, and they go 295. That, folks, is around 160 miles an hour in a car designed to go 85 with a kid in it. No, it's got the twisted adult, like me. You know, this actually sounds like somewhere where I could say, so, I heard about this and said, well, if I could get in one, I'd do it. And the next thing you know, but no, I'm not even that crazy. I have had it suggested to me that I put one on each foot, like skates, go down the track that way.
You were talking about some fantastic rides. Did you happen to catch Spider-Man McBride's pass on two wheels?
No, I have heard about it. I've heard about it.
Now there's the max. That's where I draw the line.
About 10 years ago, they were running the finals at Houston, and Angel Sampay was in the bike final. And she went so fast at the top end that the Air Forces sucked her off the bike, and there was a great picture in National Dragster of her completely off the bike with her feet behind her, going across the finish line, only holding on to the bike by the handlebars. Now that's where I draw the line. I'm not going to race anything that's actually racing me, you know, or better yet, you're not the driver at that point. You're an attachment. You might as well be a piece of trim at that point. See, that's why and I don't know if I should say this, but I'm not a real big fan of the sub 4 second, 1/8 mile racing, because to me, that's not racing. That's Joey Chitwood stuff. That's stunt driving. You know, there's very little the driver does when you're going that fast other than hold the wheel straight, pull the chute. I'd much rather have an afternoon of bracket racing where you got to figure out a way to win. Well, Ron, I don't think I've ever seen this before. I'm glad that we are on TV, that this is being posted and saved for all eternity. I have never seen a rollback come onto the track to get a junior dragster. Now, here is my question. Should we pull it up on the rollback with the winch, or just get about 6 guys and pick it up and set it on there? Don't forget, folks, we've got food scattered out all over the place. We got the world famous Back Porch Buddy over here on our spectator side. He's got pork chop sandwiches, burgers. No, he might have some fried bologna. You just never know what he's going to have. Then we have the Hawaiian ice and frozen banana stand. And if you were fans of the TV show Arrested Development, what did they always remind the kids? There's money in the frozen banana stand. And there was $1 million in the wall, and they burned it up. And then we have Pork Chop Express. And they have homemade potato chips. And I would hide my grandmother's teeth so she couldn't eat any, and I would have all of them. That's how good they are. But they're so good, she might try to gum them to keep from having to give them up.
All right, again, out there in TV land. Out there in TV land, oops, you were watching the action but not getting the vocals to it. No, you don't need to have a hearing appointment checked Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And
Warren, you've got to be kidding us.
We apologize for that. But we are back with the vocals with the DragRacer.tv
Well, that's a different
program.
question.
And again, we apologize for that. You were able to see the cars. You were able to see the scoreboards and the wind lights. And you know what? Maybe some of you are like, well, that was okay because we were going to turn the volume down anyway.
Well, there we go.
Smokin' Joe will be back, I'm sure. You got to be back.
So to the Drag Racer TV audience, I apologize. And to Smokin' Joe Morris, I truly apologize. Because I muted the sound when we played music, and I forgot to unmute it. Da, da, da.
But I guarantee you one thing.
It was the most entertaining and spectacular 30 minutes of live streaming that you never heard. We will bring him back to the microphone because he's got all new material. He's like a stand-up, you know. He's got a 15-minute set, and he's got a 30-minute set, and he's got a long-form 45-minute set. We got the 15. More to come. Right. We get past 7 o'clock. You can open it up a little bit.
Well, we know one thing. I've never seen him run out of material, Warren.
Yeah. He is well equipped for the job. So
absolutely.
In any case, for those of you that are going, why didn't you turn the sound up? I get it. I apologize.
Well, again, as the weekend runs deeper, we need this humor up here in the tower to kind of keep us loosened up and awake. And I'm telling you, that's better than any relaxing thing you can do.
About 8 years ago, the announcer for Lucas Oil got the flu. And we had one announcer all weekend, and it was me for 3 14-hour days. So, yeah, relief announcers are awesome, especially on day 2.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, Glenn, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, at least with the .90 in stock and super stock. These Wallies up here are getting hot in the window, so we need to hand them out, and maybe they can put them in the shade.
Absolutely. That's the order of the day right here at the Jegs, right here at the SPORTSnational Open. Talking about Jegs, what about a fantastic night of super quick racing last night? 32 cars spread out by 1/10 of a second in the qualifying order, and it was a fantastic show that we saw last night.
Well, Scott Wright, he was the one that was running Scott Carmen in that final, and it was a pretty decent run at it. And Scott Wright took the win there off of Scott Carmen. Hey, let's go through the rest of the winners yesterday. And Top Sportsman, let's call who won that one in the final.
Top Sportsman, Mark McDonald took out his teammate, Don O'Neill. His 2014 Mustang put O'Neill as O'Neill fouled away red and handed the win over to Mark McDonald.
So that was Oakley sponsoring Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. J.B. Strasweg took the win away from Al Peebler in a great final there. And Super Stock Combo, who took that one down?
The Haggerty Super Stock Combo, honoring our dear friend Clay Jones. Johnny Rakes defeated Matt Morris in a heads-up race, which Warren Evans absolutely loved because it was heads-up for all the marbles last night under the lights, the last pair down the racetrack. Johnny Rakes spotted Matt Morris by almost 1/10 of a second and still ran him down on the top end.
Yeah, it was good racing yesterday. We'll crown some more winners today, and we'll have them up front here in front of the tower here at Beech Bend Raceway Park down here in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
So for the casual fan who's out there in the stands and what have you, you're saying, what are the guys doing out there on the starting line? What they're doing out there is they're scraping some of the rubber that has accumulated onto the racetrack. They're scraping that off the racetrack, and they're going to come back and they're going to kind of massage things and make everything look almost brand new. So what they can do is they can just about give a brand new racetrack to the competitors for the remainder of the day. That becomes more and more important as the sun continues to beat down on a racetrack. At times, the oil that is tire, the track wants to get a little bit slick, if you will, especially when the sun beats down on a hot racetrack run.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, he was back here talking to Smoking Joe. He's got another story. I'm going to let him have my mic, and he's going to tell us.
All right, Glenn, you've done this 2 or 3 years now. What did Johnny Rake's name used to be?
I give up, Joe.
You're going to say, duh. Remember, he raced for 15 years in the big silver Chevelle, and he was Johnny Chevelle. And then his son, Houston, got old enough to drive it, and incidentally won his first stock and super stock race in the car. So Johnny had to give that up. He went to Grand Am, and Johnny Grand Am just doesn't have the same ring as Johnny Chevelle. So I'd been working here about 15 years at that point and finally learned what his last name was.
There you go.
But he filled out his tech cards for years and years as Johnny Chevelle.
Well, you know this as well as all of us do. You're liable to see anything show up on them tech cards, and sometimes they trick the announcer into just playing that over the airways. And as you know racers more and more, while you kind of know who the comedians are and who the ones that are straight up on the tech card information.
I think our favorite racer who's entered in this weekend is the guy from the movie Superbad, our friend McLovin, who's driving that 56 Chevy, and I believe it's in one of the sportsman categories. Who knows? McLovin showed up at the racetrack and had done well. I think he won first round, if I'm right.
A local racer that a lot of you are going to recognize his name. He ran division for years. Chad Milosky. Chad and his dad, Bobby Milosky, ran lots, super street, stock. Chad went to the U.S. Nationals one year. Chad has a wicked sense of humor. He filled out his tech card that he was a crime scene analyst. They got a rain delay and called him to the tower to interview him about it. And that's when he had to come clean that he really wasn't a crime scene analyst.
There you go. Racers are certainly the most ingenuity-based people on the entire planet, Ron.
Some of the most creative people in the world.
So a little bit of work is still out there ongoing on the racetrack, and basically they're going to create a whole new racetrack, Ron, because we're going to have pretty much a new racing surface when we go back to competition here in just a little bit.
Well,
so
go ahead.
So coming up here in just a little bit, I believe we're looking at Super Street.
I believe there's 5 of them left.
Super Street's going to have 5. 13 cars are left in stock eliminator.
Super Comp, we've got 6 of them left.
I believe we're looking at 10 cars left in our super stock category.
And our Super Gas ladder has 8 left on it. We got names filled up in all the boxes. So those classes, we're getting pretty close to crowning winners, but our bracket classes, they got a lot of more work to do.
Tell you what, how about the bracket racers showing up here today, showing up in numbers? Who knows? They might have raced somewhere else last night, decided to come race here on Sunday right here in Bowling Green.
Well, there's Wally's on the line for the Super Pro, Pro, and Sportsman classes. The juniors will run for Wally's in August. So, and there's points involved for the bracket classes as well. So we really do appreciate the great turnout here on a beautiful weekend.
Absolutely. Prestigious, the most prestigious trophy in all of drag racing, a Wally replica for all of our sportsman racers. Again, juniors, you'll be racing for your Wally coming up in August. So Super Pro, Pro, and Sportsman, you have a chance to win a Wally right here today in Bowling Green.
Still, the juniors have nice-looking trophies. We unboxed them earlier in the weekend. And those Wallies and those other trophies, they look good on your shelves.
Tell you what, drag racers absolutely love trophies. And I'll tell you what, I've still got some trophies that my father won in Stock Eliminator in 1964 at Hall's Dragway, Ron. Before I was even born, I've got them in my bedroom at my house, there at the house. Drag racers absolutely love winning trophies.
Yep, it's just a reminder of, it's kind of bookmarks through your life. All right, we're waiting. We got the tractor out here as they are working on the starting line area. I see some more gold dust going down as Brock works tirelessly around here as the other part of the Beech Bend Raceway Park crew to give us a good racetrack to go down.
You know, you mentioned that gold dust, Ron. What that actually is kind of a rosin type compound, and they will almost burn it into the racetrack, and it helps add to the stickiness, to the tackiness, and what have you of the racing surface.
Yeah, we've got a lot of people out on the dragracer.tv live stream. We've got some people that's not as familiar with this form of racing, and we do welcome them, and we're just trying to throw out a few bits of information to kind of explain some of the things to our new viewers out there on dragracer.tv.
Hey, welcome in on dragracer.tv. We're glad you found us on YouTube today. Here we are, Memorial Day weekend in 2022, as we remember those who have served and who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Kind of reminds me of when I was coming to the track on Friday. I drove right past a cemetery. There were some of our brave men and women soldiers in their uniforms out putting out flags in front of the headstones of some dearly fallen servicemen and women.
Yep. The National Cemetery that's not far from where I live is decorated for this weekend especially, and there'll be visitors there all through the weekend.
And we do that in their memory here, right here in Bowling Green. So glad you could join us on YouTube, and certainly glad you're joining us here in the stands this weekend. So again, kind of what they're doing out on the track is they're kind of preparing that racing surface so when we go back to racing and what have you, it will provide maximum traction. One of the things that you don't want to do is you don't want to have a high horsepower race car trying to go down a slick racetrack, Ron, because that could not work out well.
Yeah, and when with the heat coming up, full sun on the racetrack, they really pay close attention to what our surface is out there. They do the best job they can because the racers want an equal footing on both sides.
Well, there you go. Coming up next, we've got, I believe, as you mentioned, about 5 cars in Super Street. That's one of the index classes where you can go racing and with a set specific elapsed time performance standard to try to meet, Ron. Attention in pits. We need Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas, we need you to head to the lanes. Super Gas, we need you to head to the lanes. Now I get it. Warren Evans had to show me the official designation, but now I get it. Super Gas, we need you to the staging lanes, Ron.
Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro, stand by, please. Super Pro, stand by, call only.
So coming up in just a second, you're going to see some of those 10.90 second index runners that go out there, go build a race car, run 10.90 seconds. Now, you can't have any of the long, skinny things in Super Street, can you, Ron?
Absolutely not for the class. The slowest of our .90 classes will be up here in just a bit.
Super Street coming up. Stock Eliminator, they're going to be following them. Again, we've got 13 cars left in competition. Those are the closest resembling body style and what have you. And you're going to see some different engine combinations and what have you. You've got to run on a 9-inch wide tire. And the trick there, Ron, is to put that horsepower to the ground on a 9-inch wide racing tire.
Yep. All right. Trying to fill up the boxes. And we do have 4 boxes. to fill up. We're going to start out with Greg Card over here on the right side. Jim Kreitzer's already executed the burnout with his Beretta. This is 1090, quarter mile. Give him a pro tree, and it's up to them to get it done. So Greg Card over here in the right lane, a two-time Hot Rod Reunion Class winner. He's very familiar with this racetrack, as Jim Kreitzer is going to try to spoil Greg's day right here. All right, here we go.
Jim Kreitzer out of Wapakoneta, Ohio, going in his 92 Beretta. He's off the throttle shot, trying to chase down Carter. He's chasing. No, sir.
Wow, look at Carter, dead 5 after an 0.27 start. He was 1 Hun behind, took the stripe by a Hun. Kreitzer goes to the trailer.
My
for the
guy's
day.
Ronnie Maggard out on the Budweiser side out of Lebanon, who's got the 1970 Chevelle.
A former division champion in Super Street is Ronnie Maggard. Ryan Locke, the youngster, the accountant, first gen Camaro is the competition.
1090 the index. The index is on the scoreboard. Flash of yellow, and they're off. The action times are critical in the index classes. Maggard on the Budweiser side, Locke on the Jake side. Your guy takes the win.
By 47-10 thou, Ryan Locke was 2 Hun up front. Maggard goes 10-900, lost it at the starting line. Locke 1092 for the win.
Shut out as soon as he left the starting line.
So I failed to mention Carter ran down the racetrack. That was a 2 for his win. Will get him a bye next round. This
Matt Forbes out of Horse Cave is going to make his trek down the Jake's lane. On and off the throttle. He's 31 on the tree. That's 0.31 seconds away from being perfect. And he's looking for 1090 on the scoreboard. Top end, Winter Picker says 1091, not very bad at all. He's moving on into round number next. Matt Forbes is moving on in, and we will come back, and there will be 3 cars left in this round of Super Street. Coming out next, it's Stock Eliminator. Build your race car. It's got to maintain the same kind of stock body style and what have you. Really can't make modifications to it like you might see in Pro Stock or in Top Sportsman, like we saw in Oakley Top Sportsman last night.
All right, Super Gas, you should be in the lanes if you're not already there. Super Pro, stand by. Super Pro, stand by.
Looking at 13 cars coming up in this round of Stock Eliminator. Doug Dool's your guy over there.
All right, like I say, C-Stock automatic Dakota. Live run, send it out first.
So sometimes when you see one car going down the racetrack, that's basically just because there's an odd lot number of cars, and one of the drivers will be able to basically drive down the racetrack by themselves and advance on into the next round of competition. That's Doug Dool.
Using the steering wheel a little bit, probably will scrub off some ET down there. Let's see how close it is to 1031. 1043, 109. Duel will be into the next round.
Showing everybody the oil pan on that big CUDA. That'll bring up Mike Robinson, the iStock automatic, 78 Corvette, his weapon of choice, dialed to 1194 on the Budweiser side.
68 Firebird as Tim Gillespie is the crew on that for Julie Bierman. D-Stock automatic, 1068 dial, not ready to head back to Xenia, Ohio yet.
Robinson's going to have the head start. Julie's going to try to run him down on the big end.
coming hard. Fading to the right down here towards the finish line. Bierman on the double breakout, 10.65, 3 Hunt under. Robinson goes under by a bunch more. Bierman takes the win.
She ran him down on the top end.
001 up front on the tree.
Tommy Mattingly, the L-Stock Automatic 65 Chevelle, 327 cubic inches of Chevrolet mouse motor power on the Budweiser side, dialed at 1174.
The hospital director out of Avaton, Kentucky, Jeff Smith, 1155 dial, and the H-Stock Automatic 83 Camaro. Small block under the hood.
Off the way to go, Tommy Mattingly trying to stay out front with the big heavy Chevy. Can he hold off Jeff Smith top end? No, sir.
Not going to happen. Jeff Smith was able to drive around for the win, had a Hunt and a half up front, 2 Hunt over the dial to 3 Hunt on the other side. Here we go, next pair.
Mattingly needed a better reaction time. Rob Holmes picks his weapon of choice. That's a 77 Formula Firebird, 400 cubic inches of power, dialed at 1148 on the Budweiser side.
Another coup to Mark Poole, the F-Stock Automatic right side, 1092 is the dial, the Hendersonville, Tennessee native. Wheels up for Mark Poole. He's got that 340 Plymouth singing down at the top end. 1,000-foot quarter mile, here it comes. Winner, 1098 for Poole, 6 Hunt over, taking the stripe by 14 thou. Rob Holmes lost that at the start, gave up 7 Hunt, was dead 6. Great job at the finish line, not at the starting line.
Marissa Hammond, her 83 Camaro, she's the runner out of Louisville, 305 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet power, H-Stock Automatic, down to 1139 on the Budweiser side.
The stick car, the 69 Camaro, Brian Rogers, 1086. It looks like deep is on your screen. Rogers, a free run down the right side. 1086 was his plan. The actual run is 1095.
Not bad for the D-stick car. That's the one that's got the black vinyl seats with black velour inlays in them. Absolutely gorgeous if you get a chance to look at it. It's over close to on the spectator side up by the amusement park. Tyler Bohannon, the runner out of Louisville, the 2001 Chevy Corvette, 340 cubic inches of Chevrolet power, dialed 1051 on the Budweiser side.
AA stock automatic, the 69 Camaro Kenny will wheel it down the jegs.com lane with a 1020 dial. All right, Kenny Bomar, right lane. Kenny's fading towards, he's getting a close look at them foam blocks down there about the 8th mile. Now he's swinging back the other way. Double breakout win your way.
Double breakout. Tyler Bohannon, 1050 on a 1051. Margin of victory, 0.0033 seconds as Bomar goes out too far under. Jerry Greenham out of Aurora, Indiana, 70 Mustang, 351 cubic inches of Cleveland power on the Budweiser side.
M-Stock automatic, the Malibu, Bob Robbins wheeling the 1224 dial.
Greenham in the big Cleveland, going to try to run down the small block Chevy. He's chasing. Winner picker says
not going to happen. Bob Robbins with an 040 light will lose you a lot of races. Not this time because Jerry bailed him out, starting his RT with a 1 as 1226 pops up for Bob Robbins. I think Jerry just never was in it.
Yeah, typically with reaction time starting with a 1, that means your day is done. Coming at you, Super Comp. We're going to turn the wick up on the index class. The goal is to run 8.90 seconds. You'll see a whole lot of rear engine dragsters coming out from beside the tower.
All right, attention in the pits. Brian Whitworth, you're not in trouble. Smoking Joe says you're holding the potential by. All right, here we go. I'm telling you.
Brian Casson on the runner out of
There's at least 2 world champs left in Super Comp. This is one of them on the right side. Devin Eisenhower, the engineer. We're back to 890. and he will take the jegs.com lane.
Brian Casson on the Budweiser side, the runner out of Evansville. He's got 632 cubic inches of Chevrolet power in his 2002 Worthy chassis build. So once again, as we talk about super comp, top dragster, super quick, you see a lot of the long, skinny ones. It comes down to a battle of ability of the driver, and the chassis manufacturers, they take a lot of pride in it too.
Yep. We're going to go back to back in the lanes with world champs. Devin was the Super Gas world champ a few years ago. Brian would like to take the world How about a double breakout win for Eisenhower as Brian took the stripe first by 2 hun. Devin breaks out by 1 thou. Brian breaks out by 500s. Eisenhower goes to the semis.
David Forbes is the runner out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. 615 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. He likes the Budweiser side of the track.
Sean Langdon, another former world champion in top fuel dragster. He's got the undercover chassis dragster, and he's going to try to get into the semifinals. Sean Langdon, 2007-2008 Super Comp world champ, 2013 top fuel world champ. Try to get it done. In drag racing, anything can happen, no matter what you've done in the past.
Yeah, we saw the junior dragsters earlier. Sean Langdon, that's where he started.
And there you go. 1 mile red light for Sean Langdon. Dave Forbes is ready.
Missed it by that much. Forbes with a 007 on the tree. He's going to be tough to beat. He goes 8.89.1, broke out by 9 thou, but Langdon handed it to him on the starting line. He'll bring up Derek Denny, the runner out of Ashland City, Tennessee. He's over on the Budweiser side. His weapon of choice, the Mullis chassis dragster.
I've got Nick Eisenhower. He had a great year last year, finished number 5 in the Super Comp world. As Roy stands back and hopes that Nick can secure the win. Double D is a tough competitor. This will be a great drag race.
Tell you what, there are no ducks left in this round of Super Comp. Every one of the guys, like you mentioned, 2 former world champions, and all of them, they know what they're doing, and these guys are super, super tough competitors. Nobody wanting the stage. They're kind of taking their time, trying to feel the other driver out. Finally, Double D goes.
Well, drag racing can be cruel or good. It was cruel for Double D. And Nick Eisenhower is the winner, 893 off the 890 index for the class. 014 on the tree. Derek just picked a bad time to have a bad light.
Yep, and that was it right there. Eisenhower is moving on into round number next. Well, here we go. If you like super stock like I like super stock, get your cameras out, grab your phones. If you love those high winding, high flying, wheel standing, full bodied cars, here they come. Camaro's a pair. Ricky Decker, the number 2 in the world last year. He's got the weapon of choice, Super GTI Automatic 996 on the Budweiser side.
Super stock F automatic. Frankie Morris loves those green Camaros. He owns one, parks it in Bardstown through the week. Today, he wants to park it in the winner's circle.
Tell you
1009.
what, one of the drivers, he's going to wheel a Camaro into the next round, Ron.
You got it. A little bit of the old.
4 thou difference at the hip as they're headed down the racetrack.
Will it be the old or the newer going into the next round? It'll be the older. How about Frankie Morris, 10-12, took the stripe first by 2 hun, and on your side, 10-01.
Decker could not run the number, missed it. That'll bring.
No name.
Jeremy Duncan, the runner out of Charleston, Indiana. 69 Camaro, big block, 396 cubic inches of power. Super D automatic, dialed under a 937 on the Budweiser side.
Okay, GTO automatic coming at us, 1077. The Monza out of Alabama coming up here to cool off. Boy, he did bring. We got the cool weather. How about a Cadillac 350 cubic inch motor? for
Unique
Ronnie?
combination. My guy picked the big block at 396. That big block Chevrolet. He's chasing, try to run down to Monza. Can he get him? Yes, sir. 938 on the 937. Margin of victory, .006. Duncan is moving on.
Yep, Duncan took the stripe first. It worked out.
That'll bring up Courtney Russell out of Ardmore, Alabama. Sweet home, Alabama. 305 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. The GTL automatic down to 1032 on the Budweiser side.
All Ford all day for Nick Morris. Factory GTH, Louisville, Kentucky is the hometown. 948's the dial. He's in the Jegs.com lane.
So again, the way we run the combo race, they qualify based on the index. They run off the dial in, so we call it the dial under. That's kind of the common phrase that we'll kind of use. You'll hear us say that in stock and in super stock.
That was a short race.
Courtney could not wait. Handed it to Nick right on the starting line. He gets the round. He gets the advance into the next round.
How about dead one for a 22-pack for Morrison? He'll go next round.
He was going to be tough to beat. That'll bring up that screaming small block that Warren Evans absolutely loves to listen to. 324 cubic inches. Jeremy Mudd out of Shepherdsville in the 93 Grand Am Budweiser side, dial to 868.
GTH automatic Mitch Autry, 970 on the board for the Beretta in the Jegs.com lane.
Autry's shop is about 10 miles from my house, so I know those guys well. He's a second-generation racer.
Oh, 017 on the red side of the tree. Your winner is all in the name.
Well, it was going to be tough to beat. He's 29. He's looking for an 868. Runs it out the back door, 879. Who knows? He might have been holding a couple of 135 miles an hour, and he's moving on into round number next. Logan Bellinger out of Elizabeth, Indiana, the 88 Firebird, dialed under the GTL automatic index to a 992 on the Budweiser side.
And another one that'll pick the announcing stick up once in a while. Right now, he's in the GTH car. Jim Schachter, Director of Engineering out of Cummins, Georgia. 954 is the dial. So Jim Schachter, one of the Track Announcer Guild announcers. We love to see him in the race car. We cheer him on all the time. Moves to the left, getting a close look at the foam block, still there, nudges it back to the center, trying. Winner, your side.
Winner Budweiser side, Bellinger, 992 on a 992. 17 pack that he threw in Schachter. Schachter was 35 on the tree. He was dead in the water from the hit, but he still broke out trying to run him down. Bellinger is going to advance.
Yep. Well, see who we got next. Super Gas. Now we have 3 former world champions in Super Gas in various classes. So let's see how this plays out.
Man, I tell you what, I would hate to still be left in Super Gas and not be one of those former world champions.
Well, Devin Eisenhower is a Super Comp world champion. He won last week up at Indianapolis. Bo Butner, 2017 Pro Stock world champion, won the championship by 7 points.
That's what he does. That's what he does for a living. What does he do for fun? He comes out and he comes drag racing.
And Edmund Richardson, a Super Comp world champ 3 times, a stock world champ 2 times, won the U.S. Nationals last year. Here we go.
Butner's on the Jegs.com side. I've got Larry Riddell, the runner out of Evansville. He's in the 27 Ford Roadster, 540 cubic inches of Chevrolet power, his weapon of choice.
Bo Butner and Jed Coughlin Jr. are the only 2 that have won in 7 different classes.
They're on the throttle. They're on the throttle stop. They're back on the throttle. Win Picker says, outside.
Bo Butner, Larry took the stripe by 400ths, breaks out by 4 thou. Butner, 992, follows across second for the win.
Champ is moving on. Bob Locke out of Whiteland, Indiana. We know that name well. That's where Bob Glidden was from. His 57 Corvette, weapon of choice on the Budweiser side.
U.S. Nationals winner last year, Edmund Richardson, won the Super Comp World Championship 3 different times. This will be a good race. Red light for Bob Locke by 1. Foul, letting go of the button. Richardson, a free run. Let's see what Edmund pulls out of his hat down there. 9.894. Richardson moves to semi.
Locke is going to be kicking himself when he picks up his time slip at the far end of the track. Said, if I just could have hung that 1 more thousandth of a second. Steve Dominguez out of Huntsville. His 67 Chevy Nova, good-looking hot rod. He's going to pick the Budweiser side of the racetrack.
The Fire Engine Red Firebird out of Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Keith Hupsteck. He does not want to head west yet, as he'll be trying to take down Steve Dominguez. Dominguez already this year won the Division II race at South Georgia Motorsports Park. He wants to add another Wally to the collection.
So if it looks as if Hupstead comes down a little bit further, Dominguez was on the throttle stop. He's going to try to run it down. Top end winner picker says yes, sir.
Good race.
991.2. Margin of victory, .002 of a second. And Dominguez moving on into the next round. That'll bring up Joe Tankersley. The 1970 GTO. How about that car over in the Budweiser side? 565 cubic inches. A Pontiac Tower.
A former world champ in Super Gas, Devin Eisenhower, sits on the right side. The Camaro out of Brownsburg, Indiana.
I'm digging the GTO.
Eisenhower, a quick winner. Tankersley 006, too quick off of the trigger. And Eisenhower gets his free run down the racetrack. 9.872 for Eisenhower, and a date to the semifinals.
Must have been the aerodynamics going over top of that vinyl top by 0.006 of a second. Just a little bit too quick for Joe Tankersley. Ladies and gentlemen, to bring you Super Pro, the voice of Beech Bend Raceway, my buddy, Smokey Joe.
Thank you, sir. Now, buybacks are over for Super Pro. So, this turns into an old-fashioned drag race now. 2 go down, 1 comes back, and the other one goes to the trailer and finds an excuse. It's always the car's fault after the second round. All right, Brian Whitworth. Brian Whitworth, you are holding the Super Pro bye. Brian Whitworth, you are holding the Super Pro bye. Sportsman. Jake's Muffler and Brakes Sportsman, stand by. Jake's Muffler and Brakes Sportsman, stand by. All right, here we go. 2 tough customers right off the get-go. Terry Lindsay in the Camaro and Darren Keener in the Spider Dragon. And Darren's got the full deal. He's got the Spider-Man fire suit. He's got the Spider-Man dragster, web shooter, whole 9 yards. He's got spider sense. He's knows if he's about to break out. Now, he doesn't always stop it, though, because, you know, that would be cheating if he used his spider sense. Yeah. He uses his powers only for good. A breakout by 2 thou on Terry Lindsay, dead with a 6 for Spider Keener, and he'll go to round 3. Taylor Pofall in the S10 and Dale Keener in the Oldsmobile. That is Daddy Keener. Now, maybe one of the coolest vehicles here, but that is Pat Friels, the ringmaster of the Pat Friels Nostalgia Circus, and that is his 1961 Ford F-100. Now, Clayton Clark, folks, is a former division champ, excellent drag racer, and a lot of people don't realize that Clayton drives with hand controls in his truck. .008 and dead 6 for Clayton Clark, a 14-pack. He will be back for round 3. Now, something that was very common at bracket races when I started this a couple of decades ago that has cycled through and now coming back, but that's dragsters, sportsman dragsters. They absolutely dominated the bracket ranks when I first started here. Then we saw the rise of the door cars. We saw the rise of the S10 truck, and now we are seeing dragsters rise again. Frank Douglas in the 13 Racecraft on the Budweiser side, and Joe Haynes in the 07 Danny Nelson chassis. You might recognize Danny Nelson's name from NHRA drag racing, or possibly from the World Poker Tour, or maybe the World Series of Poker. Danny Nelson, a very accomplished poker player. And how about 00 on both sides? And it's going to be Frank Douglas. He was holding 5, wins by 15, dead 6 with the 003 light, drops a 9-pack. Squarely in front of Joe Haynes to take the win. Austin Boone in the wild wheel-standing Dodge Dart next to Kelsey Anders, who really hopes that she doesn't stand up that dragster. That would be bad. Saw Kenny Underwood stand a NHRA Top Fuel dragster up here on a Monday test and broke it when it came back down. Now there's that wheel stand right on cue. But that is weird in because he went with a 3 to break out Anders by 1,000. Chris Sons and Jackson Messamore in the Roadster. I think I would like bracket racing a Roadster because of the visibility. Chris Sons in the Dodge pickup. Brian Casson, we need you to report to the Brian Casson, report to the 3rd floor of the tower. Brian Casson to the 3rd floor of the tower. Double Breakout and Sons is the winner. Barry Ellis and Tim Brannon. Chicken. Double O start. And this one is going to go to Barry Ellis on a double breakout. Barry is under by 13. Brannon is under by 15. Tiffany Busenbark. Or maybe we should give her full name, Tiffany Brannon Busenbark, daughter of Tim Brannon. Next to Mark Sizemore. Mark out of the bustling metropolis of Boonville, Indiana. Your Boonville trivia, it is the home of Hoosier National Forest. Mark Sizemore with a big starting line edge. His win light was on before Tiffany even got to the timing box. Mark Sizemore going around deuce. That's going to bring up Dave Kenny in the pickup. And in that wing dragster, that is Logan Jamison. Now, folks, you might remember Logan. Glenn, you might remember Logan from a couple years ago. The young man came out here and he won Junior Dragster and got down to 6 in Super Pro. That was his first weekend in the big car. This is his last year, I believe, last year was his last year in the junior. He's a full-time big car pilot now. And he has a quick dragster. And listen to that car. Got that blower on there making racket, disturbing small animals and old people, but it didn't take him to round 3. Dave Kenny coming back. Chelsea Forney and Tyler Sizemore. Chelsea Forney's all grown up. She came over yesterday to turn in her tech card, and she said, "You don't know who I am, do you?" And I was like, "I have no idea." She said, "I'm Chelsea Forney." Well, she's supposed to be 12 in a junior dragster, not all grown up in a big 001 red for Miss Chelsea. Tyler Sizemore goes dead egg. Aaron Douglas, Double D, out of Greenfield, Indiana, in the Racecraft Dragster, and that is another one of them old Richardson boys. This is Blake Richardson. Blake, since he was about 5 years old, which was well before he could get in a junior dragster, has done nothing but eat, sleep, and dead forward for Blake in light over Douglas. Somebody here in the tower said, I know one thing, there's a lot of Richardsons out here. Well, they're going to go a lot of rounds, too. They're good racers. Chris Bowling and Daniel Gray in the Vega. I love Vegas. Vegas, old Starfires, the little Buick version. They make such great race cars. And the design division at GM, I wonder when they brought out the Vegas and the Monzas if they thought that 50 dominating numbers and great. Identical lines, 30 apiece. And the Vega is coming back for round number 3. He breaks out Chris Bowling by 2 thou. Chris Moeller in the pickup, and Donnie Atkins. Now, you talking about a pair of guys that have caught win lights at this track. That's these guys. Moeller turned it 2 thou red, but he knew he had to be tight. Donnie Atkins, 008 green, and he is under by Indiana. Brooklyn trying to race and chase Hodges, and she broke out. She was behind on the tree by 13. Joseph stayed in it, and she broke out. No room. Now, another third-generation racer, Glenn, Brandon Cincinnati. Yes, from that Cincinnati clan. This is son of Todd. And Jody Davies next door in the mini truck. Sizable edge for Cincinnati. Oh, and he took too much stripe, and Jody Davies will get the win. Terry Kamler out of Freeburg, Indiana, and Josh Woods from nearby Glasgow, Kentucky. He's a drug dealer, but he's the kind that has a license. He owns the Glasgow Prescription Center. But man, does he sling a lot of dope, all legally. I told him that he needs to build a stock eliminator and name it the Pill Pusher. Josh's dad, Jerry Woods, watches over him on the wall, both former track champs. Difference on the tree, and it's Josh Wood. He gets the win. When Josh Wood stages first, and this is one of those weird racer things, but when he stages first, he's deadly. When he's stage first, he is deadly. Paul Farmer and Dale Biggs. Glad to see Dale out racing with us. Dale in his roadster. I love this race because a lot of folks that really can't handle racing on Sunday afternoon and then being a responsible adult on Monday morning come out and play with us this weekend because responsible adulthood doesn't start again till Tuesday. See there, Dale Biggs, you could be a kid again for another round. Dale goes 5.79 with a 9, wins it by 0.08 of a second. And for you casual observers, if you're thinking to yourself, man, these winners are really putting up some nice packages, you're not imagining that. We have one of the toughest fields of bracket racers at Beech Bend consistently of any track in America. Robert May out of Kinsey, Alabama. And Steve Presley from Brentwood, Tennessee. But we have had a lot of racers, especially second and third generation racers that had family and top division of NHRA running funny car and top fuel. And they sent the kids down here to bracket race to learn tough competition. And I will have to say that our local racers did not disappoint. They gave them all they wanted. All right, Steve Presley needs to get in and does. Steve Presley is in trouble with a big team. Robert May had 5. He was holding 67. Wins it by 68. Tricky Tom Flowers on the Budweiser left lane in that beautiful red and black Camaro, and Michael Lewis out of Dixon, Tennessee in the blue Camaro. Michael, son of Tommy. Michael is 4th out red. Tom Flowers going to be under by 3 with the wind light on. Now you're talking about a well-engineered Chevy Dukes. We've got one coming up in the Jags right-hand lane. That is Kyler Johnson out of Goodlettsville. And I challenge you to find a car that is more cleanly built than that one. Great looking inside and out. Taylor Cincinnati, another of the second generation Cincinnatis in the dragster. Difference at the 3. Tyler Johnson's going to get out from under the hole shot. He is going to win it by 7 thou. Kenny Kitchens coming up in the Camaro, and Paul Trent, and you may have heard this earlier, Paul Trent won that Chevy 2 in a $100 Richardson Boys race car raffle. And guess what? He's going to round 3 in his $100 race car. And he went dead 4 doing it. The Maynard boys coming up. Those boys work hard on their OnlyFans site to fund that race team. Chris Barlow next door in the Ford Pro. Oh, and the Maynards are going by McLovin today. McLovin Maynard. I kind of like the ring of that. You know, you never should mess with a guy that blows his motor and takes out his anger by throwing his head into the fence. That's what the Maynard boys did at the Tri-5 race last year. I went down to check on them and saw a 350 head go flying. The head might be flying again. Chris Barlow gets the win, 610 with an edge to knock out McLovin Maynard. Justin Wright. Justin, you got your work cut out for you today. Because every time you go back to the trailer with a winning time slip, your dad's going to go, yeah, you knew I won super quick last night, didn't you? Hey, Justin, I won super quick last night. Joy Spinks in the pickup, she just looked over at Justin and said, hey, didn't your dad win super quick last night? But I do want to give a big congratulations to somebody that's always been really cool to me at the racetrack, Scott Wright. I was really glad to hear he got that super quick win last night. And folks, those wins are so hard to get. The entire 32-car field last night was separated by Joey Spinks has dug a hole, and Justin Wright threw the dirt in it. So Justin can at least for one round say, dry it up, old man. Last night is ancient history. Michael Duke in a really well-engineered 27 Ford Roadster. Bruce Maples in the dragster. Now, it's common to see the flex in a dragster chassis, but Glenn, if you watch that Roadster, you will watch it work and flex. It is a really well-engineered car. And, well, good engineering is going to get him a win right. But that car picks it up and then sets the left front down first. Really weird how the weight transfers. Delaney Gentry out of White Bluff, Tennessee, and Ronnie Kinzer in his Vega wagon. Ronnie is one of those guys that if it's got a high horsepower motor, he'll set behind it. Dragster, door car, pulling tractor, speedboat, whatever. If it's got horsepower, Ronnie will play with it. Dragster moving around a little bit, but she's going to get it done. Dead 3 gets the win over Kinzer. Jason Haley coming up in the pickup, and next door in the Camaro, I believe that, well, they're keeping us in suspense about who's in the Camaro. Now, I do have a choice here. I can either wait until oh my God, that's John Force in that Camaro. Oh no, wait, it's Josh Decker. I always get those guys mixed up. Two tough racers right here, folks. Josh Decker, second generation son of Ricky. Jason Haley, second generation son of Jerry. Jason literally grew up at this racetrack. And Jason's gonna get a win light, and watch this race long enough, you'll see a guy get hit a bad light and a wind. And sometimes that's all they need to just catch that one break, and then everything falls back in. Jason got away with one right there, and he's going to know it. He had a 66 light. Shauna Whitworth in the S10 and Megan Straswig in the dragster. Two young ladies, both second-generation racers. How long I've been here. I remember one day in the tower, JB and Tori and Megan were up here, and Megan says, "Gosh, I can't wait till I get old enough for a junior racer." Guess what, Megan? Your senior dragster is going round 3. Shauna Whitworth, 2,000 red. Colby Walker and another one of them Richardson boys. I think this is the baby, Austin Richardson. Stone cold Austin Richardson. Oh boy, Colby Walker knocks it over. 007 dead 4. Let's see, 7 and 4, carry the 6. Put down, that's an 11 pack. Elizabeth Taylor and Ryan Hart coming up. Elizabeth Taylor, 497, 507 on Ryan Hart. Steve Thurman and Shannon Miller. Talking about kids and juniors and where they are now. Well, yeah, trust me, folks, you probably missed the best commentary of the afternoon. But Jay Oakley, that's another one. I remember when Jay was holding Philip's hand and just dying to get in a junior dragster. Now he's this accomplished nationwide, national driver. Shannon Miller gets the win over Steve Thurman, Nathan Prose, and Bryson Scruggs. Bryson Scruggs is out front, but I saw that scoop rock. I think he gave it a little rip down there and ripped it a little too much. Marshall Glass and Tony Gardner. Marshall in the altered, not a roadster, It's an altered. If you set astride the drive shaft, the drive line, it's an altered. Tony Gardner is in the Nova. I thought I was going to have to drive Tony to the staging lanes this morning. Turned in his tech card. I said, Tony, they just called Super Pro. Oh, I ain't falling for that. I was like, no, Tony, I'm serious. Super Pro's in the lanes. Yeah, I bet they called Sportsman too, haven't they? I said, actually, they just did. I looked up and he said, well, they're going to they're in the lane. See there? Turn red. All that argument. Marshall Glass goes 5:32 with the 1. Big Sexy Roger Hackett in the Mustang, the blue one, John Horton in red. And it's going to be Jonathan Horton gets the win over Big Sexy. Good to see Big Sexy back at the track. Okay, now, so Dylan Starks is coming up in the vet next to Ashley Kapler, and the guys up here are like, now, you know, this guy's a wheel standard. What? Sportsman to 2 and 3. Sportsman to 2 and 3, please. Caleb Heady in the Maverick. You were holding the Sportsman by. Dylan Starks taking his time. He turns on the top bulbs. Dylan, grandson of Ken and Ruby Starks. And Ashley Kapler is going to win the double breakout, another graduate of the Beech Junior Dragster ranks. Colby Frazier and the Rocket, Rodney Collins. Collins, a former track champ. Rodney, like a lot of young guys, when he was 16, he wanted a dragster. So he built a dragster, him and his father, Steve. And I asked him this morning, I was like, do you miss the dragster? He said, I miss the speed, but I don't miss the hours and hours of maintenance and wrench turning every week that it took to have the speed. So he got this Nova and just goes rounds and rounds. Ooh, 2 foul difference, 009 and 11 on the tree, and it is Colby Frazier, 009 and a 484 to knock out the Rocket. Rubberhead, Jeff Gregory, Budweiser side in the Nova, and Derek Adams, former division champ, former track champ. Jeff Gregory earned his Rubberhead nickname in 2009 at our Turkey Day Bracket Bash when he backed his car over the wall. Rubberhead, he is leading the Beech Bend points. He just got another round win. Tom Kleppen, the Kleppinator, and former track champ on the Jegs.com lane, Randy Carter. A lot of people do not want to remember 2020, and I'm one of them, but Randy Carter will never forget that year, because although he only had one weekly win, he made 5 finals, several quarterfinals, and was the track champ in 2020. knocks out the former track champ, breaks him out by 4 thou, clapping dead with the 1. Another former track champion, another former division champion, Adam Klein in the Moo Boo, as they call it, and Wendell Klein in the Malibu. And are they related? Yes. Wendell is Adam's uncle. Oh, and Adam is not making things easy for Uncle Wendell. And he is going to go 008 670 with the 3 and break Uncle Wendell out by 8 thou. Dylan Childers out of Hartsville, Alabama in the Vega, and Big Kenny Thomas. Big being the operative word. I asked Kenny a few weeks ago, what size race shoe do you wear? 17. Turned it red. Dylan Childers going to be under by 18. The Malibu, Al Norwood. Malibu on the Bud side, Butch Crowley. In one of the Philip Oakley powered dragsters. Al Norwood has done something not a lot of people can claim in drag racing. He has had 2 perfect runs back and Big Al's not perfect, but he's good enough. He is going to round 3. Rowdy Randy Rice in the orange pickup from Red Moreland Springs, Tennessee. And Jay Oakley. Jay Oakley, yes, Phil's kid. Jay flickers it on. Up front edge to Flying Jay Oakley, and the top end edge to Flying Jay Oakley. 11 green, 456. He knocks out Randy Rice. That'll bring up Angel Hardaway and Patrick Decker. Angel and Patrick Deckard. Angel's 5 thou red. Little incidental note about Angel. She just made the Race Gals calendar for the month of June. Scott Wright, last night's Jag Super Quick winner next to Carl Marug out of Franklin, Kentucky. and he is going to round 3. Lucas Buckley and Jonathan Wagner, side-by-side dragsters. Lucas Buckley turned it 2,000 red, and Jonathan Wagner's your winner. We go from side-to-side dragsters to side-by-side pick-em-up trucks. Anthony Short and Tim Brannon. Win line for Anthony Shore Racers. If you've got a check coming, we need you to pick those up on the 3rd floor of the drag strip tower. And if you do have money coming, it would help us out a bunch if you would pick that up while you are here. Jimbo Fields in the Roadster. We got one of the Not On File brothers in the dragster. Jimbo Fields turns it red. The old mystery car is moving ahead. You know, if we need to investigate that, Glenn, I've got a good guy that can do it, because that's Officer Bill Strader in that Nova. And he is a police officer and a detective in Madisonville, Kentucky. Brad Coles from Avon, Indiana, and the only trivia I've got for him is that his hometown is the same name as Old People Powder. Four, and breaks out Officer Bill Strader at the top end. And you know, this is Memorial Day weekend, and we do set this aside to remember our fallen in war, but let's also remember our fallen peace officers, first responders, and other people right here at home that put their lives on the line every single day and sadly don't always go home at the end of the night. Josh Lynch and Bo Butner. Yep, that Bo Butner. The Bo Butner that has won in 7 NHRA classes. is out. Ron is here. If I get this right, I'm going to say that Bo has won in Super Pro. All right, how about Super Pro, Stock, Super Stock, Super Street, Comp Eliminator, Door Slammers, of course, Pro Stock, and I've got one more, and Super Gas. Yep. And you got to think, it's got to be something with doors on it. And, of course, I say this, and then he drives the dragster. James Wester and Dylan Guy. Dylan Guy, guys, is the grandson of somebody you know named Kenny Schindler. Very accomplished stock eliminator racer. James Wester, 008 Dead 2. That's a 10-pack any way you add it up. Arts used parts. If we ain't got it, you don't need it. And a lot of people don't realize what Arts used parts were. It was mostly heavy equipment parts. It was stuff that you grunted and strained to get off of that motor. No. Lester Atkins and Dancing Daniel Johnson. This will be a good matchup. Dancing Daniel's foot brake. He does not use a delay box. Lester's style is to run way out there and then ease back into his dial in. Daniel's exactly the opposite. He sees where he's at 330 and then gives it hell. Yep. So let's see whose strategy works here. Lester or Dancing Daniel. It's going to be Lester. Now look at it. Wah! 42.9, so he's under by 11. That's valuable information for Lester. When you go red against these guys in the dragsters, then they can push it through and they know exactly what they've got with the air change. It is an extra time run. Trance Baker and Philip Oakley. And how about the dial in on Philip Oakley? 431. I think I said this earlier. When I started here, a 5-second dragster was fast. The 480 dragster was stupid fast. Now we go 431, and Bob Mandel came to a bracket race last fall in his dragster. Bill Oakley, dead 4 with an 18 light. He gets by Goober Trance Baker to get the win. Jody Davies coming up in the mini truck. Jody has won a lot of money in that truck, boys. Oh, actually, that's Robert. I was getting ready to say his son Robert's hit a few licks in it, too. It's Robert in it this time, next to Blake Fuquay, son of Mike Fuquay. So a couple of very good second-generation racers here. Both of them grew up in Nashville. You might not know this, Ron. Blake was a hockey prodigy for several years. One of the best hockey players. Robert Davies turns it red. Blake is going to go 455 with a 9. But yes, he was played AAU, yeah, and had aspirations of college hockey in the whole 9 yards. Brian Whitworth. We need junior dragsters to 7 and 8. Final call sportsman. Final call sportsman Whitworth and Richardson, and we are adjusting a dial in. Ron, did you know the SEC is getting ready to start playing ice hockey on an NCAA level? Florida, Alabama, Georgia, and Kentucky are the 4 first teams. Well, Brian makes a good point. You would think these would be northern schools, but a lot of people don't realize that in the last 2 NHL drafts, the first pick was American, and last year the kid was born in Florida. And he was the top pick in the NHL draft. Ryan Richardson, 007 Dead 2, gets by Brian Whitworth, who was 006 and Dead 5. Yeah, you talking about a heavy hitting pair right there. That was it. And now we are going to go good old sportsman racing. And we need good old junior dragsters to 7 and 8 and Pro ET to 4 and 5. And we're going to start it out with Chris Cowles in the Vinyl Top Nova. And we were talking about vinyl tops earlier. I love vinyl tops. I just think they look so cool. And I love them on race cars because they don't look like they belong on it. And check out Bobby Seaton's old 55 Chevy. It doesn't matter what make of car you are partial to. The Tri-5s are still something you like. And that one with a 206 green light is going to round 3. There ain't no style points on a time slip. So Keaton Moeller and Darren Morris, we go from a 55 to a 57 Chevy. Darren Morris gets the win light. Oh, my dog got in my lap because his favorite driver, Logan Kirby, is out there in the Cavalier next to Jimmy Elrod. Jimmy Elrod's a guy that used to be here every Sunday, and then the kids started playing sports and stuff like that. Now he's back. He's having a ball. He got it, turned it red, and I guarantee he'll still be grinning and laughing at the top of the track. I saw him yesterday, and I said, "How's the track?" And he said, "It's still here. That's all I care about." Johnny Matthews and Tim Samuel. Tim Samuel, he's no hippie, folks. That's just the only way to describe Tim. He's probably driving with a pair of Roman sandals on. Oh, 004 red, Tim Samuel. Johnny Matthews, and that was 66. That's a slick little car. Uh-oh. I've got a Big Earl sighting. Big Earl Tally on the Jags right lane. And Chicken Boy Johnny Garrett in the Mustang hatch. Chicken Boy pulls the upset. Big Earl gave it back. Bradley Arnett and Elizabeth Klein. Elizabeth, I believe, this is her sportsman entry, and I think she is second in the points at the moment. And Elizabeth is the wife of Adam Klein. Elizabeth's got the up front edge. Bradley Arnett coming on in the Chevelle wagon. No, sir. Elizabeth didn't give him a chance. She's going to round 3. That'll bring up Luke Wiseman and Tater Meredith. I've got fans of both those drivers up here, and they're trying to figure out which one's the cutest, Luke or Tater. It's Tater because of the ponytail. Luke Wiseman closing in. Is he going to have room? No, sir. 005 and a 13:27, and Tater Meredith will be back for round 3. Now, Wade Willett in the Charger, the brand new Charger, and Kenny Ray in the S10. Willett gets the win light. Larry Peters in the pickup, and Reese Duncan. Yep, that's that bunch of Duncans, Ron. Yep. And I'm telling you, the boys are after Dad. They have got a big bullseye on Daddy. Oh, yeah. Just be a crew chief in another couple of years. Reese Duncan gets the win light. That's all right. Jeremy's one of my favorite people. He can just come up here and sit and lie with me and everybody else. The serial killer, Jason Whittle in the Dodge, and in the step side, Chad Quall. The serial killer, 008 at an 8:14. Ron Hunt from St. Louis, 988 on his Impala. The Tornado, Joseph Russell in the Tough Enough pickup. Difference on the tree. The Tornado coming on. He's there. Don't mess it up. We tried to mess it up. He broke out 8, but Ron Hunt broke out by a bunch. 30-some. So there you go. Tornado coming back for round 3. The Klepinator, Tom Kleppen. And Jerry Woods, the matriarch of the Woods Glasgow drug cartel centered at the Glasgow Prescription Center. Jerry Woods going to round 3. Okay. Yes, that is a Kia Soul on the line. Do not discount this car. That is Josh Sutton Jr. Now, Josh wasn't here for round 1. He bought a ticket and a buyback because he's on his way back from Holly Springs for the team challenge. Josh is good on this end. We'll see what he does on the top end. Oh, he gave it back. Jeff Hogan actually broke out, but Josh is 16 years old. He's already won a $5,000 in that toaster. He's very, very tough young racer. David Miller and Todd Boone coming up. All right, I'm going to correct something right now while she can hear it. I have one job, and I love to, no, Mom, you scared her off, Glenn. It's the best smelling person we've had in here in 3 hours, and you scared her off. But I've been saying a young lady's name wrong, and I pride myself on saying your names right because, really, that's all you've got in life is your name. It's Gracie Bellinger. And I have only said Bellinger 500,000 times. Yeah, this weekend. Yeah, you say it in every class, especially when Combo and all those are here. Bellingers are kind of like the Morrises. Y'all hunt in a pack. Ava Smith and Luca Markham. Now, Luca Markham, I meant to bring this up in the last round. I don't know if Warren and Glenn know Luca's dad, but I think Ron is going to recognize the name. Luca is the son of very accomplished bike racer John Markham. Two-time ET champion and almost 3 in a row. Spooky. And he is, when he's at the track, the only thing he's better at than racing is just being a good dude. John's a lot of fun. Ava Smith next door out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. I bet she runs the Valley, being up that way. Ava Smith, she was holding 7, wins it by 17 and knocks out Luca Markham. Rosie Spears on the Jag side and Jackson Summers on the Budweiser lane. Now, a lot of people, when they see juniors, they wonder, well, has anybody done very good that started this way? Let's see, a guy named Sean Langdon comes to mind, has won a couple world championships. There are several people that have graduated. Eric Now, who married over their head there, him or her? And they laugh because we all know the answer to that. Jackson Summers gets the win. Graham Alvey and Hunter Adams. Graham Alvey gets by Hunter Adams. Mason Summers and Case Shop. Case better get on his horse. Whip that horse, whip it. Oh, he did. He got the crop into it and caught Mason Summers. Braylon Lee on the Jags lane. Parker DeWeese. See, I didn't see Tim. If I'd have seen Tim, I'd have known who it was. Parker DeWeese gets the win on the double breakout. Shelby Hall and Braxton Hodges coming next. This is the world famous Gracie Bellinger. And I'm telling you folks, Bellinger is a fine racing name. The Bellingers have turned on a bunch of win lights over the years. All right, here come them old juniors. Some of these guys are 17, 18 years old. You know, they're almost ready for Social Security and stuff. Matty Head out of Cedar Hill, Tennessee, 791. Corey Barnes. I'm going to brag on Corey. I thought Corey was female. And Corey took it on himself, and at 13 years old, he come up here like a man and told me, excuse me, I would appreciate it if you quit calling me a girl. And me and him are buddies now, but Corey is a grown person in a 15-year-old body. And look out, because he is plumb eat up with this racing stuff. He's one of those, get to be one of those race nerds where he's got to study everything and break everything down. Neat kid. A lot of neat kids in this race. They really are. Corey's making me look good so far. Maddie is not catching it, and she's not going to. 8:23 with the 5. Corey is into round 2. Now, Gage Blair coming up on the Budweiser left lane, son of Chris, who has caught many win lights at Beech Bend, and Eli Wiggins, son of Trevor Wiggins. And if that Trevor Wiggins name is kind of stuck in your head and you're like, wasn't there a Wiggins that did some racing? Yeah, he's done a little bit of racing. He raced Indy Lights, Indy Cars, Busch Grand National, Bonneville Salt Flats. Yeah, he's done a little racing. But now he's not Trevor Wiggins' race car driver. Now he is Eli Wiggins' dad. When I met Larry Dixon Sr., he's driving a tractor trailer. I parked him. I jumped up on the running board, and I said, "I'll be damned, you're Larry Dixon." And he said, "No, I'm not. I'm Larry Dixon Jr.'s father." That was when Larry Jr. was in his streak of taking home that great big Wally in November for about 3 years in a row. Tommy Flowers, you were holding the bye. Tommy Flowers, you were holding the Pro ET bye. Eli Wiggins, 791 with an egg. He is going off to round number 3. Tom Flowers, you are holding the Pro ET bye. Win length for Logan Buckley over the other Wiggins, big brother Grady. Going to round number next. All right, Pro ET is getting ready. We might have one more pair of juniors. Tom Flowers, you are holding the Pro bye. Chris Cowles and Ricky Sneed. Chris Cowles in the Nova, Ricky in the S10. Nice vinyl top Nova. You know, Glenn, a big fan of the vinyl tops. I am too. You remember what they called the, maybe Joe will get this. What did Chevrolet call the vinyl top package that you could get on either a Malibu or a Monte Carlo? Bingo! Warren Evans got it. It's the Landau pack. Chris Cowles, 764. That's dead on with a 6, and he's going to round 3. Uh-oh, where's the Morris? Greg Carter, and I believe that's Bobby Morris. Josh Lynch and Julie Ochoa. Knocks out Julie Ochoa. Julie came all the way down here from Central Illinois, and the locals have not been real welcoming to her. Shelby Thurman and Jonathan Horton. Shelby Thurman. Shelby, a graduate from juniors to the big car this year, knocks out a really tough driver and a real sleeper of a race car in Jonathan Horton. Josh Decker and Bryce Highball. Apple don't fall far from the tree. He knew he was good, softened up at the top end, didn't want to mess it up, didn't want to draw the wrath of Dad. Adam Klein and Daniel Gray. Now, Daniel Gray told me this morning, I always manage to line up next to one of your real good local guys. Well, Daniel, you kept your streak going, buddy. You've lined up next to Adam Klein, who is the only person I've ever heard of that had a bounty on them when they were in the train. True story. Adam gets the win. Elizabeth Klein and the Loganator, Logan Kirby. $5,000 difference right here. The Loganator in the Cavalier, Elizabeth in the Malibu, and it's the Loganator. The $600 sleeper wins again. Y'all like this yellow Mustang. That is not a common Mustang color. You saw yellow a lot on Torinos or the Cougar. And I saw you check it. Yeah, it's a Mustang. It's not a Cougar. Robert Stone in the Sonoma. 67 Cougar's my dream car. I want one so bad. I would run over your foot in the fire buggy to have a 67 Cougar. Paul Farmer was holding the world and makes it work. We'll see the Mustang again. Super Street Stock Eliminator and Super Comp. Your time is now. Come to the lanes. Super Street, Super Comp, Stock Eliminator. Larry Peters and Michael Ray. '78 Monza. It was amazing how they got littler, and they were already small, and then they jammed them down. Kenny Ray and Kenny Kitchens. Killer Kenny Kitchens, 693 with the 4. He dumped Kenny Ray down there. Moves on to round 3. Wade Willett, Anthony Short coming up. I think it was Wade's dad. His brother used to come down and race with us. And the name of the race team was Willett Run Racing. Anthony Short, 633 flat, breaks out Wade Willett. The Klepinator Tom Kleppen coming up in the Camaro. And Jason Haley in the pickup. Super Comp. Stock Eliminator. All right, Super Street, Stock Eliminator, and Super Comp. We need you to the lanes. Super Street, our 1090 class, Stock Eliminator, and Super Comp. Come on to the lanes. And remember, racers, payout is at the 3rd floor of the racetrack tower. Jason Haley grabs another win. Blake Richardson and Big Earl Tally. Now, let's think about this. Blake Richardson, say he wins Wally today. He goes home, look, Dad, I won a Wally. And Evan looks at him and says, great. What about 50 more and we can talk? If you go to Edmund's shop, Wally that Edmund and the boys have won. There's about 60 of them up there. You know, Edmund, Blake turned it red. Big Earl's moving ahead. I know as of about 5 years ago, Edmund and Scotty were the winningest brother combination in the NHRA, ahead of some brothers named Pedragon even. So, nice stat to hold. Luke Wiseman and Todd Boone. Luke's 2nd generation racer. Josh Wiseman's his dad. You don't think about Josh having a child old enough. He does. That's him. Turned it red. Todd Boone in the Duster moving ahead. Now, the black and yellow Monty over here, Kelly Anderson. Kelly's only 29 miles from Beech Bend. Races here at least twice a year. If he shows up twice, he'll win once. All he does is cash checks for Beech Bend and that Monty. Mike Morris next door in the pickup. Old Mike, he's trying to break Kelly's streak. And he's going to. Mike 004 and a 676. And to Kelly's defense, his normal work schedule doesn't allow him to be a Sunday bracket racer. Caleb Hetty in the Maverick and Paul Trent in first prize car that he won in the Richardson raffle for $100. All breaks out there. Caleb Hetty is your winner. Here comes Chris Moeller, and Chris is going to line up next to Katie Fields. Now, here's your trivia question. Katie used to race with her dad, and what was her maiden name? She's Bob Crumoff's kid. Now how old do you feel? Yeah, oh boy. I knew that was coming. Yeah. Chris is one red. Katie Fields gonna take Jimbo's car at around 3. Keaton Moeller, you know, you talk about two young guns. 17-year-old Keaton Moeller, 16-year-old Josh Sutton Jr. Together, they've won maybe 3 5-granders this year. They're both really good. And they're really young, and they really like it. So we're going to be stuck with them for a really long time. The toaster is down and away, and Keaton's going to try to run him down. Not going to do it. It's a double breakout win for Josh Sutton Jr. in the flying toaster. That'll bring up Jeff Hogan in the 63 Chevy, and I do believe that's one of them old Richardson boys. The win light. Amanda Maggart, daughter of Ronnie and Joseph Russell, in the pickup. Joseph's daughter is one of my favorite people. She's a year old, and she always controls the room. She is a doll baby. The Tornado, dead 3, needs work on the light a little bit, but he'll have a shot in round next. Chicken Boy John Garrett and Jay Smith in the Camaro, good old Mustang versus Camaro matchup. Yep, Jay Smith, who got a big win last week. First Wally, now he's wanting to get him a partner. Well, you can't stand on the bookshelf and talk about racing by yourself. That's right. Well, Jay Russ is a chicken boy closer to that Wally. He gets the win over Johnny Garrett. Dancing Daniel Johnson coming up in the Mazda. And Taylor Pofall in the pickup. Super stock to the staging lanes, super stock to the staging lanes, final call stock, super street and super comp, final call stock, super street or super comp. Austin Boone and Tater Meredith. Austin Boone will stand up, Tater Meredith will not. Look at that spot, Ron, almost 7 seconds. Oh, and Tater is 3 thou red. He had to leave on the second bulb to be 3 thou red. Austin Boone moving. Whoa. We had a, look at his burnout tracks, Ron. He made a big move coming out of the water. That's Joseph Hodges. Another one of them Richardson boys. Yeah. Richardson. He was back one and ended up winning by 1. That's how close that one was. Derek Adams in the grocery getter. Chris Blair in the Vega. Blair's little car is known to strain that wheelie bar from time to time. I think the wheelie bar went on strike for a while last summer from abuse. Not today. Blair's looking good, and how about dead 8 and a win by 8 thousandths of a second. Final call, Super Street, Stock, and Super Comp. And we need Super Stock and Super Gas. So if you're stocky or gassy, we need you in the lanes. Jason Whittle and the unknown in the pickup. Oh, Chuck Fulkerson. All right. '88 Sonoma. That's where the S comes from. Oh man, that Sonoma is out of shape, and Chuck says, "No, I don't want to wake up sore tomorrow." Chuck may have figured out something that every gentleman in this room has figured out. That wall is much harder at 54 than it Tricky Tom Flowers and Phil Davis. Tricky Tom from right here in Bowling Green. Phil Davis from Holiday, Tennessee. Another car with the black rallies. I like the black stripe paint. All right, Tricky Tom Flowers is your winner, and I'm going to get up. Milo, that means you got to get up too, and I'm going to be a happy spectator and watch some high winding, wheel standing, super stock cars. I was telling Ron earlier, I think the big difference between stock and super stock is stock winds them up and then gets the wheels up, and super stock gets the wheels up while the motor's still climbing. But I love both of them. Oh, I can't get enough of them. So I am going to sit back. Of course, you know what the best part of stock eliminator is? No wheelie bars.
Well, I tell you what, Ron Ruggles, how do you follow the legend Smokey Joe here in Bowling Green? We can't.
Well, it's like following the legends like Unc, Leo, Mac. It's hard, but we're going to carry on.
I'll tell you what, here we're going to go. We got 1090 up on the scoreboard. Here comes Super Street. We're going back to quarter-mile racing on the Budweiser side. My guy's Ryan Locke out of Indianapolis in the 69 Camaro.
Yep, semifinal. Greg Carta. All right, here we go. You've set the table. Ryan Locke left lane, Matt Forbes right. Greg Carta will have the bye. He'll be up here in just a few seconds. But this is the semifinals as Warren Evans. We're knocking them down.
Tell you what, I'm picking the Camaro to win this one, Ron.
Okay, can't argue that.
Win picker says 1090 with a 3 to Matt Forbes on your side of the track, Ron.
Yep, we'll put that one in the box. Carry on.
So Forbes will race Greg Carta in a matchup of dark Chevrolet Camaros. So we had 2 dark-colored Chevrolet Camaros in the pair before. So I'll tell you what, Ron, should we pick a dark-colored Chevrolet Camaro to win Super Street today?
Well, I'll tell you this much. Greg Carta, he's backing it up. He's run down this racetrack many a times. He won the Hot Rod Reunion last year in the modified elimination bracket class, and he's also won the Hot Rod Reunion in 2019. So he don't need any more practice, obviously, here.
Tell you what, that's a good-looking 67 Camaro that he's backing up. All he's going to do, he had to break the beams out there. He's going to back it up and wait on Matt Forbes to chill it and fill it and come on around.
Yep. Super Pro, we'll just put you on a standby call. Super Pro, standby call only, please.
Coming up next, Smokey Joe mentioned them. Here come those high winding, high flying stock eliminator hot rods.
Let's go.
I love doing it side by side. Okay, Doug Duell, he's normally on the Jag side of the track. I've got him over on the Budweiser side, C-Stock automatic. He's dialed in under a 1029 and the 446 pack to go.
Well, we're trying to put him into the semifinal boxes. Brian Rogers, he's over here with the D stock car, the 69 Camaro, the aircraft mechanic. 1085 is what he's looking for.
So
Go ahead.
Doug Duell is going to be playing chase in the CUDA down the Budweiser side, chasing the little stick car.
As Smoke and Joe mentioned, this easily could have been a final. There's some tough hombres left. How about 2 Barracudas over here coming up in the box? We got one on the left side.
Barracuda and Camaro versus Barracuda and Camaro.
We'll just swap the lanes. Rocking it back. Good race. Doug Duell chasing hard. 8th mile, 1,000 foot. They're almost there. We're going to have a winner. Your side.
Win Budweiser side winner, 1035 on a 1029. Brian Rogers broke out, trying to run him down. Took too much drive. Duell moving on into the semifinals. Tell you what, we had a CUDA and a Camaro. We've got, guess what, a CUDA and a Camaro. Jeff Smith, he picks out an 83 Camaro as his weapon of choice. 1155 the dial on the Budweiser side.
Mark Poole's headstock automatic, 1094. And away they go, clean and green, just like we like it. CUDA, Camaro, coming at you, finish line, winner. Double breakout, your side.
Budweiser side, a winner, 1152.3. He's the winner on 1155 dial. He breaks out the least. Mark Poole was under by 5. Bob Robbins out of Byrdstown, Tennessee, the Chevy 305 of choice. His 1225 under the M-Stock automatic index.
The 68 Firebird out of Xenia, Ohio, Julie Bierman, D-Stock automatic, 1065 down the jegs.com lane.
So once again, Julie's going to be trying to run down these guys. She's been having a really good day today doing that.
Clean and green again. Nobody is ready to go home when you get into this part of the day.
The girls, Julie's chasing. Cannot run him down. Double breakout affair. Bob Robbins goes 12:21 on 12:25. Julie ran 10:61 rather on 10:65. Double breakout affair.
All right, the bye run is Tyler Bohannon. Tyler Bohannon, B-Stock Automatic on the bye run, and that'll fill out the final box in the semifinals in Stock Eliminator.
He's the runner out of Louisville on the B-Stock Automatic, 2001 Chevy Corvette. His index is an 1125. He qualified with a 1053. Looking for a mid-10 second run is the Tyler Bohannon second generation racer.
Well, let's see if he runs it all out or just kind of cruises on down the racetrack. Looks like a full pull so far. Kind of
hanging him high up on the...
And 1063, 109. This will be the matchup in the semifinals. It'll be Jeff Smith and Tyler Bohannon. Doug Duell will run Bob Robbins. That sets the table in Stock Eliminator.
That right there is worth the price of admission for the semifinals. Right on there. Coming up next, we got the long skinny one, Super Comp. We're going to throw an 890 on the board. They're already up there, and here they come.
Well, I got to tell you, we got the two Eisenhowers. We're going to lock horns here in the semifinals. And Roy is going to have to stand in the middle down there. We'll see where he goes. Nick will be on the right, Devin on the left, and this is going to be fun.
Sibling rivalry at its best. You know, the two probably grew up fussing and fighting and arguing sometimes. If they did, they're going to settle it right here once and for all. Winner take all. The number 4 in the world last year versus the number 5.
Went back, chatted with him very briefly, didn't want to bother him too much, and I said, okay, the middle of the racetrack, Roy, you're going to have to occupy that spot, and he's going to check on both cars, and then he will put his self in the middle.
Devin's little brother, he's on the Budweiser side. He's a 25-year-old.
All right, Devin Eisenhower, a U.S. Nationals winner, 2019 in in the Super Gas. He lost in the semis, but he has been a U.S. Nationals winner, 2018 Super Gas. Nick won Super Comp last year at the U.S. Nationals, so this is going to be a war.
2 former U.S. Nationals champions. They happen to be brothers. Big brother on the Jeg side, little brother on the Budweiser side.
Winner of this will get the bye. Dave Forbes, he'll be up next.
9 thou difference. Separate them at the hit. They're staring across at each other, headed down track. Wind light says Budweiser side. Little brother, 8.904. Look at that. Throws a 23 pack up against Big Brother.
Devin securing the win last weekend at the Lucas Oil Race at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Can he double again this weekend? Can he do it?
David Forbes in the Jeg side. Now what he's doing, all he has to do is he has to stage the car, basically roll through the lights and do the exact same thing that Greg Carter did just a couple of minutes ago. Roll right through, then he's going to back the car out. That way he saves on parts and pieces and what have you.
Well, another thing that tells me they're very satisfied with the performance and the consistency of that car, and they'll be ready to go. It ought to be a great Super Comp final.
Coming up next, here come those high-winding, high-flying super stockers. And we are narrowing them down. I believe we've got, 5 left if I'm right. Superstock is 5. Warren Evans just confirmed.
You know, I got to make a little mention of Dave Forbes just taking the tree back and out. He has won during the SPORTSnational Open here back in 2007, Stock Eliminator winner.
So he knows how to get it done right here on Memorial Day weekend here in Bowling Green.
Absolutely. Matter of fact, he's won it twice in Stock Eliminator.
Tell you what, if you want the inside money right there, you got to consider that guy.
All right, let's rock and roll here. Wow. right, let's see if I can.
Here comes Jeremy Mudd in that Screaming Super C modified, the Pontiac Grand Am on the Budweiser side. Logan Bellinger, he'll be squaring off. Bellinger, he's on the Jeg side. Mudd's going to try to round him down with that high winding small block. The dial-ins are on the scoreboard. Just about 1 second head start. Here comes that Screaming small block. He's chasing. Wind picker cannot do it. 992 on a 990. Bellinger moving on into round number next. Breakout Mudd goes 869 on a 871. Jeremy Duncan, left side, Budweiser side. Nick Morris over here in the Ford Mustang. Classic Ford versus Chevrolet matchup. Okay, Will Crick. How many folks out there love the Ford racers? All right, how many of you are Chevrolet fans? Well, guys, I saw the crowd go wild out there. Sort of. Jeremy Duncan in that clean, good-looking 1969 Chevy Camaro. Morris, 949 the dial, so just about 7/10 of a second head start going to the big block Chevy Camaro. Duncan on the Budweiser side, Morris on the Jeg side.
There we go.
Can you check? Good enough. Jeremy Duncan, Super D automatic on the Budweiser side, 396, the weapon of choice for his Super D automatic 69 Camaro.
This is a twofer, as Warren Evans brings to our attention on that. A 2-for-1. You betcha. So there's a lot at stake. These two drivers know it.
Nick Morris bumping in. Pre-stage. Stakes are high, so they're taking their time. Blink, they're in.
Red light start, Jeremy Duncan by 11 thousandths of a second. Nick Morris will get the bye into the final.
Nick Morris just won his way into the final and didn't have to do anything about it.
9.489 off the 9.49.
Here comes some of those racing Morrises. This is Frankie Morris, Super F automatic, Chevy 396.
All right, Super Pro, we are ready for you, Super Pro. Super Pro, we're ready for you. Super Pro, we are ready for you. Come to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes, please.
He qualified with a 10:10, number 16 in the field, threw a 10:09 dial-in under, and he ran 10:07, so it tells me he was holding a couple hundred.
Wow, we got two Morrises and a Bellinger into the semifinals.
So, what are the odds of a Morris versus Morris?
That could happen.
Tell you what, another family feud, just like we saw with the Eisenhowers in Supercom.
Right? All right, rumble tumble. Here comes Super Gas. We're going to try to put them into the finals. We got 4 left. We're going to start out with Edmund Richardson.
Look at this. This is worth the price of admission at any NHRA drag.
2 world champions. Look, you sure? All right, Edmund Richardson, right lane. Bo Butner, left lane. You talk about two racers that know how to get it done. This could be a final very easily. Who's going to go to the final? Stay tuned. So Bo Butner, his crew chief, hustles up there, peeked inside the car, now backing up. Bo Butner left side, Edmund Richardson on the right side. Here we go. I'm not going to tell you the lights just in case there's some communication between driver and crew. But they are identical. Win light by 15 thou, taking the stripe first. Bo Butner, identical up front. Richardson, 993, beats a 991. Bo Butner will go to the final.
We mentioned it. That one right there was what the price of admission. Steve Dominguez out of Huntsville. The federal contractor, he's on the Budweiser side.
Devin Eisenhower going strong. He's already secured a spot in the Super Comp next round. Now let's see what he can do in Super Gas.
Just beat his older brother in the last round of Super Comp.
Yep. Yes, as Warren Evans states, can he go to two finals? Let's watch this.
990 on the board. They're staring across the track at each other.
7 thou separating them, and it'll be your side.
992 for Dominguez. Eisenhower breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Took 1700. Had to take 14 or less. No good. Dominguez going to the final round in Super Gas.
Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Hopefully you are. All right, I'm gonna step back.
And we're going to hand it over to our buddy, Smokey Joe, the legend himself. Thank you, sir.
Talk about hard acts to follow. You guys do a good job. Glenn used so many big words, he ran his microphone battery down. And then you get Bo Butner and Edmund Richardson, and you talk about heavy hitters finding each other. All right. You know, I always throw out things that my granny used to say. Granny always used to say when you start, you're playing a game or something and it gets important. She'd always say it actually in UK games when they were close. She'd say, well, here's where the cheese starts binding. Well, I think we're getting down to that point in these Wally races. Pro and Sportsman. Marshall Glass and Darren Keener. Nice drag race history lesson. In the old days, if you sat over the drive line, you were in an altar. And then some guy you might have heard of named Tommy Ivo said, you know, we can stretch this altar out. And I'll sit in the back of it. It looked like a slingshot. And he invented it, the slingshot dragster. And then some guy named Garland said, you know, I think I'll put the engine behind the driver. And they said, that'll never work. Well, looks like it's working pretty good for Darren Keener and all these other dragster drivers. .003 and a win light for Darren Keener. He breaks out Marshall Glass. Chris Sons and Clayton Clark side-by-side pickups. Sons in the Dodge at a 707, 597 on Clayton Clark. Clayton Clark trying to make life tough on Chris Sons, and he will. Dead with a 4 and a 009. That is a 13 pack every single time. In a win light. Frank Douglas in the dragster out of Broughton, Illinois, a 13 Racecraft Pike, and that's Jonathan Horton in the 83 Mustang. Perfect for Jonathan Horton. Joseph Hodges in the Olds, Mark Sizemore in the dragster. Between, and it's going to be Mark Sizemore breaking out the Colby Walker and Daniel Gray. We need sportsmen to 2 and 3. Ronald Meredith, you're holding the sportsman by. Ronald Meredith, you are holding the sportsman by. Walker 680 is going to be good enough to get by Daniel Gray. That will bring us Jason Haley in the pickup and Nathan Prose in the dragster. 2-second spot coming from Nathan Prose going to the pickup. And that's going to seem like 5 minutes sitting there on the line. And when you're the second guy leaving, the first guy always looks like they had a double override. Jason Haley, 662 with the 7. He was holding the side, I'll say that, and Nathan broke out trying to make it up. Barry Ellis in the Camaro and Tyler Sizemore in the dragster. Sportsman to 2 and 3. Sportsman to 2 and 3. Tater Meredith, you were holding the bye. Tater Meredith, you were holding the bye. Barry Ellis in line. Anthony Short and Dave Kinney coming up next. Between the trucks. Short is coming on and he gets the win line. Anthony Short knocked out Dave Kinney, goes 6:34.1. That'll bring up Rubberhead Jeff Gregory and Josh Woods in the Beretta. Rubberhead, the local points leader, trying to knock out Josh Woods, and he does. He breaks Josh Woods out by 16. Jeff Gregory, 002 and a 6:13. Adam Klein and Ashley Kapler. Adam Klein in the wagon, Ashley in the dragster. She'll be giving up 162 to Adam Klein. Up front edge to Klein, and he coasts through and turns on the wind light. 15 green and a 671. Big Al Norwood in the Malibu and Blake Richardson in the Nova. Richardson takes care of business against Al Norwood. Blake Fuquay and Jody Davies. Blake Fuquay gonna knock out Jody Davies. Taylor Pofall and Patrick Decker. Final call sportsman, Tater Meredith holding the bye. We need junior dragsters to the lanes. Patrick Decker, 001 and a 592 knocks out Pofall. Robert May and Brad Cole coming up. All right, Robert May and Brad Cole easing them up to the line. Brad Cole is your winner. And the final pair of Super Pro for this round. Actually, I stand corrected. Tom Flowers and Megan Straswick coming next. Win. Tom Flowers, 1 thou red. Paul Trent and Austin Boone. Austin Boone in the Dart. Paul Trent in the Chevy 2. Tom Kleppen and Donnie Atkins. Tom Kleppen, dead with a 4, wins it by 3 thou. Michael Duke and Chris Barlow coming next. Double breakout. Michael Duke's going to move ahead in the Roadster. He was closest to the dial. Next pair, the Dragster, is Colby Frazier and Kyler Johnson in the Chevy 2. Johnson, 002, 535, and a winner by 4 thou. Final call, Sportsman. Final call, Sportsman. We need junior dragsters to 7 and 8. Justin Wright, last night's, or his dad was last night's super quick winner. Jonathan Wagner. Only 9 hun, difference in the dials. .009 and dead 5. Justin Wright is a winner. Oh, look out. Dale Biggs almost hit the wall coming out of the water. Delaney Gentry next door in the dragster. Dale Biggs breaks out Delaney Gentry. Racers, all payout is on the top floor. All payouts on the top floor of the tower. All payout on the top floor of the tower. Dylan Childers and Shanna Miller coming up. Dylan in the Vegas, Shanna in the dragster. In that dragster, and Dylan Childers is going to pounce. Racers, all payout is on the top floor of the tower. All payout on the top floor of the tower. Breaks out the unknown dragster to get the win. Josh Lynch coming up in the Pontiac, not a Malibu. And Philip Oakley in the dragster. Richardson was 001 red. Jay Oakley was triple zip perfect and gets the win. Lester Atkins in the dragster, James Wester in the Malibu. Joseph 43 looking for a 42. And it looks like that Carl Marug has the bye. Sportsman, buckle up. We need junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Sportsman, buckle up. Johnny Matthews and Bobby Seaton. Johnny Matthews is a winner. That'll bring up Wade Willett, Logan Kirby, Wade in the Dodge, Logan in the Cavalier. Wade Willett knocks out Logan Kirby. We need junior dragsters and ATM Pro. Junior dragsters and ATM Pro to the staging lanes. John Garrett, Darren Morris coming next. Johnny Garrett in the Mustang, Darren Morris in the big Chevy. Jeff Hogan and Reese Duncan. Jeff Hogan turns in red. Reese Duncan, a 90 light, a very unduncan light. Jason Whittle and the Tornado Joseph Russell. Jason Whittle, another win light. Elizabeth Klein and Jerry Woods coming next. Red light for Klein. Jerry Woods going to round number next. And final pair is going to be Patrick Deckard and Tater Meredith. Meredith could be in trouble. Todd Boone closed it in, and he got it.
Oh, yeah.
right, Parker DeWeese gets the win over Case Shupp. Ava Smith is going to round number next. Graham Alvey gets to load it up. But he will be back to fight another day. Well, now, here is the young lady that I egregiously misidentified. Young Miss Bellinger. Gracie Bellinger, Budweiser side. Gracie with a big up front edge, and she let it slip away at the top of the track. Shelby Hall gets the win, and looks like we have the bye car, and I believe that's Mason Summers. If it's not Mason Summers, Mason is going to be very upset that his dad is out there helping another junior dragster. We'll just, it's either, yeah, it could be Jackson. What I want to know is, why doesn't Gary ever come up and help with the junior dragsters? Oh, there's a simple reason why. There's not a blue oval on it. If Ford made a junior dragster engine, it would be on the Summers cars for sure. Jackson Summers, and now we go to the big kids. And actually everybody here is kind of a big kid. If you're into drag racing, you're pretty well a big kid. I love that. You see it a lot. It's a great shirt you see at the racetrack that says, "I still play with cars." I'm going to bet all right, we need all 5 of our NHRA classes back to the lane. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Stock, and Stock Eliminator to the lanes. And stop you're super in my book. Just because the NHRA doesn't put a super on you, you're still super in my book, stock racer, stock eliminator. Actually, I don't care what class you're in. If you stand up, lift the front tires, put a lot of smoke in the air, I'm not a make and model guy. I'm a smoke and noise guy. If it's loud and it's fast, I don't care what it is as long as it's not Japanese. Wiggins got the win over Connor Adams. We're having just a little bit of computer information. Let's see, what would we call it? You know, well, but we're in Brandon's kinder and gentler America, so we don't want to offend the computer. We're information challenged. That would be like saying that President Brandon is not a bonehead. He's just intelligence challenged. Corey Barnes. Mr. Corey Barnes. Taylor Pofall, you have the pro buy. Taylor Pofall, you have the pro buy. And guess what? Pro is coming. Thanks to ATM Innovations for sponsoring our Pro ET class. You know, Bowling Green is Carburetor City. It really is. We are normal Aspirationville. That is what we are. And ATM really putting out some great carburetors right now. So talk to Angela. Jason Haley. This is Pro ET. We need stock eliminators, super stock, super street, super gas, and super comp to the lanes. Jason Haley breaks out Chris Cowles to get the win. Logan Kirby coming up in the Cavalier. And the unknown. A double breakout winner. Paul Farmer and Big Earl Talley. Big Earl wins again. No big surprise there. He breaks out Paul Farmer. Josh Decker in the Camaro. Ryan Richardson in the pickup. Ryan Richardson knocks out Josh Decker, Adam Klein, and which Morris is it? Darren. Adam Klein turns it red. Darren Morris looking for a 2, goes 7 flat. Bring up Tom Flowers and Katie Fields. By Katie Fields. Gary Peters breaks out. Austin Richardson is going to the next round. Chris Blair and Killer Kenny Kitchen. Out Killer Kenny Kitchen, Josh Lynch, the Pontiac, and Anthony Short in the pickup. Out, Anthony, you almost got rear-ended by a Kia. Josh Lynch is red. Austin Boone broke. Couldn't come to the line, so Josh Sutton Jr. gets a time trial. Joseph Russell, Caleb Hetty. Mike Morris and Todd Boone. Todd Boone. Mopar will be in the next round, thanks to Todd. Serial killer Jason Whittle would like to help out with that. Jason coming up next. Whittle and Smith set to settle it. Whittle better move in. Whittle Russell, the serial killer, will be back. Taylor Pofall will take the bye, and I'm going to yield my seat back to Ron, and we've got a surprise guest announcer. Jim Shaxter is here. We have drafted him into service. He didn't burn his draft card like a good American should. Jim, sit down and enjoy, and we will enjoy you.
All right, thanks for inviting me up in the air conditioning. I guess this is the damage that gets done when you lose and you're out of competition. You get to come upstairs and watch the races. But we got some great racing coming up here. In fact, we're going to be pulling a couple of final rounds, followed by some final round action in our sportsman categories. I believe at the ready line we've got Super Comp, a couple of rear engine dragsters. The name I've heard all weekend, Devin Eisenhower, who's a standout competitor in Super Comp, is in line. And he'll be facing off with one of the Forbes family racing, that's Dave Forbes. And we'll be soon to clear the Super Comp category with the winner and runner-up. That'll be followed briefly by Super Street, Stock Eliminator, and Super Stock, followed again by Super Gas. So if you're wondering if it's time to go get a sandwich, hold off on that thought. I can tell you up in the tower here, it's a little bit like being in the Situation Room with all of Warren Evans' equipment and things like this. I don't know how he gets this stuff shipped. And I know a little bit about shipping, but this would be a nightmare to move all this stuff from country to, coast to coast in the country and things like that. So I'd have to say thanks to Warren and all of his efforts to bring us, and you, if you're watching from home, all the great action, because we know that it's hard to be everywhere. And it's even harder now. It's a little more expensive to get places, and to be able to enjoy the sport at home when you can't be here is great. And I will have to say, I haven't been to Bowling Green in a few years, and I'm really glad I came this weekend to have a chance to race with everybody and compete and have just a great time here. What a great facility. So there's something for everyone here. So if you're watching at home on TV and you're wondering what Beech Bend Raceway is all about, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's an amusement park. It's a family recreational vehicle lot where you can go out and just chill out. You can race, and you can do all three in the same weekend. And so, I mean, if you're looking for a good reason to go and you want to take the family to go do something, you can check all the boxes here and probably squeeze that into the family conversation. And by the way, we'll be racing while we're here. That might just be a little quieter, right? So just a pitch for Beech Bend. If you haven't been here, or if it's been a while like me, remind yourself why you'd want to come. It's a really nice place and a lot of fun. Covered stands so you can watch in the shade, and a great racetrack and a good layout and facility, and really a friendly atmosphere. So make a note about Beech Bend Raceway, the Lucas Oil series that we've got here with the National Open. We had a great class combo in the Stock Super Stock, which I was able to compete in as well. So it's just a great place to be. And if you can't be here, please enjoy it through the magic of Warren Evans and his equipment here that's being ably run by his crew here as we wait for the final rounds to come out. We'll give you just a little break from my voice, but I'm going to have the opportunity to call the next few sportsman classes and just a few moments of downtime while we scrub the track. But again, if you're running to the fridge, make it fast because you don't want to miss any of this action that's coming up. Yeah, and of course, Ron reminds me here, and I'm going to be attending that race if come heck or high water. If you think about the U.S. Nationals, which is the largest drag race event of the year, the weekend before is the Lucas Oil event that leads into Indy. So it's quite popular. You're going to see sportsman racers from all over the country that are Indy bound. They're going to come here and compete first, and that's going to be also supplemented by some local racers that maybe won't go to Indy, but they want to compete against some of the folks that they don't often get a chance to compete against. So you're going to find that it's going to be a well-attended event, and if you can make it here personally, you're not going to regret it. And again, get online, look at the Beech Bend Raceway, look at all the details about what is offered here, It's a great family destination. It's a great racing destination, all rolled into one. So Ron and Warren were just rattling off the schedule. I think they've got the Beech Bend schedule memorized, but Street Outlaws, Holly Street Fest, you've got so many things that are just unique to Bowling Green. And even when you're here off the grounds, the Corvette Museum is nearby as well. So there's a lot of things in the local area off the track as well as on. So a lot of good things going on here. But I spy some final rounds that are going to be coming towards us here again. As I mentioned, Super Comp will be rolling out first as they get the signal to fire up. And as if you missed it earlier, Devin Eisenhower is going to be facing off with David Forbes. A couple of rear engine drags. There's no surprise there. But look, this is, I think I was hearing this called Murderer's Row. It's pretty much the case. This is, you know, all the classes here are loaded with people that have a pedigree of, you know, top 10 national finishes, division champions, multiple event winners. This is not a beginner's race. This is a race full of some stars, and it's not been an easy path to get to this point. So Devin and Dave have earned the right to beat the final round. We're going to, as we watch them back up and ready for their runs, looking for that 890 standard, Pro Tree. These drivers are given driver aids. They get throttle stops, they get delay boxes, and it's not uncommon to see near perfect runs out of these machines where man and machine are tied together so quickly and closely that it's not uncommon to see some just phenomenal runs. We got some green lights. David Forbes, I guess you'd call him local at Horse Cave, Kentucky. 58-year-old business owner in the left lane takes the win, 893 with a 9, 894-1 for Devin Eisenhower, and he was just a little just a touch behind. So Champions Crown, Super Comp, Mr. Forbes moving on, local talent, and yet another pair moving on to Super Street. This is the 1090 class. 1090 Pro Tree. They get a 5/10 Pro Tree instead of a 4/10 Pro Tree. Matt Forbes, if you look at that late model Camaro on the left lane, you might notice if you see him on Facebook, they do Sick Week and the Drag Week with this LS powered machine. Their stories are phenomenal. Just to watch the trials and tribulations of driving a drag car hundreds of miles just to go beat it up into the next track, break it, fix it, late nights in the parking lots and off the side of the road, people working together to keep their machines working. So pretty exciting. Matt Forbes, also, of course, part of the Forbes racing family here from Horse Cave. Be facing off with Greg Carta. Greg's from Franklin, Kentucky, and he's got 540 inches under the hood of that 67 Camaro. 1090 standard, both clean and green off the starting line. As we'll watch the other end, both cars off the stop, moving through the quarter mile. I hear a little whomping going on down there. 891 with a 1. Matt takes the win, so another Forbes moving into the winner's circle. Your runner-up, Greg Carta. Congratulations. Double breakout win going to Matt Forbes. So Dave is the father and Matt the son there. You see the racing in their blood, and boy, talk about making some moves. So all right, here comes some more sportsmen coming into the water box. This is the semifinals of Stock Eliminator. Down to 4 cars, and you might recognize Tyler Bohannon's car, the Mosier Corvette. Dialed in at a 1052. Jeff Smith on the right lane, 8-stock automatic out of Alvinton, Kentucky, 59-year-old hospital director. He's got an 83 Camaro 305 4-barrel. Tyler, the 01 Corvette, is an LS1 fuel-injected piece. You can see his crew chief drop in the rear hatch for him. So if you're watching on Warren Evans TV, 11:49, the dial on the right side. This car will be leaving first by about not quite a second head start. Tyler will be in hot pursuit with the Corvette. A couple of wheels up starts. Who would have dreamed that a 305 could pull anything, let alone a wheelie? And yet, here we are. 11:49 on the right side. Dive for a dial. He runs 11:53. Not good enough. 10:54 and a 52 for Tyler Bohannon. And Tyler actually was behind a Hun on the starting line. Couple of great lights. Jeff Smith had a Hun in the bank. Couldn't make it pay off. Tyler Bohannon will move on to the final. Next pair, here we have a popular Mopar racer out of Newburgh, Indiana, car dealer, Doug Duell, driving a 69 Cuda. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro. Bob Robbins, stock automatic, moves first, and Doug Duell jumps the gun. Missed it by that much, 0.08 of a second. I hate it when that happens. So you're going to have Bob Robbins, 12-second car, facing off with Tyler Bohannon's Corvette in the final stock eliminator. Next up, the big brothers and sisters of our stock eliminator racers is Super Stock. And we're down to 3 cars. As you can see, a variety of different cars here. 69 Camaro versus 87 Trans Am at the ready line. So Logan Bellinger pulling into the left lane. Logan in GTL automatic. That's a 305, fuel injected with an automatic transmission. The dial-in is 989, well below the index standard. Frankie Morris, Superstock F automatic, old school 69 Camaro, big block 396 with an automatic. Frankie's from Bardstown, Kentucky. His dial is going to be a 1006. He's going to be leaving just a tick ahead of Logan Bellinger, at least on paper, right? So we'll see how it goes. And I can tell you, I don't know if you can see the sun that I'm looking at, but the sun is shining right down the track. That can give you fits as a driver trying to see the amber lights and cut a good reaction time. So they've got their work cut out from here trying to blind out that sun shining through the ambers and still cut a good reaction time. Off and running. Green light to pairs. Frankie Morris is out in front with Logan Bellinger in hot pursuit. Look at, they're still whomping and they're past the finish line. Oh my goodness. So 990 with a 5 is going to take the win on a 989. 1008 for Frankie Morris, and I will tell you that the lights were virtually identical. So a good race all the way down the track. Margin of victory, 15 thousandths of a second for Logan Bellinger. Next up, you're going to see Nick Morris. Nick's got one of the old school, new school cars. This is I believe it's a 2003 Mustang, but it's got a factory Cobra Jet type engine, so it fits into our factory GT class. In this case, factory GTH. Now you might wonder what Nick's doing up there. The Louisville racer knows the final's coming around quick. In NHRA rules, legally, all you have to do is accept the tree, and you could back out of the beam. So he's going to back up, park it in the staging lanes, and calmly wait for that final round. All right, here we go. Super Gas final. Pulling out at the ready line. Now these cars can be, you could say they're the same and they're very different. 67 Chevy 2 in the right lane, despite the fact this is, I guess you would call it a modified version of that, it's still basically a brick. And when you look over at the Corvette Roadster, with the big hood scoop, a lot swoopier design. Now, you might not think that's a big deal running 990, but if you watch the scoreboard and you see the mile an hour that these cars run, it's not uncommon to see racers going 990 at 160 or more miles an hour. So aerodynamics can make a real difference when it comes to hitting that dial perfectly in the other end, because wind can be a factor. I will tell you today, pretty calm. And if you look back over the weekend, we've had headwinds, side winds, and tailwinds. But right now, not much of a factor. We're going to see the 990 standard, and if you talk about names and all the history and pedigree between all the races here, in that left lane, you've got a guy by the name of Bo Butner. If you don't know who Bo Butner is, you probably haven't been to a racetrack in the last 30 years. But Bo Butner's raced everything from stock to pro stock and in between, and he just takes the win. 007 on the light and a 990 with a 0. Breaking out Steve Dominguez, 986 with a 0. So Bo knows, right? That's probably been overused, but I don't know what else to say. I mean, he comes in here and just does it, right? So Bo Butner moving on, to notch his belt with another win and another Wally. I suppose he's got to add on to the room, right? So. Looks like our staging lanes are waiting for just a few more Super Pros, and it's time to go. Super Pro, if you're not there, you're late. Sportsman, we're looking for you in the lanes following Super Pro. And let's make a call for Junior Dragster as well. So Super Pro is hitting the ready line. So if you're not here, you're late. We're running you right now. Sportsman, we've made a call for you. And the first call for Junior Dragsters. So more fun, right? Tennessee. That's a brand new Mullis chassis car. He's out here stretching his legs. Look at that. 456 for the dial. He'll be facing off with a near identical dial of 457. Darren Keener out of Hartford, Kentucky. Nelson Chassis Craft, rear engine dragsters a pair. These are some fast cars, and it just amazes me when you start talking about how big the engines are in these, and it's not uncommon to find nitros, 2 4-barrels, sometimes a supercharger, and you're talking about 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower running here as kind of like the norm, right? Which is just incredible to me to see how they keep this stuff from chunking out on the track. They just run them every week in and week out. So in Super Pro, and you're going to see 8th Mile Racing here. The winner, right lane, Darren Keener, 458 on a 457 at 152 miles an hour. Blake was trailing 458 on a 56. Next pair, you see the rear engine dragster in the left lane getting a courtesy head start here on the burnout for the rear engine dragster. Across the line, Lester Adkins, he has a 442 dial, and he's going to have to wait a bit here as the S10 pickup truck is dialed at a 668th mile. So 660 is no slouch. It's a 10-second car, right? But when you compare it to something along the lines of a mid-4-second, 7-second, low 7 to high 6-second dragster, that's really something. So as the sun starts dropping below the horizon here, you're going to see conditions improve for the drivers trying to pick that amber out of the sunlight. And that should continue to improve pretty quickly for them as the sun continues to drop. Both cars stage. Jason's going to move first to the right lane as the from the start. Win in the left lane, 000 green, 444 on a 42 at 146 miles an hour. Jason was right there with an 02, 662 on a 60, just couldn't overcome that trip zip. All right, next pair. Out of the Budweiser lane, left side, Colby Walker. Colby's out of Murray, Kentucky, 678 dial for his truck. And you're going to see Mark Sizemore in the rear engine dragster out of Boonville, Indiana. This car has a dial of 478, so 2-second head start. On the left lane, you're going to see that S10 truck probably about 400 feet out before the dragster even makes a move. All right, both drivers off and running. Very respectable lights out there. Advantage with that 001 light. Mark Sizemore takes the win. Colby wasn't chopped liver. 02 light. 678 on a 78 wasn't enough. Up next in the Budweiser lane, you'll see the red Camaro of Thomas Kleppen. Thomas is from Greenbrier, Tennessee. It's a 1984 Camaro dialed in at a 786. Facing off with Carl Marug. Carl's out of Franklin, Kentucky, in his 79 Malibu, 639 the dial. So you're going to see the left side move first as these door slammers are side by side down some 8th mile racing. All right, some good racing, some brake lights hanging on, and you can see Thomas saving it. 786 is his dial. He runs a very safe 89 on the brakes. 641 for Carl Marug. He just couldn't get there. That reaction time was just too much to overcome. Barry Ellis, Super Pro, 614 is his dial on that 67 Camaro on the left lane. On the right side, Paul Trent out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, 66 Shoebox Nova. 605 the dial. These cars are going to be staring at each other all the way down the track. Not really a perceivable difference on the starting line. Less than a bulb separates them. Fun wheels up start for the Chevy 2. The Camaro squirts out straight and through. Breakout left side. Barry too quick. 606 legal win. Paul Trent takes the win by virtue of his better light. 007 to an 019 light. There's some great driving going on right now. Jeff Gregory out of Franklin, Kentucky. He'll be driving the 70 Nova on the left lane. His dial is 612. Another one of those fast rear engine runners in the right lane. Megan Straswick, part of the Straswick family racing out of Louisville, Kentucky. Fast dragster 449 is her dial in. Boy, that takes some patience. You gotta wait for that car to go, and then the tree comes down and it's time to chase. Megan runs a 49 with a 4. Dead 4, not enough. 612 to the 9. Jeff Gregory takes the win. Tight race. They just keep coming. Here's Jay Oakley in the left lane. Rear engine dragster, another 4-second runner. 4:54 is his index. Kyler Johnson, right side. One of the popular square cars out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 534 the dial, and he'll be leaving first. So Super Pro, as you can see, the variety is there. You're going to find cars from all different shapes and sizes and a pretty wide ET range. And if you've been watching, you're noticing that it's not always the faster car that wins. We've had some cars that were significantly slower in terms of dial-in take the win. Oakley for the win. His dragster 4:55 on a 54. 5:37 losing effort for Kyler Johnson on a 5:34 dial-in. So we're racing 8th mile here, and next pair we have the Dragon Wagon, Adam Klein, out of Franklin, Kentucky. His dial is 669. Blake Richardson, 614 in the Nova. All right, bouncing, shaking, and wheelie going down the track as Blake Richardson in hot pursuit. But here's some whomping. Richardson, I'm told it's Edmund's son. 617 takes the win at 102. 671 for Adam Klein, bowing out this round. And look at how popular these Chevrolet S10 trucks have become. They've become a very, very popular, viable super pro and sportsman platform for drag racing. All right, rolling up. Boy, this tower's getting crowded. We got Alex Owens up here, right? We got Milo, the announcing drag dog. We got Larry, the cable guy. We got everybody up here. All right, Anthony Short out in front in hot pursuit is Clark Clayton, trying to get there, and he can't do it. Anthony takes the win. 633 on a 631 dial. Once again, sportsmen, if you are not in the lanes, we'd like to have you in the lanes. Sportsmen, you are rolling to the ready line. Junior dragsters, we're also looking for you. This is your call. So Dale Biggs, one of the few roadsters out here in this class today that's still in competition. 578 the dial. He'll be facing off with Phil Oakley. Phil, 430, one of the quicker 4-second rides here. He'll be putting up some big mile an hour, despite the fact this is a half-track 8-mile race. They got some big horsepower and some big mile an hour. So racers here on the property, hey, we appreciate you coming here and racing with us, and it's been a great, fun weekend. And we also know it might be late, it may not be the best time to leave tonight after you're done racing. Talking to the management team, the owners here, they're saying, hey, you're more than welcome to stay here tonight in your rigs if that's what you do, and leave out tomorrow. So you are welcome to stay the night. It's like Motel 6. We'll leave the light on for you. So you don't have to go out and fight the dark after a long day of racing. Okay, more rear engine dragsters, and man, these cars, it just amazes me how quick these guys are. 4-second runs, just every pair there's somebody out there with some fast racing. Justin Wright in the Budweiser lane, that's the left lane out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Sponsored by SHRS Racing Clyde, Scott's Hot Rod Shop, and Oakley Motorsports. He's got a 480 dial against Brad Cole, 477. Brad's out of Avon, Indiana, 632. And Brad is going to take the win as Justin missed it by 7,000 of a second. Automatic win from first to worst. The red light start takes you out of the game. Brad Cole, your winner. So Ryan Hart waiting patiently as Michael Duke in his Roadster 27T from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He's dialed to 634. He'll be leaving first. Ryan Hart from Bartlett, Indiana, has a 508 dial for his dragster. stop, and then now it's wide open for just a skosh as he goes through for the win. Michael Duke, 6:34 on a 35. 5:07 on a 5:08 double breakout. Less amount of breakout in the Budweiser lane takes your win. All right, pair of door slammers in the line here, and you don't see Dusters on the road, you don't see Vegas on the road, but they live on at the drag strip. And Dylan Childers here out of Hartsville, Alabama, has got a track with 17 dialed. Patrick Deckard out of White House, Tennessee, driving his Duster. 591 is the dial, or the actually what he runs on a 590 dial. Patrick Deckard takes the win. Breakout for Dylan in the Vega, 108 miles an hour. Just a touch too quick. That'll bring us up to a solo run here. This is Jonathan Moore. Jonathan, local racer out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. Mustang. Pulling up to take the tree. And his index dial, anyway, is a 560. I wouldn't normally announce a reaction time, but a 02 on that solo run is he's your automatic winner. 561 on a 60, 121 miles an hour. He'll be all set for the next round. So, Sportsman at the ready line, Sportsman Racers, and you're going to see these are door slammer cars, and you're going to see cars of all types here as well. So it's kind of fun. You know, I'm not big for just a car show, but I love a car show that races. And that's really the best part about coming out of the drag strip, because you can go out and talk to people about the cars. You can see what's going on, that variety of engines, transmissions, horsepower ratings, suspension. There's just a million ways to get there. And if you ever wondered what it takes to participate, because you're watching on TV or you're watching online or you've been out to the track, just go to NHRA.com and start looking up the rule book, and you're going to find out a very detailed way. If you want to get into ET Sportsman Racing, support your local track, everyone is very helpful when it comes to helping newcomers come aboard and start racing. Similar stories out there where everybody gets their chance to learn how to race, and just a good fun event that's safe, fun, and addicting.
I think what I love about bracket racing, it looks like somebody dumped their box of Matchbox cars out and started rolling them out and racing, because you might have a 21 Charger against a 57 Chevy, you know, and that's just so cool. And that 57 Chevy is moving on. Darren Morris gets the win line. We need Pro ET to 4 and 5, Pro ET to 4 and 5, Junior Dragsters final call. I wasn't trying to run you out. I'm all for somebody else doing my work and I get the check. Johnny Matthews in that nice little Mustang. Johnny Matthews a winner. Jerry Woods and Todd Boone. What a beautiful sunset here today at Beech Bend. Come on, juniors, into the lanes and buckle up. It's time for you to race. Jerry Woods is out. Todd Boone going to the semis. Our Wally's left us. I do want to remind everybody that it's going to be around 9 tomorrow, and that would be an excellent time to go to the water park because it's going to be hot and nasty and sticky, and you're off work tomorrow, so go to the water park. Be a kid. Have some fun. I tell you, that water park, if you leave that thing and you don't have a smile on your face, you're dead. It's that simple. Got a little winner's circle action going on downstairs. If your buddy or your best friend is in the winner's circle and you want to get in that picture, then head on over. All right, semifinals of our youngster juniors. Parker DeWeese and Ava Smith. Parker on the left at an 890, Ava an 896. 890, the quickest allowable dial for the younger juniors. Parker DeWeese is going off to a semifinal. He gets the whole shot win over Ava Smith. And to find out who will face Parker, Shelby Hall and Jackson Summers will go side by side. Jackson, a third generation racer. We need stock and super stock. Stock and super stock. To the staging lanes, please. Stock and super stock. To the staging lanes, please. Chris Blair, you have the pro buy. Chris Blair, you have the pro buy. Pro bracket, come to the front of the lanes, please. Pro bracket, come to the front of the lanes. So junior dragster stage and duel, they move in together. And third generation racer Jackson Summers is going to a final against his buddy Parker DeWeese. We have a final. Let's crown a champion. Let's have Eli Wiggins and Corey Barnes front and center. Take the main stage and get ready to run your championship round. Eli Wiggins going to go down the Budweiser side at that quickest allowable 790. Guess what? Corey Barnes says, let's make this a heads-up affair. He's going to go 790 as well. You know, a lot of these kids, most of these kids, won't make their living at an NHRA racetrack. But like all youth sports, they're learning responsibility. They're learning that outcome is a reflection of effort. Starting line edge to Mr. Corey Barnes, and Mr. Corey Barnes will forevermore be a winner at the Sports Nationals Open. I believe that I should be calling stock and super stock. I believe there's only two of you in each, so I won't lean on you too hard, but we do need our stock eliminator and super stock final. And I want to thank I'm going to single out a class. I want to thank all of our stock eliminator and super stock guys for your continued support of the Clay Jones Memorial and our combo series in general. Probably my favorite class that comes here in the course of the year is combo. Austin Richardson and Caleb Hetty. But you got to remember, I'm 54 years old. So all the cool cars that my older relatives had that I never got to play with, I get to come out and watch them all again because they had, Dusters and Mavericks and Camaros and Grand Prix. All right, here we go with ATM Pro. Trying to make life rough on Austin Richardson, and he does. And I wonder if Caleb knows what a heavy hitter he just got around. Somebody needs to tell him that was a big win. Yet another Richardson, Ryan Richardson, next to Jason Haley. There's those mini trucks. Gotta love them. They do make great race vehicles. The cantilevers, the weight transfer. I hear a lot of guys say my weight moves quicker in the truck. It gets on work. Oh, and Jason Haley is 6th thou red, and he is gonna be a sick puppy. He sees what Ryan Richardson did. Ryan was late. Jason was 6 clicks red. Taylor Pofall in the pickup, the Loganator, Logan Kirby in his $600 daily driver that has paid for itself many, 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 many times over. Oh, 4th thou difference on the tree. Here comes Taylor. Logan on the binders, and Logan nosed it over to go one up. The Loganator moving on. Tom Flowers in the Camaro. Josh Sutton Jr. in the Toaster. The Kia Soul. Yep, we do need some tail lights because we got to see you on the big end. And Tom and Josh, well now Josh, you're going to be able to see him. He'd go in the corn and you'd see him with all those lights. Clean and green on the Toaster. Oh, baby. Tom Flowers he might be toast. See, there's some more of that big money stuff, guys. Yeah. The Toaster is moving on. Josh Sutton Jr. gets the win. Yeah, he can turn the Toaster into a dump truck. You talk about nosing it over. Darren Morris in the 55 Chevy, and some Big Earl guy in the Big Earl Nova. We need Super Pro, Quick Fuel Super Pro to 4 and 5, please. Quick Fuel Super Pro to 4 and 5. 3 comes down. They're clean 3. Morris trying to make Big Earl suffer, and he, oh no, under 3 thou. He had Big Earl covered as well as you can cover Big Earl, but Big Earl figured out a way. He is closer on the double breakout and moving on. Jason Whittle and Todd Boone. And you're right. You're not going to lose that Duster in a parking lot. Boy, that Mopar chip book, it was something, man. They had the colors. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Mopar or no car, yep. That's what Whittle says, and that's what Boone says. They're going to take their time. Whittle is going on. Hockey mask, bloody machete, the whole 9 yards. The serial killer will advance. Brent Langer in the Vega and Short in the pickup. Now, for those of you folks that have been coming to the track for a week or two, Anthony is the son of Monty Short, who has done a lot of Division II and Division III racing over the years. Blair is wanting a Wally bad. 001, he started whopping at about the first time in cone. We need Super Pro to 4 and 5. Quick Fuel Super Pro to 4 and 5, please. And if I'm... All right, I'm going to take a quick break. You got 2 finals coming. And it's going to be stock and super stock, and Warren Evans going to slide in the hot seat for a moment.
Well, thank you, Joe. We're going to start it out with stock eliminator. Started out with over 50 cars, worked our way down to these 2. Bob Robbins, left side, Byrdstown, Tennessee. M Automatic, 79 Malibu Wagon. The grocery getter dialed to 1223. He'll get not quite 2 seconds head start. He'll be alongside Tyler Bohannon. Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky, the 2001 Corvette. Chuck behind the car. Family along the wall. 10:49 on the scoreboard. Red light start for Bob Robbins. And the Bohannon crew will be celebrating a win here in Stock Eliminator as Tyler turns on a win light via the red light. And at the top end, 11:15 at 94 out of the throttle. But he'll be collecting the Wally here tonight. Tyler Bohannon, your winner. Bob Robbins turns it red by 0:31 and then goes 12:25 at 105 miles an hour. So runner-up for Bob, but Tyler Bohannon adds another win to the resume. This time around, it's the SPORTSnational Open Stock Eliminator Championship. Super Stock coming up next. Logan Bellinger, Nick Morris. Bellinger, the engine builder out of Elizabeth, Indiana. 1988 Firebird 305 Chevrolet Power GT-L automatic. He's alongside the factory GT-H 2003 Mustang 352 Ford Motivation. Nick Morris, right side. Logan Bellinger, left side. Not a tail light between them. Bellinger dialed a 988. Nick Morris a 949. Head start left side for the Pontiac. Morris will be on the chase. Not quite a half a bulb head start goes to Bellinger. Comes up, goes left, starts to hug the center line. He steps out of it. Bellinger knew what to do at the top end, stepped off the throttle. 10:02 for your winner, Logan Bellinger. Morris' weight was hard off the starting line, had the starting line advantage, but the car hooked to the left, and he had to kind of gather himself, got too close to the center line. So win light goes to Logan Bellinger. And if I recall, he was your number one qualifier coming in this weekend. Gets the sweep as he is your winner. Super Pro rolling back up next. It looks like the Spider-Man rolling in the right side alongside the Camaro on the left. Smoking Joe's going to tell you about it, but before he does, Nick Eisenhower and Devin Eisenhower. Nick or Devin Eisenhower, we need you to the third floor of the timing tower, please. Nick or Devin Eisenhower. Nick or Devin, one of you, we need you to the third floor of the timing tower. So Nick or Devin, can you hear me over there? One of you needs to come up to the third floor of the timing tower as soon as you can.
All right, thank you, Warren. Tom Kleppen and Darren Keener set to go. I believe we're in round 6 of Super Pro. It's going to be a 9-round affair. Darren Keener is going home. He is 7th Al Red. Tom Kleppen will advance. That'll bring up Jonathan Horton in the Mustang. It's always fun to see how the dial is changed when the sun goes. Because we know some of these cars are pick up. Jay Oakley, Flying Jay Oakley, in the dragster next to Jonathan Horton. We need sportsmen to 2 and 3, sportsmen to 2 and 3. Junior dragsters back to the lanes. Junior dragsters back to the lanes. Oh, baby. 4th difference. Here comes Jay, and he is under by 2,000. looking at the weather, and that humidity is going down. So those ETs are going to go down. That speed is going to pick up, and you're going to see some breaking out start happening. It's all going to be now. Who knows what their car does? Changing air. Rubberhead, Jeff Gregory, 6:14.9. He is moving on. Of course, double entries prohibited today. He normally runs 2 entries. He is first and fourth in the points right now. Michael Duke and Mark Sizemore. He debated setting out on his first place number and running the 4th place number today to keep it higher in the points, but decided he's just going to chase first in the championship and not first and second. Michael Duke in that big roadster. I mean, look at that thing. Looks a lot bigger because of the paint job. Figure this out. Racers for Christ for showing up every weekend. They handle the actual important work on Sunday morning. And what we do carries an element of risk. And it's very important to everybody involved that RFC is here. And they do such good work. And think of the people that have the cool story to say, well, I always loved drag racing. And one Sunday I decided to go to the trackside chapel service. 3 months later I got saved, joined my church at home. You hear that a lot. 004, 005, Phil Oakley is coming, but it's Paul Trent that's going. Paul Trent, 005, 606, wins it by 10,000. Phil Oakley, 004, 430 with a 3, and he didn't have room. Mathematically done after the start. Crazy. Brad Cole and Patrick Decker. We need Steve Dominguez. Steve Dominguez, come to the timing tower, please. Steve Dominguez to the timing tower. Patrick Deckard gets by Brad Cole. Come on, sportsmen. We need sportsmen and junior dragsters. Sportsmen and junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Lester Atkins and Anthony Short. Now, think about all this different stuff that Lester has done this week. Lester ran top dragster, super quick, super pro, same car for all of them. 441 on the Lester Mobile, Anthony Short at 630. Lester Atkins, 444 at 150.35, is moving on in more ways than one. The very first big money bracket race that I called at Beech Bend, the final came down to Lester Atkins and Timmy Elliott. And Timmy Elliott took home the 10 grand. And I've seen a lot of win lights for both of them since then. And me and Lester were talking yesterday. Me, Timmy, and Lester all have something in common, and it's so weird. But we're all in our mid to late 50s, and our hair and whiskers have turned white for some reason. We just can't figure it out. That's what I said. We've got to quit drinking out of the same well. It's Fountain of Youth. What if it makes you too young? I don't want to be younger than 21 again. Like, if it'll take me down to 21 and a half or so, that's good enough. Oh, think about how awful it'd be if you drank the water and woke up and you weren't old enough to drive, Ron. Now you think that wait from 13 to 16 was long the first time? Imagine if you had to do it again. All right, we're going to have confessional in the tower. All right, Ron, how old were you the first time that you drove a motor vehicle on a paved road? 10 for Ron. Warren? No, I want a car, not a tractor or something. 12. Okay, 12 for Ron. 14 for Warren. I was 13, but my debut performance was so bad that I was 15 before I got round 2, and my dad actually wouldn't give me round 2. He just kind of put me in it and stood on the side of the road and said, drive down there to so-and-so's mailbox and turn around and come back. It's also when he realized that sportsmen come to the front. Sportsmen come to the front. It's also when he realized my mom had a 4-door Nova with a 305 that we probably ought to get rid of that before I started driving. I was very upset by that. Sportsmen, come around the corner. Junior dragsters, come to the lanes. And Pro ET, stand by. But sportsmen, come on around. Oh, I see sportsman cars. I see 3 sportsman cars. And you know what? That's all of them because we're down to the semifinals at sportsman. Yeah, a couple of little bitty wallies. and Darren Morris. Identical 7-second dials. Johnny Matthews in the Mustang, Darren Morris in the heavy Chevy, and the winner is going to run against some Mopar in the finals. Darren Morris, 703 with an 8. He breaks out Johnny Matthews. And Darren Morris going to be in the Sportsman final. And he gets some Mopar. It's going to be either Jason Whittle or Todd Boone. Jason Whittle is going to the Sportsman final, and now we've got our other junior dragster final. The big kids coming out. Well, here we go. How about a couple of buddies going for a junior dragster win? Both these kids from Franklin, Kentucky. Parker DeWeese and Jackson Summers. Parker, son of Tim DeWeese. We need ATM Pro to 4 and 5. ATM Pro to 4 and 5. Now Jackson Summers, a third generation racer by way of Gary Summers and his dad Jamie Summers. And Jamie is one of those very diverse racers. When I first started here, he was racing stock cars and drag racing. Pretty good stock car racer. But like a lot of parents, some little boys decided they wanted race cars, and Dad put his in the shop for a few years. All right, here we go for the win. They lead together. Identical 890 Downs. They are still side by side, and it is going to be Parker DeWeese gets the whole shot win on Jackson Summers. Good drag race. And in the end, Parker DeWeese going to be the last junior standing. We need ATM Pro to 4 and 5, ATM Pro to 4 and 5.